Batman's Owl Godfather. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 176. This move was originally reserved for the clown. Don't look at me, Katoom said from Bruce's shoulder. There are so many sea queens, I don't even know which one this is. He knew of 4 alone. Mara of Earth 2, the unnamed Sea Queen of Earth 11, Larina Malgus of Tomorrow's Titans, and the Sea Queen of Earth 11, killed by the drowned ghost, Brucey. Who knew which one it was? We need more clues. Bruce finished reading and suddenly clutched the newspaper. The reports are so vague, it's impossible to tell. At this critical juncture of war, an alliance between France and Atlantis was definitely not good news. Furthermore, so many other countries might have secretly acquired extraordinary means. World War I was a war of great powers for hegemony, devoid of justice. Bruce didn't want the war's intensity to escalate and cause more civilian casualties. We could have prevented this from happening, Bruce said. If we had made it clear to Diana beforehand, even in dreams, never to grant anyone's wishes so easily, it's no use, Katoom suddenly said. Let's not even talk about whether Diana would have listened to you then. Besides, if you really wanted to do this, I would have stopped you. Why? Bruce was puzzled. Because our goal isn't to prevent World War I, it was bound to happen, Katoom said. Our goal is to capture Diana. A more intense World War I would have been better, as it would have deeply instilled the specter of war in people's minds, potentially preventing the outbreak of World War II. You know Diana's personality now. She's reckless and stubborn. She won't turn back until she hits a wall. She won't listen to your advice, Katoom said. Someone once said, when working with the masses, if they don't understand you and won't follow you, then follow them. If the masses fall into a pit, jump in with them. Once they realize their mistakes, they'll naturally be willing to follow you. The same goes for conquering Diana. Let her make mistakes. Don't act like a father and nag her all the time. Make her mistakes with her. Wait until she realizes her mistake, then work with her to correct it. That's the correct way to conquer her. Of course, Bruce, I know you're unwilling to do that because of your inexplicable sense of morality, so from the beginning, I decided to be the bad guy. Bruce was momentarily confused by Katoom's string of words. He couldn't help but ask, who told you that? I won't tell you. Katoom shook his head. Okay, now you and Diana have more important things to do. There was so much to figure out. Which sea queen was allied with France? Which countries were left to make wishes, and what kind of power would they gain? For example, Katoom remembered that in Diana's story, someone made this wish in a dream. My country was founded on the ocean. I hope to gain more favor from the land. This description sounds very much like Britain. Of course, it could also be Spain or Venice in Italy. But no matter what, the favor of the earth, what kind of power does this represent? Bruce has returned to the inn. He handed the newspaper to Diana. After reading it, she immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. The Atlanteans joined the war? Why? She said dejectedly. Is it because of me? Diana is no stranger to the underwater kingdom. The Amazons and Atlanteans are both hidden races living on the earth, and they have a history of contact with each other for thousands of years. They have had conflicts and cooperation, but without exception, they have kept their distance from humans. Now, because of the human war, the kingdom of Atlantis has appeared in the world, which is obviously contrary to common sense. The only explanation is that it is because Diana's wish has come true. They told me that it was to guard the peace and protect the people. Diana couldn't believe it. But this newspaper says, it said that France and Atlantis would work together, form an alliance, and eliminate the evil countries that were destroying peace. Eliminate. This declaration seemed to be for peace, but Diana sensed a show of force. She was naive, not stupid. She was well aware of humanity's 5,000 years of war. Before, Diana simply believed that humanity had begun to degenerate because of Ares's bewitching influence. But now, it was Diana who was fulfilling their wishes. Am I the source of their further degeneration? The thought of this reason made Diana fall into an immense panic. It's okay, Diana, Bruce said quickly. This ability was forced upon you by Ares. It has nothing to do with you, it was all Ares' fault. But, Diana was about to retort, but Bruce interrupted, saying, besides, even if such a mistake occurred, so what? Can't we just correct it? Isn't it just a few more superheroes or supervillains? Ultimately, these were all created or summoned by the mysterious Citron, a creation of the god of trickery. Therefore, its upper limit could never exceed that of the old gods. Just as Katoom had reassured him, Citron couldn't possibly summon a new god like Darkseid. It was beyond its capabilities. Given that, Bruce was confident that he and Diana wouldn't necessarily be unable to defeat these guys. Diana, I'm telling you, making mistakes is not a terrible thing. Bruce looked Wonder Woman firmly in the eye. I will work with you to dispel these false wishes one by one. I'm not making a wish, I'm showing you the future. They can do it. Diana stared at Bruce in amazement, unable to understand how a child, not even 14, could be more confident than herself. It was as if she would never be defeated by difficulties. Bruce, she said, what have you been through to remain so calm? Bruce smiled faintly. You'll understand when you're my age. Diana's anxiety gradually subsided. They had no time, they had to act quickly. Let's start with the Sea Queen, Bruce said. We need some intelligence on the French high-level officials. How did they get access to Atlantis? What is the Sea Queen's identity? Diana asked, puzzled. How do we get that high-level information? We'll have to use our connections, Bruce said. As it happens, I know a British high-ranking official who should be able to help us. You know a British high-ranking official? Diana was completely incredulous. Who is it? We haven't been apart since we left the island. Bruce wasn't British, so if he knew someone, then she should know him too. Sir Patrick Morgan, Bruce said without further ado. Seeing Diana still looking confused, he explained, of course, you know this person too. He's Ares. Ares. Diana was going crazy. What kind of bad idea was Bruce coming up with? Ares had gotten them into this situation, and now they were asking him for help? Don't be so nervous, Bruce shook his head. Ares cares about you a lot, so we can use this method to deal with him in return. Believe me, what villains can't stand the most is decent people asking them for help. Half a day later, two uninvited guests came to the gate of Morgan Manor on the outskirts of London. Sir Morgan, or Ares, looked at the visitors outside the manor with a look of confusion. Diana looked embarrassed and was supported by Bruce to his door. Bruce showed an apologetic smile on his face. I'm sorry, he said weakly, but at this time, we really can't think of anyone who can help us. After saying this, Bruce sighed in his heart. What a pity. He originally wanted to save this trick for Gotham and use it on the Joker. Chapter 177 The Adventures. At this moment, Ares was actually hesitant. Strictly speaking, Diana's current predicament was within his expectations. It was even his plan. But who could have imagined that Bruce's thinking was different from others? With the slightest difficulty, they found his door, as if it was his duty to help. Ares wondered, are we familiar with each other? However, Ares didn't see the need to chase them away. He was curious about what Diana would say next. Come in first, Ares finally made the decision he hadn't thought he would make and let Bruce and the others into his Morgan Manor. Bruce and Katoom exchanged a glance. This trick worked better than he had imagined. In the reception room, Sir Morgan's butler brought tea and snacks. Diana and Bruce sat side by side, as if they were back home, feeling incredibly relaxed. Ares sat across from them, leaning on his crutches. His expression was grim. Tell me, why did you come to see me? Ares said in a deep voice. Don't you even know basic etiquette? What are basic etiquette? Bruce shook his head, his face weak. Does a sister visiting her brother have to follow certain rules? You? Ares was speechless for a moment. Stop pretending, he said, changing the subject. I can see you're not hurt at all, because our wounds are in our hearts. Bruce shook his head. You forced your powers on Diana yesterday and caused quite a bit of trouble. You have to help us. I won't help, Ares said. That was my plan. He was also responsible for Diana's dream. How could he contradict himself the next day? But Bruce knew Ares would say that. So he pulled Diana over, turned her around, and said to Ares, look at Diana's face and say it again. I won't. Ares was about to say that when he saw Diana's expression. What should he say? He could see that Diana still hated him, the murderous intent in her eyes almost condensing into something concrete. But on the other hand, she had indeed been in trouble, and Bruce had goaded her into looking for him. That hatred, tinged with a touch of grievance and humiliation, made Ares' heart throb. Ares hesitated, unable to repeat his previous resolve. He cursed Bruce 1,000 times in his heart. Where had he learned this cunning trick? Seeing Ares' defenses already breached, Bruce said, "Actually, if Ares doesn't want to help, we won't force it." Bruce changed the subject. "What we need now is Sir Patrick Morgan's strength. As a helpful gentleman, this small favor should be no problem, right? Besides, we just came from Paradise Island and know nothing about this world. Even if we defeated us, how could you be happy? Why not just go ahead and help? If we still fail in the end, won't that prove you're right?" Ares was silent for a long time. "It won't happen again," he finally relented. "Just tell me, what exactly do you want?" "We need intelligence," Bruce finally stated. "Which countries have made wishes? What supernatural powers have they gained? How can we retract them? I hope you'll tell us all that." Ares understood Bruce's meaning. It seemed Batboy wanted to work with Diana to eliminate all those brought to this era by the Citron. Is that even possible? Even for Ares to do it alone, it would be a stretch. "You truly are ignorant and fearless." Ares' concerns were now gone. He saw that what Bruce was trying to do was utterly impossible. "I do know who has come to this world," he said. "But some of them are even more powerful than me. It's simply unrealistic for you to defeat them all." "How can we know if we don't try?" Bruce said. "Everything depends on human effort. If we fail despite our best efforts, then we'll accept it." This confidence stunned Ares for a moment. "Then give it a try," he said. "I'd also like to see how far you can go. As for the information you want, I don't mind telling you now. There are a total of 6 countries that made wishes to Diana in their dreams. United Kingdom, Buckingham Palace." The then King George V angrily threw a stack of documents into the air. "What a bunch of idiots," he cursed. Just now, he had concluded a meeting with representatives from Ireland and Northern Ireland, which had ended in acrimony. The news of France's alliance with Atlantis put enormous pressure on those regions. Although Britain and France were now allies, the century-old feud made it difficult for the representatives to believe that France would have no other intentions towards them. The representatives demanded that the king show courage and at least demonstrate a force equal to that of Atlantis. "I'm almost pouring my heart out to them," George V complained to his guards. "How come those idiots didn't understand my hidden meaning at all? As a British, one cannot speak so bluntly. King George V of England has repeatedly emphasized that there is nothing to be afraid of in Atlantis, but those representatives simply don't understand." "So what about the Ocean Kingdom?" George V thought to himself. "The allies they have now are much stronger than a country." He turned his gaze to the window of Buckingham Palace, where countless plants are growing rapidly at an accelerated state. The original garden has now almost grown into a dense forest. "After all, the Atlanteans are still human beings," George V thought, "and my allies are the endless plants on this earth. The green of all things." And its spokesperson, the swamp monster. This is the confidence of Britain today. What is there to be afraid of a mere Atlantis? Italy. King Vittorio Emanuele III, regardless of his image, was squatting on the ground, watching the ants crawling around. He didn't have any strange habits, just wanted to get closer to another guy. Crouching next to him was a strange humanoid creature. It was tall, nearly 3 meters, with strong muscles and infinite power. The giant's whole body was covered with gray skin, and his eyes were crystal clear, without any worldly knowledge. It was a giant zombie. His name was Solomon Grundy, the spokesperson for the Ashes of Withering. The ants crawled over. The king of Italy said to Solomon. "I saw it." Solomon smiled foolishly, hugging his legs. Vittorio II felt that his relationship with Solomon had become almost close. So he tentatively asked, "The war is about to begin. Do you think we will win?" "Yes," Solomon said casually. Vittorio III was happy at first, but suddenly felt something was wrong. So he changed the question, "Will the enemy win?" "Yes," Solomon nodded. This time, Vittorio III was completely speechless. After all, he was the messenger of the goddess, but why did he look more and more like a fool? "Who'll win in the end?" he asked impatiently. "In the end," Solomon pretended to be thinking, and then said, "Italy will win." "Germany, Berlin Palace." Kaiser Wilhelm II looked at the telegram in his hand, sneered, and really didn't know how to answer. Not long ago, the Russian Tsar sent a telegram. First condemning the Austro-Hungarian Empire for launching an ignominious war against a weak country. Then he asked the German Kaiser if he could stop the Austro-Hungarian ally from going too far on the wrong path. Nicholas II is more naive than I thought, he said. The bowstring is already fully drawn. How can it be stopped? The German emperor threw down the telegram in his hand and ordered his attendant, "Send a telegram to France on my behalf, saying that I fully support Austria-Hungary in maintaining a tough stance against Serbia." After saying this, he was satisfied. Germany is becoming stronger, but the ceiling has been sealed. He needs a war to break the old system. Germany must be strong, he thought to himself, and it will be strong. Germany is now fearless. A powerful national teacher has arrived at his court. The German emperor adjusted his appearance and went to the mansion he had prepared for the national teacher with an aura-like spring breeze. After the announcement of entry, a bald man in a black battlesuit with a lightning symbol on his chest was performing some kind of secret practice. The German emperor did not interrupt and waited quietly. Only after the bald man completed the secret practice did he smile and walked over. Mr. Black Adam. The German emperor opened his arms and hugged Black Adam. "Is your ceremony complete?" "It is completed." Lightning flashed in Black Adam's eyes. "I will help you achieve the tough measures you want." Austro-Hungarian Empire. The 84-year-old old Emperor Franz Joseph I opened his eyes in a daze. "Did I fall asleep again?" he asked the person standing next to him with a hint of fatigue. "You are just thinking." The man's voice was tinged with flattery and ingratiation, a tone Franz had heard countless times in his life. "You don't need to please me." Franz shook his head and said, "I will not agree with your suggestions." His old eyes looked at the man next to him. Wearing a pighead mask, he was dressed like a professor. But the suggestions he put forward were so chilling. "I only need some unruly people to participate in this experiment." The pig-faced professor patted his chest and promised, "I will make them an army, the strongest army, and I will never let you down." The Austro-Hungarian Empire did not obtain any powerful extraordinary people. When the old emperor made a wish, he said that he hoped to heal the ethnic conflicts in the country. But what appeared in front of him was a madman who was doing human experiments. It was indeed a suturing. It was just a physical suturing, sewing humans together, and then they would be clothes. "I have no interest in your limb replacement experiments," the old emperor said. "Just pretend that I didn't make that wish. I can win this war with the power of the empire alone. You go down." The pig-faced professor had no choice but to leave the old emperor's palace. But he was not discouraged at all. The moment he walked out of the palace gate, a young man in luxurious clothes came up to him. "Professor, Crown Prince Karl." The pig-faced professor bowed his head and saluted. The young man in front of him was Karl, who was designated as the Crown Prince of Austria-Hungary after the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand. The full name is very long, so I won't read it here. "The emperor's uncle rejected your suggestion, right?" Karl asked. "Yes," said the pig-faced professor. "His Majesty the Emperor is wise and powerful. Decisive, and he sees the future." Karl shook his head at these words. "What matters to us now isn't the future, but winning this war," he said. "To achieve this, any means are permissible." "Your Highness the Crown Prince is wise," complimented the pig-faced professor. "Russia, Kremlin." Tsar Nicholas II paced back and forth in the reception room, appearing extremely uneasy. His thick beard trembled, just like his restless heart. Standing before him was his uncle, Grand Duke Nicholas Nikolaevich, now the supreme commander of the Russian army. "Is war truly unavoidable?" the Tsar reassured. "Send another telegram to the Kaiser, stating that we are mobilizing our troops only against Austria-Hungary and will not wage war against Germany." "They won't listen," said Grand Duke Nicholas. "War is inevitable, Germany just wants an excuse." But Nicholas II hesitated for a moment, then let his uncle, Grand Duke Nicholas, leave. He was a mediocre monarch to begin with. Russia was now plagued by internal and external troubles, and the revolutionaries at home were a greater headache than the foreign powers. "What if I mobilized all the troops?" Nicholas II muttered to himself, shuddering at the thought of the possible future. "We must fight a quick and decisive battle." Then, he returned to his chambers and walked into a small room. There, a figure in full armor sat upright on a futon, his eyes closed in meditation. "You've arrived." The figure sensed someone entering, opened his eyes, and saw Tsar Nicholas II. "I came to ask you," Nicholas II said carefully. "If I were to join the war, how quickly would it end?" "Soon." The armored figure stood up. "War will only make me stronger," he said. "When I join," The balance of power will be irreversibly tilted. No one could defeat him. He was Batman. He was the god of war. He was the merciless Iron Fist. Eris had shared what he knew. He had concealed nothing about the 6 Adventers. The Sea Queen, Swamp Thing, Solomon Grundy, Black Adam, Professor Pigface, and Merciless. Wow, Bruce suddenly exclaimed. Their power levels are truly, what a mixed bag. From the strong like Merciless to the weak like Professor Pigface, there's a world of all kinds. I've told you what you want to know. Eris shook his head. So, now, please leave, don't bother him anymore. But just then, Diana suddenly asked, are you sure there are only these six countries? Eris said. I'm only interested in the heads of state. If you've granted wishes to ordinary people, I don't know, but, Diana thought more and more about it. In that dream, there were clearly 7 people who wished for power. But now Eris said that only 6 of the 7 were heads of state. Who is the remaining one? What's wrong, Diana? Bruce asked with concern. I don't know how to explain it. Diana's clever little mind struck upon a possibility. Perhaps the remaining person was indeed an ordinary person. But before long, he might establish a nation, or even create an era, so it's not surprising that he stands with other leaders. Chapter 178 Liege Fortress, Ocean and Thunder. Bruce and Diana left Ares' manor. After hearing the speculation about the 7th person in his dream, Bruce felt a headache. I agree with your guess, Bruce said, but there are so many possible candidates, and we don't have the energy to investigate right now. More countries were born or became independent as a result of World War I than one might imagine. The Soviet Union, Poland, Finland, Austria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia. And that's just Europe. If you look at the world, there are even more. Of course, if one were to choose the most likely candidate, Bruce would prefer Comrade Vladimir, who founded the Soviet Union. He has the absolute qualifications to stand alongside the other leaders. But Bruce and the others couldn't confirm it right now. The war was about to begin. The news of France's alliance with Atlantis accelerated the outbreak of war. Historically, Austria-Hungary would have issued its ultimatum to Serbia on July 23. But Kaiser Wilhelm II's early promise gave Emperor Franz I ample confidence. Today, July 17, 1914, Austria-Hungary issued its speech, nearly a week earlier than previously thought. Bruce and Diana sat in a carriage, its wheels rolling over the cobblestones. Along the street, people went about their daily lives. Shops were open, people were bustling. A young woman, holding flowers, discussed the latest news with a man beside her. Newsboys, carrying newspapers and shoulder bags, ran through the streets. It was as if the conflict of war didn't exist. At that moment, Bruce suddenly remembered a movie he'd seen before. It was called They Shall Not Grow Old. That summer, many people talked about the ongoing conflict in the Balkans, but we're so far away from the Balkans, we weren't worried at all. That was Serbia's own business, wasn't it? The empire is so powerful, we fear no one. There was no atmosphere of despair at that time. Bruce lowered the curtains and let out a soft breath. Despair has begun, he said. War has begun. After Austria-Hungary issued its ultimatum and put forward countless harsh demands, Serbia responded with a complete rejection. Things had reached this point, and there was no turning back. So, let's fight. The Austro-Hungarian Empire officially declared war on Serbia. Hundreds of artillery pieces lined up, unleashing a barrage of fire on the Serbian capital, Belgrade. The Imperial Army marched towards Serbia's borders, advancing rapidly. The Austrian Emperor vowed to completely destroy Serbia. Everything was unfolding as history would have it. Russia joined the war, Germany joined the war, France joined the war. The war quickly spread to everyone. Every nation is mobilizing now, Bruce said to Diana in the hotel. But this time, the protagonists of this war are no longer the armies of the nations, but the Adventers. Defeat the Adventers, redeem Diana's wishes, and put everything back on track. The first battlefield was the Liege fortress in Belgium. The morning mist had not yet cleared. In accordance with the Schlieffen Plan, the German 1st and 2nd Armies on the Western Front, totaling over 100,000 men and equipped with 200 artillery pieces, under the command of Commander-in-Chief Imich, advanced into Belgium. They quickly rushed toward the fortress of the Meuse River in Belgium, heading straight for the fortress of Liège, Belgium's most important city. Whether Germany intended to attack France or France intended to attack Germany, this location was a strategically important point. In the original history, the Germans fought the Belgians at the Liège fortress. Although they ultimately won, they lost over 25,000 men, giving the French time to react and thwarting the Schlieffen plan. But this time, history would not unfold as planned. Because Black Adam was here. Above, dark clouds rolled in, obscuring the morning sun and casting a shadow over the massive fortress. Thunder roared incessantly, and amidst the flashes of lightning, a black-cloaked figure appeared directly above the fortress. The commander of Liège, General Gérard Lama, looked out from his command room. He saw the figure with a celestial brilliance. Mortal, Black Adam's voice echoed throughout the fortress, devoid of emotion, simply issuing his orders. Drop your weapons now, open the city walls and surrender, and you will be spared my wrath. Hearing these words, General Lama felt no fear. On the contrary, his confusion was resolved. As expected, as the French had warned, the gods were watching over this war. Supernatural powers would intervene on the battlefield, dwarfing the might of mortals. For some reason, at this moment, General Lama felt a sudden sense of relief. He left the command room and ascended to the fortress, meeting Black Adam's gaze. I am Gérard Lama, commander of Fortress Liège, he introduced himself. I have been commissioned by His Majesty the King to defend this fortress. I have many missions, but surrender is not one of them, General Lama delivered his response. Fortress Liège will not surrender. Really? Black Adam shook his head. What a pity. As he finished speaking, he extended a finger, calling forth a convergence of lightning. The endless stream of lightning reflected upon General Lama's pupils, making him seem even smaller. It's truly the power of the gods, General Lama thought helplessly. From now on, the outcome of this war truly has nothing to do with me. Next, it was time for the battle between these messengers of the gods. Just as Black Adam summoned the thunder, the previously tranquil Meuse or the rivers suddenly underwent a strange transformation. The waters began to surge, and countless figures passed beneath the surface. Then, a waterspout erupted from the surface, carrying the figures into the air. The tornado whipped up the river water and then landed in a torrential downpour. Amidst the currents, the figures revealed their true forms. They were a group of soldiers wielding spears and halberds, riding seahorses. While their armor resembled ancient forms, the technology within was far superior to our own. The Atlanteans. This lost civilization, allied with France, had also arrived at the battlefields of Liège. They controlled the Meuse or the rivers, providing them with a constant source of power. The Atlanteans aimed their technological guns at Black Adam in the sky. The trigger was pulled, and a stream of azure beams blazed forth, so dense it seemed to pierce the sky. Black Adam frowned. As a magician blessed by 6 Egyptian gods, Thoth's wisdom had enabled him to anticipate the course of the battlefield. The Atlanteans' appearance was not unexpected. However, the absence of the Sea Queen, their leader, did seem a slight affront to him. Do you think these shrewd soldiers and generals can stand up to me? He suddenly raised his hand and grasped it, as if catching countless bolts of lightning. Before striking down with a sudden force. Rumble. At that moment, countless bolts of lightning descended upon the battlefield, piercing the tornado of the river and sending the Atlantean soldiers suspended within it plummeting. Then, Black Adam transformed himself into lightning, appearing before each soldier at a speed too fast to be seen by the naked eye. I have the endurance of Shu, Black Adam roared, grabbing 2 soldiers by the neck and charging skyward, breaking through the clouds until he was emanating from space. He flung the 2 soldiers into the boundless starry sky, then returned to Earth. I possess the speed of Horus and the power of Amun. Black Adam's figure, moving faster than the speed of sound, transformed into kinetic energy, ripped through the bodies of several soldiers. Even Atlantean armor proved no match for him. He seized a sea soldier and, with a single tug, tore him in 2. The other soldiers' concentrated beams of light struck him, but inflicted no damage. I possess the power of the Aten. Black Adam's aura began to recede, becoming calm. A bolt of lightning struck near him, which he seized and used as a weapon. The lightning spear swept across the battlefield, slicing down the soldiers surrounding Black Adam. He then hurled the lightning spear, piercing the battlefield. Every time the lightning struck a soldier, it ripped through the bodies of the Atlanteans, completely destroying their organs and tissues. In an instant, countless flesh and blood were reduced to charcoal. The battle was over in the blink of an eye. The once mighty Atlantean army was reduced to countless corpses floating on the river. This is the power of the gods, Black Adam said casually. You cannot stop it. No one dared to reply. At that moment, Whether it was the German troops still crossing the river on the other side or the resistance fighters in the Liege fortress, all fell into dead silence. This unearthly method directly shattered their worldview. A power like that of a god, fully revealed before their eyes. Black Adam ignored the thoughts of these mortals. His gaze reached into the distance, as if he could see through the vast distance, penetrate the hidden surface of the water. He saw a new enemy. Boom! Suddenly, water splashed, and more Atlantean soldiers rushed out of the river. At their forefront was a woman clad in a golden scale armor, holding a golden trident. The Queen of the Sea had arrived. At this moment, her identity was no longer hidden. She was no Atlantean queen, or a human with the ability to walk on water. The Sea Queen is the king of Atlantis, hailing from Earth 11, a world where women reign supreme and men are inferior. She is the alter ego of Aquaman Arthur Curry. She hails from a drowned world and leads countless vengeful souls. She wields the trident that rules the seven seas, and from the moment of her arrival, she has been supported by the entire ocean. Black Adam, the Sea Queen's eyes shone, unmoved by grief for her fallen kin, as she gazed upon her enemy. Her long golden hair flowed in the wind, and the river formed long steps at her feet. "In my world, you were much cuter than you are now," the Sea Queen whispered softly. She was merely stating the truth. That was the way it was on Earth 11, where all heroes and villains were female. Batgirl, Supergirl, Green Lantern, Flash, and so on, except for Wonder Woman, who reversed her gender and became the only male hero on Earth 11. Given this, the Black Adam of the universe was naturally female as well. This was a fact. However, the Sea Queen's words sounded like a mockery to Black Adam. "I don't care what world you come from," Black Adam said coldly. "The fate of opposing me is death." He didn't finish his words before he launched his attack. Black Adam's body transformed into lightning. With the same might he had displayed during his previous slaughter, he charged towards the Sea Queen with a mighty blast of lightning. And then, faced with this wrathful pressure, the Sea Queen suddenly raised her trident. All the lightning bolts deviated from their original trajectory and flew towards the trident. Then, the Sea Queen suddenly reached out and pinched the lightning. Black Adam's body emerged from the lightning, his neck firmly grasped by the Sea Queen. "What you can do, I can do too." The lightning was drawn away, pulsing within the trident. The Sea Queen clenched her fist and thrust it into Black Adam's abdomen. Then, thunder roared. "Ah!" Black Adam screamed in pain. The magical lightning he had created now became the force attacking him. Before the Sea Queen even exerted her strength, she had already gained the upper hand on the battlefield. But advantage isn't always victory. As Black Adam howled, billowing black smoke erupted from the wound pierced by the trident. As if possessing a sense of its own, the smoke slammed into the Sea Queen. This unexpected turn of events was beyond the Sea Queen's expectations. To avoid it, she released her grip on Black Adam and leaped back to ensure her own safety. Meanwhile, Black Adam quickly retreated, his wounds healing as the power of the gods flowed. But the black smoke didn't vanish. Instead, it swirled around Black Adam, gradually splitting into 7 parts before solidifying into 7 hideous monsters. "What is this?" The Sea Queen realized what they were. The 7 deadly sins, the embodiment of sin itself, supposedly sealed within the rock of eternity. "You release them," the Sea Queen exclaimed in disbelief. Black Adam didn't respond. Instead, he twisted his neck and said coldly, "Continue the fight." Black Adam's wounds had completely healed, and he was back to his best form. Since the Sea Queen has the Atlantean army, it's only fair that she has the 7 deadly sins. The second battle for Fort Liege is about to begin again. Meanwhile, in a secluded location far away, Bruce and Diana were closely monitoring the battlefield. Bruce held a small notebook, recording every ability Black Adam and the Sea Queen had used. "Well done." Katoom raised a telescope with one wing and clenched the other into a fist, waving it in the air. "I knew the Sea Queen was powerful. Now, who dares to insult the Sea Queen? France will definitely win this battle." There was once a saying in the world, France can only win under the leadership of a woman and a foreigner. Now the Sea Queen is both a woman and a foreigner. France is sure to win. Chapter 179 Red Sun. "How can you be so optimistic?" Bruce shook his head, continuing to write in his notebook. In contrast to his calm demeanor, Diana was now anxious. "Why are we still waiting here?" she urged. "Two advents are right before our eyes. Why don't we go and take care of them?" Diana saw it as a 2-on-2 situation, a chance of victory. Black Adam was a wizard, and so was Bruce. The Sea Queen was an Atlantean, and she, Diana, was an Amazon. The opponents had already been chosen, so why not just go in? But Bruce kept holding her back, preventing her from joining the fray, which made Diana irritated. "I'm not telling you not to advance," Bruce asked, "but are you sure there are only 2 advents on the battlefield right now?" "What do you mean?" Diana paused. "See for yourself," Bruce pointed, and the battlefield transformed in a split second. Surrounded by the 7 deadly sins, Black Adam unleashed his full divine power. Dark clouds descended upon the city, obscuring the sky and turning day into night. Elsewhere, the Meuse and the rivers were nearly drained by the Sea Queen. Columns of water surged back into the river, dancing wildly in the wind like countless twisted dragons. The so-called end of the world was nothing more than this. The defenders of the Liège fortress had taken refuge within the fortress, and the German army had halted its river crossings and retreated to prevent themselves from being caught in the crossfire. It seemed as if Black Adam and the Sea Queen were about to engage in the final showdown. However, at this moment, a strange force began to intervene in their conflict. Green saplings began to sprout from the low-lying grass, a growth rate beyond human imagination. In the blink of an eye, the fortress was surrounded by a dense forest. The impenetrable forest became a new kind of protection for the fortress. This sense of security was like the fortress of the Ardennes forest in southeastern Belgium. Then, a strange green figure emerged from the mud. Wrapped in greenery, he resembled a towering tree man, his eyes ablaze with boundless fury as he joined the fray. Swamp Thing. He had been lurking here for who knows how long, waiting for this crucial moment to join the fray. "You will destroy everything here." His voice was deep and rich, like the voice of the ancient will of the earth. "You may fight, but you cannot destroy this ecosystem." Despite his words, the Swamp Thing knew exactly who he was facing. Black Adam. He and the Queen of Atlantis, representing Britain and France respectively, were ostensibly allies. In that instant, the balance of power on the battlefield shifted. Even with the power of the 7 deadly sins, Black Adam felt the pressure. The Sea Queen's Atlantean army, the green will behind the Swamp Thing, nothing he could easily defeat. Very well, Black Adam suddenly withdrew his divine power. "It seems this time, we're inconclusive." As he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, striking Black Adam squarely. When the lightning faded, both Black Adam and the 7 deadly sins vanished. The Sea Queen frowned and slowly began to withdraw her power. The waters of the 2 rivers returned to their original positions. "But, you've completely destroyed the original ecosystem of the river," the swamp monster suddenly accused the Sea Queen. "You can fight, but you must respect aquatic life." "I don't need you to teach me that," the Sea Queen retorted. "We Atlanteans respect marine life the most." "How do you define life?" the swamp monster demanded. "That move you just made not only engulfed all the fish and shrimp in the river, but also destroyed the environment of the aquatic plants." "Shut up, monster," the Sea Queen, disinclined to continue her idle chatter with the swamp monster, dangled her trident behind her and turned to leave. The swamp monster's red eyes fixed on her back. "You'll pay the price," he said. "If you keep talking, I'll kill you too." With these words, the Sea Queen left with the Atlantean army. The first battle of Fort Liège ended with Black Adam's departure and the German army's defeat. No one knew whether Black Adam would return or seek a different battlefield. The Swamp Thing and the Sea Queen can't stay here forever. The war continues. Bruce retracted his telescope and wrote down the abilities the Swamp Thing had displayed since its appearance. Diana also frowned. "How did you know someone was hiding nearby?" she asked. "Did you see him?" "No, I was just taking precautions." Bruce shook his head. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It's always a good idea to be cautious. He wasn't feeling optimistic. The abilities displayed by those adventures were not to be underestimated. Even if he and Diana joined forces, it would be difficult to deal with 2 at once. Moreover, the war had just begun, and these people were in the testing phase. If things got a little off, they would immediately withdraw. Sitting back and watching the tigers fight wasn't feasible right now. "And, Diana, I don't know why, but I'm suddenly feeling very uneasy," Bruce said. "We're hiding in the shadows, hoping for an opportunity to strike, but there's another person, even darker. That was the 7th Adventure. If Bruce joined forces with the other 6, it would be easier for someone else to take advantage. So, Diana, I need your cooperation." Bruce planned to manipulate Diana. How? Diana was puzzled. I need to extract your memories, Bruce said. If I could hear how the seventh person made their wish, it would be easier to determine their identity, but I don't remember, Diana said regretfully. Memories in dreams are always fuzzy. I forget most of them upon waking, let alone these details. I know, so I'm going to extract your memories, Bruce said. During this process, you can't be on guard against me at all. After all, you have a special physique. The slightest resistance will cause my magic to fail, so, Diana understood Bruce's meaning. You need my complete trust. Yes, Bruce nodded, formulating his words. During my manipulation, you need to be completely defenseless. This is to ensure the magic succeeds. I have no bad intentions, he kept thinking about what words would gain Diana's agreement. After all, completely opening your mind to another person is extremely dangerous. At least Bruce was sure he would never agree to such a request. If Diana refused, that would be understandable. To his surprise, Diana, understanding Bruce's intention, nodded immediately. I thought it was something else, she said. How do you do it? Do I need to close my eyes? Diana's unrestrained response was a bit unexpected. Do you trust me so much? He asked. Aren't you afraid I might take advantage of the situation and control your mind or something? You wouldn't do that. Diana shook her head. I don't know what you're worried about. But I've always trusted you. Bruce didn't know how to respond for a moment. Perhaps it was because he was inherently dark, but suddenly encountering someone as carefree as Diana felt like a healing experience. Thank you for trusting me, Bruce sighed. Let's begin, Diana nodded, leaning forward and closing her eyes, truly unprepared. Kiss her, Katoom suddenly whispered in Bruce's ear. Kiss her, Zerna's voice echoed through the mind palace. Ouch, Harley, the little sky comet dragon, suddenly poked his head out from the pouch on the owl's chest. These were all sound advice, but Bruce ignored them all. He simply extended the supreme wand and, reaching into Diana's brain, extracted a silver thread containing the memory of the dream. He did nothing else. Ah, sighs echoed, filled with frustration. Bruce pretended he hadn't heard a thing. Diana opened her eyes and saw the tiny head popping out of the small leather pouch on Katoom's chest. Wow, she suddenly exclaimed. What is this, my little brother? Katoom said. She's been living in this pouch her whole life? Do you want to hold her? Diana, of course, had no objection. She reached out and cupped Harley in her palm. The little sky comet dragon, now only the size of her palm and quite silly, blew a stream of red dragon energy into Diana's hand and began to giggle. Is this your subordinate? Diana asked, puzzled. But she's a girl, it doesn't matter. I don't care, the owl said. Girls can be subordinates too. I'm very open-minded. While Diana's attention was distracted by Harley, Bruce began analyzing the memory. It didn't require any special means. He had already taken a pensieve from Professor Gale's office. Putting his face into the pensieve, Bruce saw the black stone throne of his dream, the black mud crawling from the abyss, and Diana's white ankles. Soon, he heard the wishes from the dream. There were indeed 7 people. The first 6 wishes corresponded to the 6 current adventures, but the last one was different from the others. I want a power that can truly equalize the world, that can resist all oppression and eliminate all hierarchy, the figure said. If it is such a power, it will naturally be powerful and unbeatable. Bruce suddenly pulled his face out of the pensieve. I know, he muttered. I know who made the wish. What Bruce saw could not be hidden from Katoom. Their souls were connected, and the owl saw everything in the pensieve. Oh wow, the owl said, I've thought even deeper than you might. I've even guessed who will be summoned. A red wish summons only one red hero. He is powerful, just, and selfless, fulfilling all the wishes of the wisher. Red Sun, Katoom uttered the name. Chapter 180. The first step to reforging Thor's hammer. Zurich, Switzerland, is a cold, waterfront city. But it's summer, and the sun is still shining. Stepping out of the Zellingerhof Hotel, one can see the towering Alps to the north. Their peaks, capped with perpetual snow, stand like a white giant, watching over the city. Switzerland's declaration of neutrality during the war attracted countless pacifists and refugees seeking refuge. Political rallies and speeches are held daily. Vladimir is one of them. He's short and stocky, too busy to dress up. He once had red hair, but it budded early, and now it's a shiny, sleek crown. The entire gathering was hushed, save for Vladimir's voice, a resonant one that carried easily to every corner. Everyone listened intently to his speech, and a tall man in a gray-brown trench coat and black-framed glasses listened most attentively. He held a notepad, scribbling rapidly, a speed that surpassed even the best typewriters of today. After each note, he paused to reflect. He thought quickly, but every time he solved one problem, more arose. The speech continued, so he had no choice but to put the new questions aside. This continued until the end of the speech. When Vladimir delivered his final cry on stage, the audience erupted in prolonged applause, especially the tall man, who stood up and raised his hands above his head in applause. After the rally ended and the reluctant crowd dispersed, the tall man approached Vladimir. They had come together. "Carl, call me Clark, sir," the tall man said modestly. "That's my name now, and it will be forever." "Very well, Clark." Vladimir looked at the tall, dark-haired man, a being brought into this world by his wish. Over the past few days, Vladimir had formed a basic sense of this man's qualities: justice, selflessness, humility, and warmth. He was truly the goddess's greatest gift. "I noticed you were taking notes during your speech just now," Vladimir said. "If you have any thoughts, we can discuss them together." "I do have a question," Clark said, flipping open his notebook with a serious expression. "If what you're saying is true, does revolution necessarily require bloodshed? Isn't there a better way that would satisfy everyone?" "No," Vladimir shook his head firmly. "At least, given the current state of human society, that's not possible." Clark's eyes dimmed. He had a fantasy of making everyone happy, but it was destined to be impossible, at least not yet. "Okay, Clark, stop worrying about it." Vladimir raised his hand and patted Clark on the shoulder. "You don't need to think too much. Your most important task right now is to study, think, and observe the world." That's all," Clark asked, puzzled. "But you know I can do so much more." "There's a war going on, Clark. I have no doubt about your abilities." Vladimir shook his head. "When I saw you effortlessly lift a car and carry it high into the sky, I knew how powerful you are, but just because you have such powerful abilities doesn't mean you have to join the war. There's no justice in the wars now. If you join them, you won't even know who you're fighting for, and, Clark, you have a more important mission." Clark, who looks just like a human, possesses godlike abilities. A body of steel, super strength, extreme thermal vision, the ability to fly, all of this is beyond human reach. He is Superman. But it is precisely because of this that, upon learning this, Vladimir realized Clark's true meaning. "You weren't born for war. Clark, you represent a productivity that transcends time," Vladimir said. "I will never allow you to engage in war or politics. Current world productivity is far too low. Humanity is trapped in the tiny bottle of Earth. I believe you hold the key to leading humanity to shatter this tiny bottle. Go explore the world, Clark. See the humanity you will protect. Don't stay stuck with me." Vladimir possessed a vision and mindset that transcended time. He saw at a glance the transformation Superman would bring to this era. Allowing such a person to become a weapon or a politician would be the greatest betrayal of Superman. This, Clark tried to refuse, but Vladimir waved him off and began his return journey. "The fruits of the revolution haven't yet matured. I believe it will take at least several years," Vladimir said. "Take this time to learn about the world. Don't worry about revolution. Even relying solely on our own strength, we will surely succeed in building a powerful nation." He gradually walked away. Clark stood on the street with a notebook in his hand. He was a little confused now. The person who summoned him just now gave him freedom, allowing him to learn and understand on his own. He also showed absolute confidence, believing that Clark would still come back to him after understanding everything. "I will follow your advice." Clark closed the notebook and put it back into his chest pocket. "Go and take a good look at the world with your own eyes." "Where should we go first?" Clark took out a newspaper containing intelligence from the Eastern Front. On the Austro-Hungarian and Russian fronts, a kind of soldier appeared that was far beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Their appearance was no longer human, but a combination of animals and humans. They had the physique of animals and the wisdom of humans, and their physical strength was so strong that even bullets could not penetrate them. The newspaper published a terrifying appearance of those soldiers on the battlefield. The strength of a bear, the speed of a leopard, the eyes of an eagle. Clark thought, let's go there first and take a look. It's not necessary to get involved, just take a look. The Western Front, Belgium. The fighting in the Liege fortress came to a brief stagnation. The battle of supernatural powers was over, and next was the battle of humans. When Black Adam takes action again, the situation will not be so simple, Bruce said. He doesn't want to face a 2-to-1 situation. He will either find help or sow discord. The only helper he can find now is Solomon Grundy, who has descended to Italy. He is the spokesperson for the Ashes of Decay and has the ability to fight against the green of all things. The so-called Ashes of Decay, the green of all things, the red of all life, the black of decay, and other terms are all elemental forces in the universe. These forces all have a place in the universe, and as their agents on Earth, their power is beyond the imagination of mortals. Bruce now knows that none of these adventures summoned to Earth are easy to deal with. We have to be prepared now, Bruce said, otherwise, there is no guarantee of victory against any of them, even against the pig-faced professor. He must go all out. Diana no longer blindly refutes Bruce's suggestions, but will listen carefully first and then refute them. We don't have time to prepare, she said. Every second we delay now, one more person will die. Don't take all the responsibility on yourself. Bruce shook his head. I suggest you talk to Katoom more. After witnessing his ways and moral principles, you'll feel like a saint. Say goodbye to mental exhaustion. Diana glanced at Katoom curiously. Owl was feeding little Holly rocks. Every time he tossed a rock high into the air, little Holly transformed into a red comet and snatched the rock up at breakneck speed. He swallowed it whole, chewing it with a crunching sound. Let's deal with the Sea Queen first, Bruce said. After all, she's still human. The only real threat is the trident of Poseidon, a weapon bestowed by the gods, symbolized royal authority and commanded the 7 seas. It was so strong it could pierce a god's skin and possessed unimaginable magical power. It could create energy fields and shields and control the weather. Tides, tornadoes, storms, lightning, all of these could be considered weather. To counter a god's weapon, you can only use another god's weapon. Bruce waved his hand, and the supreme wand appeared in his hand. He then lifted the transformation spell on the supreme wand, and the wand turned back into the handle of Thor's hammer. Only the handle. What kind of weapon is this? Diana was finally enlightened. You use this thing to fight. Hogwarts is suspected of abusing students. If you want students to fight, at least give them a sword. This was originally a hammer, but the hammerhead is broken, and I don't have the ability to reshape it, Bruce said, but it's different here. This world with gods can make this Thor's hammer reborn. If Thor's hammer can be reborn, then it will have a chance of winning against a trident of Poseidon. Be careful when the fight really starts, Katoom interrupted. I've reserved that trident of Poseidon. The battle hasn't started yet, but the division of the spoils has already begun. Diana still couldn't accept it. How could the owl representing Athena be so greedy? Could it be that pets are like their owners, and is Athena's nature like this? She thought about it, and then asked her question, how do you want to repair this hammer? You can't go to Ares again, right? Looking at him, he doesn't seem to have the skill. Hearing Diana's question, Bruce whispered a name, Hephaestus. Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship and fire in Greek mythology, has a sword of fire forged by him in Diana's classic suit. It can cut objects at the subatomic level. Bruce persuaded Diana to join his plan. Your previous sword of killing gods has turned to ashes, and now you need a new weapon. Although she no longer has the god-slaying sword, Diana still has the lasso of truth. But when wielding the lasso, Diana's fighting style will unconsciously change to whipping and binding. It feels a bit strange, at least Bruce has no hobby in that area. Diana felt that Bruce's plan was unreliable no matter how she listened to it. You want to find the god of fire? She asked in surprise, but the god of fire, as a god, has disappeared from the world, and we can't find any trace of him at all. It was Katoom who answered her question. You can find it, the owl said. The old gods have indeed disappeared from the world, but they have not really lost contact. The place where they live is called the God's Realm, and the entrance is on the earth. I dealt with them hundreds of thousands of years ago. Although I have never really entered the God's Realm, I still know the location of the entrance. Of course, the entrance to the divine realm is restricted, forbidding ordinary humans from entering. But Bruce and his companions are no ordinary mortals. With little Harley's speed, traversing the barriers between dimensions isn't a big deal. Compared to the other old gods, Hephaestus is much easier to talk to, Bruce explained. Besides, you're his sister. If you're being bullied by another brother and ask him for help, would he refuse? Speaking of the Greek god of fire, he's quite like Quasimodo, the bell ringer in the Hunchback of Notre Dame, ugly in appearance, but kind-hearted. He's the most humane of the gods. In the DCEU's abandoned setting, he takes in all the boys born on Themyscira. Of course, the DCEU god of fire didn't do these things, but his kind heart remains unchanged. Diana, when you see the god of fire, try to act as pitiful as possible, Bruce advised. It won't diminish your honor as a warrior, because he's your brother, your family. Diana suddenly realized a problem. Does Bruce really want to use his identity as the sister of the gods to the extreme? She herself couldn't tell how many brothers and sisters she had. Don't you think this approach is a bit wrong? Bruce suddenly smiled. It's like this when you ask for money. As a sister, you just need to appear in front of them, pitiful and helpless, and you have nowhere to go. But as the one who speaks up, I have to consider a lot. Diana, those things that you are not convenient to say, I will help you say them, and those things that you are not convenient to do, I will help you do them. The so-called best partner, that's all. Best partner? This was the first time Diana heard this word. But she had to admit that Bruce did think of a lot of tricks to help her take back those wishes. Okay, best partner, Diana no longer objected. She sighed and asked, then how are we going to find the god of fire next? It can be relied on. Bruce pointed his finger at Harley, who was happily eating stones. It will take us to find the god of fire, reforge Thor's hammer, and make a better weapon for you. Not only that. Katoom, who had been listening silently, thought. The forging skills of the god of craftsmen must also be learned. Chapter 181 The Arms Dealer of Olympus. Bruce and Diana were engulfed in red lightning and appeared in a completely unfamiliar place. Before them was a city standing on top of a mountain, with clouds shrouding the mountains, like a paradise beyond the mortal world. The city of Olympus, the temple where the gods reside. Harley burped and exhaled a breath of dragon's breath. After completing the delivery mission, its eyes began to blur, and it felt sleepy, and in the blink of an eye, it fell asleep in Diana's palm. It seems that this kind of mission is still too much for it. Katoom took Harley back from Diana's hands and stuffed it into the small leather bag on his chest. Let it have a good sleep, using the speed force to wrap the two people and the bird, and taking them through the barrier of time and space, was a bit hard for this palm-sized dragon. Diana was looking at the scenery of the Temple of Olympus in the distance, and she was a little dazed. This is the realm of the gods, she murmured, where Zeus resides. Diana still hesitated to address Zeus as father. The legends she'd heard from her mother had left her with a veiled view of the gods. She hadn't yet come to terms with her demigod status, and still felt that all gods, except Ares, were superior. Bruce was skeptical. The old gods were ultimately just more powerful humans. Judging by Ares's behavior, they too had emotions and desires, and were incapable of transcending all things. Alright, Diana, we need to find Vulcan, Bruce warned. We need to try not to draw attention to ourselves here. According to Amazon legend, Zeus had died countless eons ago. Bruce remained skeptical. He'd seen enough resurrection from the dead to be surprised if Zeus suddenly reappeared. But regardless, Zeus wasn't currently in Olympus. Leading the gods was Zeus's wife, Hera. This presented a complication. Katoom had said that in Hera's eyes, Diana's mother, Hippolyta, was the equivalent of Zeus's mistress. Now that the mistress's daughter had come to her, if she knew, it would be a very bad thing. This incident was also mentioned in Injustice. Let's keep a low profile and just find the god of fire. Bruce surveyed the divine realm, searching for the god of fire. It wasn't a difficult task. The god of fire had built his forge within a volcano, where flames shot up into the sky and the sound of hammers hammered incessantly, making it conspicuous in the Olympian realm. Soon, he spotted a volcano spewing magma, its flames tinting the sky red. As Bruce and Diana approached the volcano, the stench of sulfur pierced their noses, causing them to cough. The temperature was unbearable, so Bruce cast a spell to create a cloud of cooling air, providing some relief. But before that, Diana had already shed her human clothes and returned to her Amazonian attire. This outfit is still more comfortable, Diana said. Bruce, are you alright? Do you want me to get you one too? Despite the air conditioning, the constant heat wave still made Bruce's forehead sweat. He was wearing a British-style uniform that covered him tightly, which was why Diana asked this question. Bruce naturally refused. What a joke. All Amazon armor is female style, with breastplates, miniskirts, and thigh-high boots. Diana looks good in it, but what does it mean for him? Elsewhere, Katoom opened his mouth, urging them on. Alright, whatever you wear, just get in. He hated the heat. While it didn't hurt him much, It made him feel like he was about to overheat. Let's get this done and go. At the foot of the volcano, there was a huge cave, striking and completely unconcealed. As they went deeper into the cave, the temperature rose as they went deeper. Diana was fine. She was a demigod, able to adapt to extreme environments. Bruce, however, was still, after all, just an ordinary human, and could only constantly release cold air to make himself feel better. Actually, just put on the helmet suit, Katoom reminded him. Your human physique will eventually reach its limits. Wait until I really can't bear it anymore. Bruce shook his head. He didn't want to rely on the helmet suit forever, and he believed this kind of intense heat would temper his will. Seeing this, Katoom said nothing more. There are always some people in this world who love to suffer, and they can't be persuaded to change. Bruce didn't know how long he had walked in the mountain tunnel. He only knew that after a long, pitch-black journey, a red light began to appear before his eyes. That was the end of the tunnel, and beyond it, they arrived at the God of Fire's workshop. The sound of metal clanging echoed in their ears, resonating continuously, the sound of hammers hammering. Bruce and his companions finally emerged from the tunnel, and before them lay a crimson world. Within the hollowed-out mountain, a massive furnace was working. Standing before this furnace, a human figure looked like a mayfly looking up at the sky. In the center of the furnace stood countless molten iron ladle trucks. Their wind turbines spun, drawing scorching lava from the molten pool, separating it in pipes and pouring it into the furnace. The lava splashed, sometimes dripping onto the ground, instantly sending up white smoke and a hissing sound. A massive figure, with its back to them, gripped a hammer and hammered relentlessly. Thump, thump, thump. Each blow echoed throughout the volcano. The sounds, one after another, sounded like a rhythmic melody. Bruce recognized this figure as the god of fire they were seeking, Hephaestus. He was a majestic deity, but his appearance was so unique, his handsomeness barely noticeable and his ugliness too pronounced, that even a glance from behind revealed his identity. As Bruce and Diana approached, the god of fire suddenly stopped hammering at the iron felt. He turned around, and the side of his face frightened Diana. It resembled something out of a Tolkien orc. Diana, he suddenly asked. Are you Diana from Paradise Island? Wonder Woman didn't need to introduce herself, the fire god recognized her. You know me, Diana exclaimed in surprise. Don't be so surprised. I should be surprised. Fire god was a calm man, his expression showing no emotion. He casually set his hammer aside and went to the other end of the workbench, retrieving several iron cups. He then picked up a teapot and poured out the liquid, which resembled molten lava in a molten pool, emitting a red glow. I've seen you before, but as a child. Fire God held the cups in front of Diana and Bruce, who immediately looked puzzled. To Fire God, they were probably cup-sized, but for a human, they were the size of 2 buckets. I never thought you'd come here, and come to see me. Fire God took his own cup and drank it all in one gulp. And I never thought you'd be in love, the Fire God said. Diana, you're only 5,000 years old, how could you be in love so young? Diana felt a little awkward at the Fire God's words. She wanted to explain that Bruce and she weren't in that relationship. But the Fire God stopped her. Or rather, he hadn't been saying this for Diana in the first place. I'll take you to meet your sister-in-law when I have time, he said. Let her screen you. You're still too young to be deceived by men. That was the point of the Fire God's words. He was the ugliest god in the entire divine realm, yet he married the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. Despite his reserved nature, he never forgot to brag about it. Diana was speechless, and could only stammer, okay, thank you, brother. The word brother clearly pleased the Fire God immensely. Okay, let's get down to business, Fire God said, leaning against his workbench. Why did you come to me? All I can think of is forging weapons and armor. Beyond that, I'm pretty useless. He wasn't shy at all, which made Diana a little embarrassed to speak. Don't be so embarrassed, Fire God said with a wave of his hand. Forging is my job, and it's also my hobby. You're my sister, and since I'm meeting you for the first time, I should give you a gift. He glanced at Bruce and Diana. Both were empty-handed, Diana more obviously, carrying a shield but no corresponding weapon. Fire God immediately understood. No weapons, huh? He said. Then I'll take you to my warehouse. Take anything you like. With that, Fire God stood up from his workbench and waved, motioning Diana and Bruce to come with him. The interior of the volcano had indeed been hollowed out, but it hadn't been completely transformed into a workshop. Fire God led them through the internal passages, and soon they arrived at an iron door. The iron door was incredibly thick and heavy, but with a simple push, Vulcan slid it completely open. Inside, a dazzling array of treasures immediately appeared before Bruce and the others. Then, Vulcan casually picked up something Bruce hadn't expected. A heavy machine gun on wheels, resembling the Maxim weapon so popular in Germany during World War I. How about this? He said. I copied a human weapon and modified it. It's called the Vulcan Water-Cooled Heavy Machine Gun Type 2. Made of divine gold, a single volley of bullets can penetrate an asteroid. Oh, this, Bruce was stunned. He had never imagined Vulcan would recommend such a thing. But upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Vulcan forged practically all the gods' weapons. In other words, he was Olympus's arms supplier. Keeping up with the times is a natural thing. Not satisfied, Vulcan saw Bruce's expression and scratched his sparsely haired head. Why wouldn't you be satisfied? Isn't this what you humans love most lately? He muttered, putting down the Vulcan water-cooled heavy machine gun Type 2 and pulling out something else. A grenade. Vulcan grenades, throwing weapons, can easily destroy a city, he said. I'll give you 24, more than enough to deal with any enemy. No, Bruce realized, and quickly declined. Mr. Hephaestus, that's not the kind of weapon we want. Just kidding, he wanted weapons to eliminate bad guys and protect civilians. With this grenade, everyone was equal. Diana nodded in agreement. Honestly, she had no idea what Vulcan had just pulled out, or how to use it. We want swords, Diana said. Swords that can pierce any armor or shield. Oh, Vulcan suddenly understood. So you're old-fashioned? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Then follow me. Hephaestus finally put away his arms salesman look and led Bruce and the others to the other side of the warehouse. The items placed there were traditional cold weapons, swords, spears, halberds, armor, and shields. Diana finally understood. If you want a sword, I recommend this one. The god of fire twisted a sword between two fingers and handed it to Diana. This is a weapon I once forged for Ares, but before I could give it to him, he was exiled from the divine realm, the god of fire said. I put a lot of effort into crafting this sword, but it's thousands of years old, and the style is a bit outdated. If you want it, I can reforge it for you. Ares' weapon? Diana grasped the sword in her hand, feeling a distinct heaviness. The blade was chilling, revealing an endless killing intent. It was a murderous weapon. But it was also a supreme divine weapon. This is quite nice, Diana said hesitantly. But you're right, brother. This style isn't quite right for me. Then let's just reforge it. It'll be quick. Vulcan took the sword back, preparing to recast it in Diana's style. Then, a thought struck him. Do you only need the sword? I can strengthen your armor and shield. Diana's current gear was forged using Amazonian craftsmanship. It wasn't bad, but still a bit lacking compared to Vulcan's. That's not. Diana, feeling a bit overly cumbersome, was about to refuse, but Bruce interrupted. Thank you, no big deal, Vulcan said. A suit of armor and a shield wouldn't take much effort. Since he'd already decided to give his sister a gift, he might as well get everything done. Vulcan envisioned forging Diana a set of golden armor, allowing her to face more crises. What about you? Vulcan asked Bruce. Diana's boyfriend, what do you want? The same specifications as Diana. Well, Bruce thought for a moment, then said, Mr. Hephaestus, I don't actually need you to forge me a new weapon. I already have a weapon, it's damaged, and I'd like you to repair it. No problem. What weapon? Just bring it out, Vulcan was confident. As the god of craftsmanship, there was nothing in the world he couldn't repair. But when Bruce pulled the fragments of Thor's hammer from Katoom's feathers, Vulcan's expression changed immediately. His entire massive body instantly pounced in front of Bruce, crawling on his hands and knees to pick up the fragments, his expression a mixture of surprise and delight. Completely different craftsmanship, he murmured. I can sense that this forging technique is extraordinary. I've never seen it before. Interesting, Vulcan's expression was now fascinated. He was completely immersed in studying Thor's hammer. As the god of craftsmanship, Hephaestus had seen countless forging methods in the mortal world, even across the entire universe. He constantly studied and refined his skills, to the point where he could now effortlessly craft a starship. However, the forging techniques used for Thor's hammer truly astonished him. This technique was unprecedented. It was a brand new knowledge, and if he could master it, his forging skills would surely reach new heights. "What's your name?" Only then did Vulcan take Bruce seriously for the first time. He no longer saw him as Diana's boyfriend, but as an independent man. "Bruce, my name is Bruce Wayne," Bruce introduced himself, and Vulcan felt a flicker of doubt. "I think I've heard that name before." "Never mind," he quickly got to the point. "Little Bruce, can you sell me these fragments? I'll trade you my entire warehouse." Everything in the warehouse was forged by Vulcan. If he could forge it once, he could forge it countless times. There was nothing to regret. But Thor's hammer was different. It was brand new knowledge, a priceless treasure. Bruce shook his head. Although he was tempted by the offer, he refused. "I'm sorry, Mr. Vulcan, this weapon is too important to me to just sell it to you," he said. "I only hope you can fix it. I won't consider any other suggestions. If you insist on buying it, I'll have to find someone else." Although Vulcan's craftsmanship was considered top tier in the entire solar system, Bruce believed he could always find someone else. At this moment, Vulcan became anxious. "Find someone else? No, I'm Diana's brother. If I force you away, I'll be embarrassed to see her again," he thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and made a decision. "Forget it, if you don't want to sell it, then don't. I'll fix it for you, but on one condition. You have to keep this hammer with me for a few days so I can study it." "1 day at most," Bruce said. "I need this weapon to defeat the enemy." 3 days, Vulcan bargained, but Bruce refused to budge, insisting on only 1 day. Finally, Vulcan gritted his teeth and said, "Well, repairs take time anyway. Why don't you just give me 3 days? In exchange, I'll let you take 2 items from my vault." "Anything," Bruce confirmed. "Whatever I want." "Yes," Vulcan nodded. "That way, we'll both be satisfied." "Fine, then." Bruce could tell that Vulcan would persist even if he disagreed. He had no time to waste, so he agreed. With his nod, Vulcan was ecstatic. But when Bruce handed all the fragments to him, his expression turned deeply sad. "Alice," he mused, "I'm over 1,000,000 years old, and I've crafted countless weapons. How can I have just this one?" "Alice, Mr. Vulcan," Bruce suddenly asked, "I'm not doubting you, I just want to broaden my horizons. How do you plan to repair this weapon?" Vulcan, overcome by sadness, returned to reality. "Oh, I understand what you mean," he said. "This hammer is indeed extraordinary. Its core was once a dying neutron star. Now that it has been shattered, all its original divine power has dissipated, and it is like a dead object, but it doesn't matter. I can just replace it with a better core." "Change the core?" Bruce asked in confusion. "What core are you planning to replace it with?" The god of fire took the fragments, observed them, and said, "There are traces of the power of thunder on these fragments. I guess this weapon was once used to control thunder. In that case, I'll place another weapon wielding the power of thunder within it as its core. It's far more suitable than a neutron star." "Another weapon wielding the power of thunder?" Bruce suddenly thought. Hesitantly, he asked, "Are you referring to?" "Yes," Vulcan nodded. "The thunderbolt my father, Zeus, once wielded." "Impossible." Bruce's first reaction was that Vulcan was boasting. "That's unlikely, isn't it?" Bruce asked. "After Zeus's passing, the thunderbolt, as a relic of the god king, must have held special significance, right? How could he possibly use it to repair a weapon for an outsider?" "My father's thunderbolt is indeed no longer in my possession," Vulcan said. "But what does it matter? After all, the thunderbolt was also forged by the Cyclops, and I've mastered the Cyclops forging techniques." The implication was self-evident. With his current abilities, he could easily forge another thunderbolt. Bruce was completely stunned by Vulcan's confidence. He said he would forge the God King's weapon, and from his tone, it was clear this wasn't a difficult task for him. Since that's the case, Bruce had no more objections. "Then I'll leave it to you." "No problem, we've reached an agreement." The god of fire held the fragments as if they were rare treasures. Unprecedented alloys, unprecedented craftsmanship, this deal was actually a win for the god of fire. "Please feel free to browse the warehouse and take whatever you see. It's okay if you take more than you need. I'll keep you for another day anyway." The god of fire, impatient, left these final words before taking the fragments to the forge, leaving Bruce and Diana alone. Bruce, now extremely curious, asked Katoom, "What will be created by combining Thor's hammer with Thunderbolt?" "I don't know." Katoom clenched his wings into fists. "But that's not what we're concerned about right now." The focus now was on the God of Fire's arsenal. Chapter 182 Wonder Woman's Daughter. Vulcan excitedly went about his business. Bruce had no doubts about him. As a recognized honest man in the divine realm, he wouldn't turn his back on someone. Besides, even if Vulcan wanted to keep his fragments, a single spell of the flying spell would have retrieved them all. What do we do now? Diana asked. Just wait. Wonder Woman had many virtues, but patience wasn't one of them. She always believed in swift resolutions, eager to end the war in a single day. There's nothing we can do now but wait, Bruce said calmly. You have to give Vulcan some time. We can explore the divine realm later, as long as they didn't run into Hera. Diana's home was Olympus. Before that, I'll see what's in the warehouse. If he came across anything good, Bruce would reluctantly accept it. He could only take 2 items, not many, and he needed to consider it carefully. All right then, Diana was reluctant to waste her time, but she also knew that such matters couldn't be rushed. All he could do was follow Bruce to see Vulcan's collection, accumulated over millions of years. Vulcan's warehouse wasn't a museum, after all. The artifacts on display were all crafted by Vulcan himself, and many were replicas. The originals were in the hands of their owners. Bruce saw many legendary pieces of equipment: Hercules' bow and arrows, Achilles' armor, Athena's invisibility cloak, Hermes' winged boots. Any single item would be enough to drive madness in the mortal realm. But Bruce wasn't interested. After all, while these weapons were powerful and the armor sturdy, they weren't suited to him. Batboy, after all, didn't like relying on external things. Just like superpowers, he wouldn't accept them unless they were acquired through self-study. The Hellbolt armor, Thor's hammer, and so on were just stopgap measures for his current lack of strength. Bruce took a cursory look at the items, which amazed him but didn't truly capture his imagination. That was until he saw lasso. A black lasso. Its sudden appearance stunned Diana. This thing, she muttered. Why does it look so much like her lasso of truth? Katoom, standing nearby, was also stunned. The 3 lassos of fate, Owl exclaimed in surprise. How did they appear here? He hadn't expected such a thing to exist in the DCEU. The concept of the 3 lassos of fate originated in the main universe. It originated from Wonder Woman's main publication, but the owner wasn't her, but someone else. Wonder Woman's daughter, Elizabeth Marston Prince, codenamed Trinity, the Amazon Crown, and leader of the Justice League. Her nickname was Liz. By then, many years later, the other 2 members of the Justice League had been replaced by Superman's son, Joe, and Batman's son, Damian. Liz, their youngest sister and true leader, had a father unknown, and Diana never revealed hers. The 3 lassos of fate were Liz's weapons. The first, golden, was the lasso of truth, inherited from her mother. The second, white, was the lasso of lies, wielded by Wonder Woman's rival. The third, black, was a secret lasso from an unknown source. Katoom hadn't expected to find this secret lasso among Vulcan's collection. What is this? Bruce asked Katoom. Is it the same as Diana's lasso of truth? I only know it's called the secret lasso, but I'm not sure what it does, Katoom said. If you're interested, you can ask Vulcan for it. Bruce was at a loss for words. Why would he want it? Diana had a lasso, and he had one too. Would they tie each other up for fun? Don't think so, Bruce, Katoom said. The lasso of fate has powers for more than just binding. Diana herself had mastered the lasso of truth to great effect. For context, in Wonder Woman 1984, when Diana first mastered flight, she often used it to bind clouds or lightning, swinging them across the sky. Indeed, the lasso of fate can bind not only physical objects but also abstract objects like clouds and lightning. If you think the lasso of secrets doesn't suit your style, you can tie a grappling hook to the front, said the owl. The grappling hook and Batman's style are very consistent. Alright, stop talking. Bruce could see that Katoom was very interested in the lasso of secrets. Something that even this guy was curious about was worth taking. Then I'll take this thing first, Bruce said, plucking the lasso of secrets from the wall. The lasso touched him with an icy chill, and Bruce felt as if his secrets were being seen. All of his secrets. Hiss, Batboy hated the feeling, but he didn't let go. Instead, he tried his best to resist the prying eyes. Fortunately, the lasso of secrets was now without an owner, and the prying power was not strong. The chilling feeling quickly passed like a breeze. Bruce, are you okay? Diana asked concernedly from the side. I'm an orphan, Bruce suddenly shouted without thinking. This startled Diana. She grabbed Bruce's shoulders and asked gravely, "What's wrong, Bruce?" What happened? Bruce had recovered by then. He looked at the lasso in his hand, puzzled. Logically, since it was called the lasso of secrets, whoever caught it must reveal their deepest secrets. But what he had just shouted wasn't a secret. Everyone knew he was an orphan. "It's nothing, Diana." Bruce tucked the lasso of secrets around his waist. "It might be the effect of this lasso, but I'm not sure what it is." Diana nodded. "I feel the same way. It's a lot like the lasso of truth. Those bound by it can only tell the truth, but this lasso might force them to reveal their sad past." Then, she hugged Bruce. "It's okay. It's all in the past. We have to move on." Bruce felt it couldn't be that simple, but he didn't argue with Diana. Being held by her felt good. There was no need to spoil the mood. After a moment, Diana let Bruce go. "Let's move on to something else," she said. "You can still get a second item, right?" Indeed, Bruce had already schemed through Vulcan's collection. Those ancient artifacts didn't hold much interest for him. Thinking this, he continued walking forward, and soon, around a corner, he came to Vulcan's modern collection. The so-called modern section consisted of Vulcan artifacts imitating human technology. "While I know these things are powerful, they just feel a bit dated," Bruce couldn't help but comment. Cold weapons and hot weapons, while representing two different eras, gave Bruce a completely different impression. Vulcan's cold weapons had reached the pinnacle of forging, with a variety of designs and aesthetically pleasing designs. But the hot weapons, on the other hand, were designed to resemble those from World War I. Take, for example, the Vulcan Type II water-cooled heavy machine gun, the Vulcan grenades, and various other firearms. These designs were very old-fashioned, and just from the looks of it, there was significant room for improvement. Bruce found it difficult to connect these objects with the planet-destroying weapons Vulcan had mentioned. After walking a short distance, Bruce saw a car covered in a black wrap. The make and model of the car were unclear, but its size was remarkable. Curious, Bruce lifted the wrap. What appeared before him stunned him. It was a black sports car. Its lines were sleek and sharp, like a bat poised for flight, projecting unparalleled speed and power. At the front, two sharp headlights gleamed like the eyes of a hunter, while large air intakes, like fangs, radiated an air of dominance. The car's deep black paint job, accented by metallic armor plating, gave it a sturdy, technologically advanced look. This, Bruce's heart was instantly captivated by the car. Wasn't this the Batmobile of his dreams? At that moment, even Diana, standing beside him, seemed less captivated. Batboy's undivided attention was completely riveted. "Wow, this car is still here," Katoom suddenly said. "It's hundreds of thousands of years old, and the Vulcan still keeps it, and it seems to have been improved a lot." Bruce didn't say anything. He knew what the second thing he wanted was. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Let Your Woman Speak Out. Bruce stroked the Batmobile as if caressing a beloved lover. "Perfect," he exclaimed, feeling his life had reached its fullness in that moment. There wasn't much to say about the Batmobile's origins. It was commissioned by Batman hundreds of thousands of years ago. After Batman returned to the modern era, the Batmobile remained in the hands of Vulcan. And so this fateful encounter unfolded. From the outset, Vulcan had built a Batmobile to the standards of a divine vehicle, boasting features like indestructibility, remote summoning, space warping, and interstellar travel. But at the moment, Katoom wasn't particularly interested in these features. What if I added a traceless extension spell to the Batmobile, he thought. Would that make it a spaceship? Then, let Harley merge into the Batmobile, granting it super speed. Katoom suddenly realized that the problem of human travel, which had always eluded him, was now solved. Forged from divine gold, the Batmobile could withstand the pressures of the universe, making it a perfect vehicle for the heavens. Furthermore, the Batmobile even has a Batbike inside, which can be launched when needed. Batboy will be ecstatic. I wonder how Vulcan designed it, able to hide a motorcycle inside a sports car. Speaking of motorcycles, Katoom pulled the helmet armor from his feathers. Why didn't I think of this before? Owl thought. I can use a transfiguration spell to transform the suit into a flying metal bat. Then Bruce would wave his hand, shout transfiguration, and bats would materialize and land on him, completing the helmet armor. While the speed wouldn't be much different from putting it on directly, it would look pretty cool. With the idea in mind, the plan was basically done. One day, when Batboy needed the suit, he could surprise him. Bruce and Diana lived under the volcano for a few days. At first, the heat was a constant threat to Bruce, and he had to periodically summon a cooling airflow to otherwise he couldn't withstand the extreme conditions. But after a day, he no longer needed to bother. It wasn't that he had adapted to the pain. It was that Vulcan had helped him rub an air conditioner. This item, invented in 1902, is nothing new. 3 days later, Vulcan arrived before Bruce, bearing the reforged Thor's hammer, as promised. "Are you sure you're only going to pick these two? I'd rather you take more," Hephaestus said, looking at the lasso of secrets and the Batmobile. Technically, it only counted as one item, since the Batmobile already belonged to Batman. "No, I'll just take these two," Bruce said, seemingly content. In reality, he was deeply conflicted. He debated whether to remind Vulcan to thoroughly examine his collection. Over the past 3 days, Bruce had witnessed Katoom flying around Vulcan's vault, picking up a piece and casting a duplication spell. One artifact instantly became two. The replicas were worthless, but their appearance was identical to the original, perfectly sufficient for Owl to use as a deceptive device. Bruce immediately apprehended Owl. "You can't do this," Bruce said. "This is Diana's brother's collection. You're no better than a thief. Do you think I want to do this?" Katoom pretended to tear up, looking pitiful. "I can hear the weapons' cries. They're in pain. They don't want to rot on the warehouse. They want to be back on the battlefield," Owl said bitterly. "I'm just taking them to a more suitable place, don't try." Bruce exposed Katoom's lies. Such a lowbrow excuse wouldn't fool him. "In short, you can't do this. Vulcan is a decent man. He's our friend, why not just turn him into an enemy?" Katoom muttered. "What did you say?" Bruce retorted. "Nothing," Katoom argued, but Bruce insisted. While these items were good, there was no need to resort to such means. Owl finally returned the items under Bruce's supervision. Even so, Batboy remained uneasy. After all, he couldn't keep an eye on Katoom all the time. Just in case, and he meant just in case, Katoom returned most of the collection, but kept the most crucial pieces. Bruce had no way of noticing. Back in the present, Vulcan handed Bruce the reforged Thor's hammer. It was still riddled with cracks, looking as if it could crumble again at any moment. But this was precisely Vulcan's design. The cracks in the center formed a bat. "I reforged each fragment, polishing it into a unique shape," Vulcan said. "Then I replaced the original core with thunder, connecting each fragment with lightning. They can be reassembled into any shape you desire, even a sword, a spear, or a thunder whip would be easy." "Thank you, Mr. Vulcan." Bruce took Thor's hammer and immediately felt it weigh as heavy as a mountain. It dropped to the ground, and then he couldn't lift it anymore. Bruce was at a loss for words. When Vulcan reforged Thor's hammer, hadn't he also reforged Odin's restrictions? Then how had he lifted it just now? Ha! The Vulcan suddenly gave a naive smile, then extended his hand, revealing 2 rings within his massive palm. "When I was replacing the core of this hammer, some metal scraps were left over, and I forged these 2 rings," the Vulcan said. "They have the same function. As long as you hold them, you can wield the hammer's power at will." He hadn't actually broken Odin's restrictions, but he had created a backdoor. Using a portion of Thor's hammer, he forged the rings, allowing the holder to circumvent Odin's maxims. The Vulcan spent 3 days studying Thor's hammer, gaining considerable insights. His greatest learnings were how to better utilize planets as forging materials, and he also learned a bit about the hammer mantra magic. "Bruce, thank you very much," the fire god said contentedly. "From now on, I can forge even better things. I should be the one thanking you." Bruce thought for a moment before gently reminding him. Fire god, I suggest you check your inventory carefully. Aren't you afraid something might be missing?" "No problem," the fire god seemed incredibly confident. "Do you think I have such a large collection without any precautions?" "No one can take anything away without my permission. What if someone does take it away?" Bruce asked. "Then I'll consider him impressive," the fire god said with a smile. "If someone can truly defeat my methods and remove the items from this volcano, then they've proven their skill and are worthy of keeping what they took away." That's what you said, Katoom suddenly spoke, though the fire god didn't understand his words. At this point, Bruce's reminder would seem rude. It all depended on whether Katoom would teach the young fire god a lesson, or if the thief of all heavens would finally be apprehended. "Little Boo, don't worry about me," Katoom whispered soothingly into Bruce's ear. "I shrunk it down and put it in Harley's stomach, then used the speed force to fly away. Vulcan wouldn't have noticed." "What did you take?" Bruce couldn't help but ask. "I'm a man of my word. I promised you I wouldn't take Vulcan's collection, and I didn't," Katoom said. "I only took a few forging materials and a forge, for example, the Amazon metal used to forge Wonder Woman's bracelet." Vulcan had always mentioned that most of his creations were made of divine metal. Divine metal, or god metal, has 10 different types in the multiverse. The 5 metals Barbatos had sent were 5 of these. Katoom had searched Vulcan's vault and had collected all 9 metals, from 1st to 9th. Only the 10th metal, X metal, was left. Bruce suddenly felt a little lost in Katoom's train of thought. The owl had indeed not stolen the collection. Just moved a furnace? "It's just such a small thing, why are you sneaking around?" Bruce said speechlessly. "Why don't I just ask Vulcan to study the Warhammer for another day and get it for you?" "No," Katoom flatly refused, "that's the feeling I want. If it's a trade, then I don't want it." Well, Bruce thought to himself, he might never understand Owl's twisted way of thinking. After saying goodbye to Vulcan, Bruce drove away in the Batmobile. It was just as Katoom said, with the help of Harley. Vulcan had no idea that he had a forge that was stolen right in front of him. Red lightning flashed, and in the blink of an eye, Bruce and the others were back to the human world. Diana sat in the passenger seat of the Batmobile. Vulcan replaced all her equipment with new ones, and even gave her a set of golden armor. The Batmobile sped across the sea, leaving a trail of white waves. "Let's go deal with the Sea Queen now," Diana said eagerly. "I can't wait to try out my new gear." "Don't worry," Bruce suddenly said, taking his hands off the steering wheel and the Batmobile shifting into automatic driving. "Let's analyze our opponent first." He pulled out his notepad, Batman's little notebook, which contained all his observations from the previous battle with the Sea Queen. "The Sea Queen is from Earth 11, a world where women dominate men," he said. "She relies on 2 things, Poseidon's trident and the Atlantean army." The Atlantean army was controlled by the trident. So the objective of this battle was clear. First, ignore everything else and eliminate the trident from the Sea Queen's hands. "I see," Diana nodded, understanding Bruce's strategy. "Destroy the enemy's weapons first, and everything will be easy later." Bruce didn't interrupt Diana's enthusiasm, simply hoping Wonder Woman truly understood and wouldn't forget everything once the fight started. Recovering from his thoughts, Bruce clicked a button on the Batmobile. Instantly, the Batmobile's appearance began to transform, its wheels retracting and its windows shielded. Then, the Batmobile transformed into a submarine, sinking into the depths of the ocean. The dashboard inside the vehicle continuously scanned the surrounding sea, and soon, an area with a large concentration of humanoid creatures appeared. "Got it," Bruce spun the steering wheel, and the Batmobile effortlessly steered through the water, speeding towards its target location. "Right," Wonder Woman suddenly realized something crucial. "Bruce, can you fight underwater? A human's physique shouldn't be able to breathe underwater." Diana, as a demigod, could hold her breath for extended periods, but Bruce probably couldn't. She still remembered Bruce's drowning moment. "Don't worry about me," Bruce said. "I have a suit that grants me the ability to fight underwater." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance up. The shimmering surface of the sea, in a trance, transformed into the face of the deep sea of the Black Robe world. He smiled brilliantly, revealing all 8 teeth, and gave a thumbs up. It was as if he was saying to Bruce, "Well, brother, my powers are working well, aren't they?" The Sea Queen, clutching the trident tightly, rested on her throne. This wasn't the royal palace of Atlantis, but a newly constructed war base. As she rested, a veil of silver veil swirled in, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman with long, silver white hair, reminiscent of an elven figure. The Sea Queen closed her eyes. "Mother," she almost cried out the name, but then realized this wasn't her world. The person before her wasn't her real mother. "Atlanta, you're here," the Sea Queen addressed the woman by name, making room on the throne. "Come, sit with me." Before the Sea Queen's arrival, Atlanta had been the queen of Atlantis. But before Poseidon's trident, she offered her throne without hesitation, not only because of the trident's power, but also because she felt a special fondness for this suddenly appearing sea queen. It was as if this person was her own daughter. Atlanta sat down with the sea queen, and the sea queen's hand naturally rested on her shoulder. As mentioned before, Earth 11 is a world of female heroes and female villains. There, the original male heroes will become women, and the female heroes will still be women. This has led to a very special situation. In the normal world, some people are lovers, such as Superman and Lois. But there's only Supergirl on Earth 11. She and Lois cannot be lovers, but can only be good friends. The culture of best friends was born from this. Now the Sea Queen is the same. She easily became the best of friends with her mother. Athel, are we going to continue fighting? Atlanta's expression was a little worried. Although she was willing to respect the Sea Queen Atlantis, as the king of Atlantis, she couldn't understand why they wanted to interfere in the war of mankind. Many warriors of the seven seas have already lost their lives. We must fight. I came to this world for this mission, the Sea Queen sighed. But seeing the warriors lose their lives pains me. Can't we stop? Atlanta gently stroked the Sea Queen's golden hair. Let's return to the deep sea. That's her home. We can't stop for now, the Sea Queen said. But there's a way. What's the way? Atlanta asked immediately. The Sea Queen's gaze grew firm. I came to this world because of a wish. If I can find a way to make a wish, and grant it, perhaps I can break free from this bondage and remain in this world forever. Her original world was shrouded in endless darkness. The Sea Queen had already died once, and a new life in this world would be something she would gladly accept. However, she still didn't know how to make a wish. Atlanta opened her mouth to say something, but at that moment, Poseidon's trident, towering before them, suddenly shone with layers of golden light. The Sea Queen's gaze suddenly grew cold. She grabbed the trident and stood up. The enemy is approaching, she said coldly. Atlanta, inform everyone to prepare for battle. As she finished speaking, a strange-looking black sports car approached at top speed, closing in from a tiny black dot in the distance. Atlanta gave the Sea Queen a deep look, then, lifting her silver veil, stepped out. She was to deliver the Queen's orders. The battleship passed through the Atlantean defenses and stopped in front of the Sea Queen. No water, Bruce noticed. The car door opened, and he and Diana stepped out. Bruce reached out and grasped the air before them. It was damp, but breathable. The Sea Queen looked at the two uninvited guests, her eyes darkening to the extreme. Who are you? Bruce began to speak, but she shook her head repeatedly. I'm not asking you, she pointed at Diana beside Bruce. Let your woman speak. In the Sea Queen's world, combat was a woman's job. Although she had already fought Black Adam since arriving in this world, she knew that men could also fight in this world. But the Sea Queen despised this phenomenon. Men, a vulnerable group, were to be protected and cherished. How could they be sent to war? Bruce was in the same boat now. Even if a boy of 13 or 14, in his prime, were brought before the Sea Queen, she wouldn't bring herself to kill him. He wasn't a participant in the war, but rather someone the Sea Queen considered her to protect. However, there was a hint of disdain in the Sea Queen's eyes as she looked at Wonder Woman. To have the heart to kill a boy so young? What a scumbag. But after a closer look, the Sea Queen realized that Bruce's looks were undoubtedly among the best among men. He was an absolute stunner. The Sea Queen's train of thought seemed a little strange to Bruce, but coincidentally, it resonated with Diana. As an Amazon warrior, having never seen a man since childhood, she didn't see anything wrong with the Sea Queen's words. I'm here to fight you, Diana said, sword and shield in hand, naturally stepping forward to block Bruce's path. I'm going to drive you out of this world, Amazon's honor. That's not up to you, the Sea Queen said coldly. Then, she turned to Bruce and said, find a place to hide first. I don't want you to be affected by the upcoming battle. The Sea Queen's thoughts remained unchanged. Men really needed to protect themselves when they were out and about. Chapter 184, Wonder Woman tied up. Bruce knew the Sea Queen's perspectives diverged from those of this world, and he prepared himself for it. But he hadn't anticipated the remarkable synergy that would ensue between her and Diana. Bruce became a complete spectator, completely unable to intervene in this battle between two women. Diana's fighting spirit was boiling. Wielding the sword of Vulcan and the Amazon shield, both upgraded by the god of craftsmanship, she faced the trident of Poseidon with unwavering strength. For the glory of Paradise Island, Diana roared, her boots stomping hard, cracking the floorboards. She soared into the air, sword raised high. and slashed at the Sea Queen. The Sea Queen swung her trident, and 3 tornadoes of seawater appeared beside her. Facing this dominant force manipulating the water, Diana's eyes were determined, and she slashed down with her sword. The sword of Vulcan traced a dazzling arc through the air, and wherever the blade passed, the air seemed to slice through with a sharp whistling sound. The Sea Queen gripped her golden halberd tightly in both hands, pulling the water with her as 3 tornadoes spun towards Diana. Just as the tornadoes were about to merge, Diana suddenly spun, changing her trajectory and avoiding the direct impact of the 3 water spouts. Using the force of her rotation, she intensified her sword's momentum, striking the Sea Queen again from an unexpected angle. The Sea Queen reacted quickly, swirling her trident. The surrounding water elements gathered, forming a wall of water to block the attack. But the sword of the god of fire, upgraded by the god of craftsmanship, was incredibly powerful. The tip of the sword touched the water, creating a splash, and the blade split the wall of water directly towards the Sea Queen. The Sea Queen's eyes focused, and she plunged her trident into the ground, sending powerful waves crashing in from all directions. Simultaneously, she used the wave's counter-thrust to quickly retreat, avoiding Diana's fatal blow. In this first encounter, Diana took the initiative. Determined to correct all her mistakes and relinquish those unjust wishes, she held back. The Sea Queen also recognized Diana's strength. "It seems you grow stronger with each battle," she said. "That's good. Such an opponent deserves my full strength." The battle continued. Their figures crossed in midair. After a clash of swords, they landed steadily on the ground. The Sea Queen swung her trident, and the seawater, like a dragon, swept towards Diana again. Diana raised her shield to block. The incoming water column split in 2 before her shield. Diana, sword in hand, advanced steadily, closing in on the Sea Queen. This unyielding fighting spirit troubled the Sea Queen. She began to change her tactics, enveloping herself in the seawater, transforming into a water giant, and striking down with her massive palm. But Diana swung her chain of truth, piercing the water giant's body and entangling the Sea Queen's feet. She pulled hard, but finding no way to free the Sea Queen, she immediately pulled herself in, entering the water giant's body and engaging the Sea Queen in close combat. Bruce and Katoom watched their fight, observing and commenting. "Diana's combat IQ is incredibly high," Owl suddenly exclaimed, earning Bruce's approval. Indeed, despite Diana's usual recklessness, in real combat, her improvisations allow her to quickly seize the initiative. This isn't about natural talent, but rather the result of 5,000 years of hard training, a qualitative transformation resulting from quantitative change. Now that the Sea Queen is in Diana's close quarters, the fight shouldn't last long. Sure enough, a moment later, the water giant's body suddenly collapsed, and 2 soaking female warriors tumbled out. Compared to Diana's effortless maneuvering, the Sea Queen now looked far more shaky. Even the hand gripping the trident was trembling. It wasn't fear, but Diana's immense strength. Every time the sword and trident clashed, Diana's immense force had impacted the Sea Queen. The fact that she could still hold the trident was a testament to her exceptional physique. The battle seemed poised to be decided. Suddenly, the Sea Queen took an unpredictable approach. In a flash, her body suddenly transformed into a splash of water, her true form vanishing. The next moment, the Sea Queen appeared beside Bruce. Then, right in front of Diana, she touched Bruce's face. "Bruce?" Batboy was completely confused by the Sea Queen's move, and then he heard Diana's roar. "Stay away from him, I don't want him." The Sea Queen smiled. "Your man feels good." With that, the barrier that had been blocking the surrounding water instantly collapsed. Overwhelming waves surged in from all directions, completely submerging the area in an instant. Diana's attention was now focused on Bruce and the Sea Queen. The sudden rush of water unsteadied her, and she lost her balance. She was forced to drift, and she saw herself about to be swept into the depths of the ocean. The Sea Queen grabbed Bruce by the back of his collar to prevent Batboy from being swept away. As for the unassuming Owl beside him, that was of no concern. "I don't really like to make a fuss about men," the Sea Queen's voice echoed in Bruce's ears, even speaking underwater. "But this woman is indeed quite formidable, so I had to resort to this last resort. Fortunately, my suspicions were correct. You are indeed her weak spot." Bruce was stunned. Even at this point, the Sea Queen could still maintain such a sanctimonious air. It was a shame he was underwater, unable to speak, or else he would have let her experience the art of language. The water pressure grew stronger, Bruce's breath, which he had been holding, was almost gone. His face began to turn purple, and the feeling of suffocation grew. "It looks like you're dying," the Sea Queen, hovering in the water, looked at Bruce with a half-smile. "Do you want me to give you mouth-to-mouth resuscitation?" Bruce wanted to say that, but the situation was beyond his control. The Sea Queen's face leaned in close. She was smug, as if she felt she was a master of seduction. In her world, besides being a queen of the seven seas, she occasionally came ashore to flirt with young men. The Sea Queen was also a seasoned womanizer. However, before the Sea Queen could truly achieve her goal, a sudden flash of golden light appeared from the depths of the ocean. As the light drew closer, a figure could be discerned. It was Diana. She had sheathed all her weapons, leaving her bare hands, her long hair dancing in the water. Her eyes were captivated by a radiant light, and a golden film seemed to surround her. She exuded a divine aura. The Sea Queen's pupils instantly constricted. She had never seen anything like it. Even the heroes of Earth 11 had never used such a power. Diana sprinted towards them, roaring, "Let him go!" Then, like a cannonball, she slammed into the Sea Queen. The Sea Queen's strength instantly weakened, and she released her grip on Bruce. Diana's grip lifted her, sending her careening out of the water, leaving Bruce stranded on the seafloor. Galulu, it was another drowning scene, but this time, Bruce didn't need to fight. He reached out and instantly summoned his Hellbat armor. The power of his good brother, the deep sea, allowed him to move freely within the water. But before he could complete his summons, a golden light appeared before him. Just like when he'd drowned on Paradise Island, Diana had come to his rescue. Bruce instinctively clung to Diana again. This time, Diana didn't pry his hands away. Instead, she lifted her head and carried him toward the surface, leaving the boundless depths of the ocean. In a princess-like embrace, Diana slowly descended to the surface, carrying Bruce. The bewildered Sea Queen lay nearby, panting heavily as she leaned on her trident. She gazed at Diana's appearance, still in disbelief. What kind of power could this be? She didn't need to think. Diana set Bruce down and rushed towards her again. Their battle wasn't over yet. It would continue until the outcome was decided. Bruce rose from the ground and shook his head to clear the water from his hair. Just then, Katoom descended from the sky. The owl had been swept away by the sea, nowhere to be found, but now it seemed he was completely unharmed. Not only that, he enveloped himself in a bubble underwater, and even after returning to shore, he didn't pop it. "Wow," Katoom suddenly exclaimed. Diana's really exploded. That move just now was something she only used after witnessing Steve's death. In the original Wonder Woman movie, Steve's plane exploded in the sky, and finally, the villain Ares' constant provocations, coupled with a wave of flashbacks, led Diana to unleash such power. Now, just because Bruce was about to be chopped by the Sea Queen, she used it? No, Bruce suddenly shook his head. "I don't sense a change in the Patroness. The bond hasn't formed yet." Diana didn't explode for him. Moreover, something seemed off about Diana. Her previous battle with the Sea Queen lacked her previous masterful fighting skills. Punches and kicks, powerful swings and blows, only primal fighting instinct remained. "It's not Diana's humanity or divinity that protects me, but her animality," Bruce said. He had figured it out. Diana had sunk to the bottom of the ocean, hanging by a thread, when she entered this Super Diana state. It was purely instinctive, and had nothing to do with Bruce. "You can't say that." Katoom flapped his wings within the bubble. "Even though she was unconscious, she was still thinking about saving you. That shows she instinctively considers you her property." This was a good start. It meant the strategy was at least 1/3 complete. "You're more optimistic," Bruce said. Diana now exuded a terrifying aura, like a lioness whose territory had been invaded, ready to rip her enemies apart. What the Sea Queen had intended to do to Bruce had deeply offended her. It had truly crossed a line. The Sea Queen's movements were completely disorganized. Her vaunted magic was completely useless against Super Diana. This was understandable. Even the power of the fully formed Ares couldn't harm Super Diana, let alone the power of Poseidon's trident. Swiftly, with a challenging high kick, Diana sent the trident flying from the Sea Queen's grasp. Good opportunity. Katoom suddenly transformed into a flash of lightning, flying towards the distant trident of Poseidon. Elsewhere, Diana grabbed the Sea Queen by the neck and, without giving her a chance to beg for mercy, punched her through the abdomen. "Hiss," Bruce gasped. The bloody scene was truly bloody. Diana breathed heavily like a beast and pulled her fist back, blood dripping from her wrist. She released her grip on the Sea Queen, and she immediately fell limp to the ground. Ho ho ho! The Sea Queen's pupils began to dilate, the life force draining from her body. Monster, she uttered, her pupils completely losing focus. Was she dead, or was she? Thump. Suddenly, a strong heartbeat echoed in the ears of Bruce and Diana. The Sea Queen's body trembled, and the gaping hole in her abdomen began to rapidly heal. Her once lifeless eyes regained their brightness. At the same moment, the previously calm sea suddenly shifted, waves crashing one after another, cascading into the distance. That direction, it's France, Katoom suddenly shouted. That's the direction of France. Everything happened so fast. The force of the tsunami instantly crashed into northern France, flooding Normandy and destroying every building there, causing an unprecedented disaster. Bruce suddenly understood. This is the price of the wish, he said. These adventures fight for a nation, so any damage they endure will be borne by that nation. The Sea Queen had just suffered a life-threatening injury, but she quickly recovered. It was because someone took the damage for her. What love train, Katoom cursed. Why don't I have that power? Isn't that the point? Bruce got the conversation back on track. Isn't the problem now that we can't kill the Adventers? Katoom was at a loss for words. Elsewhere, Super Diana lifted the reborn Sea Queen up, clenching her fist, ready to punch her again. If I didn't kill her once, I could just kill her again. Diana. Wait, Bruce tried to interrupt Diana, but Wonder Woman wouldn't listen. The Sea Queen was frantic. She saw that Diana had no scruples now. She would kill herself over and over again until France could no longer bear the cost of her death. Then, the Sea Queen would truly be dead. Save me, the Sea Queen didn't plead with Diana, but instead shouted to Bruce from a distance. You don't want an entire nation to die with me, do you? Stop her, she was on the verge of tears, repeatedly accusing Bruce. Can't you even convince your own woman? You're crying, making a scene, and threatening to hang yourself. There are innocent people behind me. Even if you don't save me, you have to save them. Bruce sighed. The Sea Queen was right. Diana's actions weren't her own will. If she was left alone, when she regained consciousness, she'd discover she'd done something irreparable and unforgivable. Wonder Woman might be on the verge of a breakdown. You have to understand, I'm not saving you, Bruce finally said, then swung the secret black lasso from his waist and bound Super Diana. Strangely enough, Diana, once incredibly powerful, suddenly collapsed like mud after her hands were bound, the overwhelming power that had dominated her body instantly fading. Super Diana mode was over. Diana's eyes were now closed, apparently in a peaceful sleep. Huh? Katoom suddenly asked in surprise. How did you know to tie Diana's hands? What hands? Bruce asked puzzled. I clearly tied her whole body. Oh. So that's fine, then. Katoom decided not to tell Bruce about the inappropriate content. The character of Wonder Woman once had a very ancient concept. She was indeed extremely powerful and blessed by the gods, but she had a fatal weakness. Once her hands were tied, she lost all her power and became vulnerable to anyone's attack. Of course, this concept had long been abandoned throughout the countless reboots of the DC universe. Logically, Diana no longer had this weakness. Now, Bruce had accidentally bound Diana's hands with a secret lasso, recreating this ancient concept. Could it be? Katoom suddenly had a hypothesis. Could this lasso be a relic from before the countless reboots of the DC universe, from the very beginning? That's why it could activate Wonder Woman's most ancient concept. Yes, the more Katoom thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Hadn't Bruce cried out that he was an orphan when he first received the lasso? The concept of being an orphan had been with Bruce from the very beginning. It was essentially his core concept. Wait, Katoom had a strange idea. If the secret lasso possessed this strange ability to restore ancient concepts, then using it to bind Superman would instantly result in the appearance of Superman Gold or Superman Silver? Let's talk about this later, Katoom thought. Putting aside the possibility, simply convincing Clark to participate in Bruce's bondage game was a significant challenge. Meanwhile, the Sea Queen had stumbled to her feet. Her wounds had healed, but her strength hadn't returned. Not to mention her trident, which had magically vanished after being kicked away by Diana. No one knew where it had gone. The Sea Queen's strength had diminished significantly, and even if she participated in the Advent War, she wouldn't stand a chance of winning. She glanced at Bruce and Diana, who had become docile after being tied up. It was hard to imagine what these two usually played. "I won't bother you. I'm leaving." The Sea Queen clutched her arm, wanting to leave this troubled place as quickly as possible. But Bruce stopped her. "You can't leave." Without even asking if she agreed, he plucked the lasso of truth from Diana's waist and tossed it into the air. This weapon, once Wonder Woman's, obeyed Bruce's command and bound the Sea Queen. The Sea Queen fell to the ground. "You hold some secrets that I'm very interested in," Bruce said. "When Diana wakes up, we'll figure out how to truly destroy you." He plopped down next to the two bound women. Bruce stared at the calm sea in the distance, his gaze fixed on the horizon as he waited quietly for Diana to wake. Chapter 185, Prince of the Amazon, Bruce Wayne. Bruce sat watching the tide, waiting for Diana to wake. The Sea Queen was tied up to the side. She had hoped to use sweet words to trick Bruce into untying her bonds, hoping to be soft-hearted. But before she could finish a sentence, she was suddenly struck on the head, knocking her unconscious. The attacker was, of course, Katoom. He held the ring in one wing and Thor's hammer in the other, scaled down to fit an owl. He struck the Sea Queen with a powerful blow. "Why did you hit her?" Bruce asked. He wasn't speaking for the Sea Queen, but simply worried. If he killed her again, the civilians would suffer in her place. "No big deal, I was being careful." Katoom tucked the hammer and ring into his feathers, then pulled out a golden trident. It was the Sea Queen's missing weapon, the trident of Poseidon. "How can I study this thing if I don't knock her out?" Katoom said, shrinking the trident until it was as tall as him. The owl held the trident between its wings, looking quite majestic. "Well, does it suit me?" Katoom waved the trident, pleased with it. Though he hadn't yet fully mastered its magical power, it could already pull the tides. This was the power possessed by Aquaman. Katoom, a true fan of Aquaman, emulated his idol in every way. "It suits you very well." Bruce was speechless. An owl flaunting its power in front of him seemed odd. "You don't mean what you say." The evil owl gripped the trident tightly between its wings and poked Bruce in the waist. "The next time you disobey my wishes, I'll pierce your eyes with it, whatever you say." After a while, Diana awoke from her coma. Her consciousness had returned, and she was no longer the barbaric person she had been before. With her hands bound, she seemed to have lost not only all her strength but also a much gentler disposition. "Bruce," she whispered, "will you help me untie it?" Bruce, of course, had no objection. He retracted the secret lasso. Diana stood up and rubbed her wrist. "This black lasso has a strange power," Diana said. "But it actually puts me at ease that it can stop me from going berserk." In her previous Super Diana mode, she'd been completely driven by instinct. Now that her mind had calmed down, she felt a pang of fear as she recalled how she'd even considered killing the Sea Queen 1,000 times. The Sea Queen's death would require that the nation she represented no one was willing to die in her place. It would be the true destruction of a nation. Bruce casually said, "Then if you go into this berserk state again, I'll tie you up again." "That's fine," Diana thought for a moment. "But sometimes I need this combat state, too." "It's hard to tell." "Let's set a signal," Bruce said. "Before you transform into Super Diana, if you say this signal, I won't tie you up." "That's great." Diana sincerely agreed with Bruce's suggestion. Only Katoom was stunned. These two were really playing it safe. Back to the issue at hand, Bruce nudged the unconscious Sea Queen with his toe. "What should we do with her?" Batboy felt a headache coming on. "We can't kill her, and we can't keep her alive, then let her go. We'll earn some merit," Owl chimed in. But Bruce ignored him. Diana didn't have much else to do. For some reason, she instinctively disliked the Sea Queen and didn't want to have much contact with her. Or rather, she didn't want Bruce to have much contact with her. "There's only one way now," Diana sighed. "Go find Ares. He'll definitely know what to do." Strangely enough, Wonder Woman no longer spoke of Ares with the same fervent vengeance she once had. Having visited the divine realm and met other gods, her former admiration for them was gradually fading. She no longer believed that killing Ares would ultimately end the war. After all, those who made wishes to her genuinely wanted to participate in the war, not stop it. "That's the only way," Bruce agreed. "We have to find something for Ares to do. He can't be idle too long." In front of Morgan Manor, Ares, playing Sir Morgan, leaned on his cane. His eyelids twitched as he saw the two men before him. "Why are you here again?" He gritted his teeth. "Didn't I give you all the information you wanted?" We've got a new problem. This was Bruce and his companion's second visit. They walked into Ares Manor with ease, as if they were at home. 2 cups of tea, thank you, Bruce said to Sir Morgan's butler. That's enough, Ares limped after them. What do you want to ask? Then get out of here. Don't act like you know me so well. Are you trying to get Diana to leave? Bruce repeated his old trick, pulling Diana to his side. Look at this face and say it again, you. Ares noticed that Diana seemed to have learned a bit of bad habits during her time with Bruce. The pitiful look she gave him was clearly an act. The visceral hatred he once harbored had largely vanished. What a shame, Ares thought. He still preferred Diana looking at him like she was trash. He coughed lightly. Ask whatever you want to ask. I've been waiting for you to say that. Bruce snapped his fingers, and a distant roar echoed as the Batmobile descended from the sky, landing on Morgan Manor. Did you go find Hephaestus? Ares knew immediately. This was clearly the Vulcan's collection. This car isn't the point. Bruce circled behind the Batmobile and opened the trunk, revealing the bound Sea Queen. She was awake, but with a gag in her mouth, she couldn't call for help. You're pretty quick, Ares said sarcastically. I just have one question. Bruce didn't have time for idle chatter and went straight to the point. How can we get the Adventures back to their original world? He couldn't just ask him and Katoom to open portals to the heavens and send them back one by one, could he? The Sea Queen's world was the Dark Universe, and Bruce didn't want to go there just yet. Can't you even think of such a simple answer? Ares shook his head. You can't directly destroy the Advent because you're not participating in this war. He then explained the reason in detail. It all stems from wishes. Those people made wishes to Diana, each wanting to be the victor of the war. These wishes clearly overlapped. Yet Diana still granted their wishes, which meant that the ultimate victor would be among them. Outsiders wanted to intervene, only by completely destroying these nations. So what do we do? Diana demanded, suddenly anxious. Isn't that irreversible? Who said that? Ares suddenly smiled. If you want to truly destroy these people, why don't you also participate in this war? I remember the Amazons had their own country, right? Bruce and Diana left Morgan Manor. The Batmobile shimmered into a dark shadow, darting through the clouds. Its design didn't belong to this era. Driving it on the streets would only cause unnecessary panic. Bruce drove, Diana in the passenger seat, worried. I can't make wishes for myself. I have to find someone to make a wish to me on behalf of the Amazons, and then I'll grant it. Diana could only think of her mother, Hippolyta, Queen of the Amazons. She certainly could represent the Amazons. Besides that, there was only Diana herself, Princess of the Amazons and future ruler of Themyscira. No one else had the right to make wishes on behalf of the Amazons. But Diana didn't want to face her mother at that moment. She had left Themyscira with hesitation, intent on killing Ares and ending the war, but she had failed and had caused disaster. She returned in disgrace, only to ask the Amazons to join the war. Diana simply couldn't bring herself to ask for it. Things seemed to have reached a stalemate. Just then, Bruce, who was driving, spoke up. There's no need to be so desperate, he said. You could appoint me as the Amazon Princess's full power agent. That way, I could make wishes on your behalf. Full power agent? Diana shook her head. Themyscira has never had such a position. Creating it all of a sudden is illogical. Even if they're trying to exploit a loophole, it has to make logical sense. It has to make sense, right? It's not impossible. Bruce suddenly took his hands off the steering wheel, the Batmobile shifting to autonomous driving. He turned around and looked Diana in the eye. If a full power agent doesn't make sense, then what about an Amazon prince? He said. Since the Amazons have a princess, it makes sense for her to have a fiancé, right, prince? Diana panicked, her face flushing. She avoided Bruce's gaze, not daring to respond. Actually, everything makes sense. Bruce ignored Diana's reaction and continued. The Isle of Heaven was originally supposed to serve as a bridge between humans and the gods, but they're closed off, so this responsibility falls to you, which means, in a way, you're the one who truly represents the Amazons. If you agree to share this function with your husband, then he can also make wishes on their behalf. That's very logical and reasonable. What do you think, Diana? Diana was the first time in her life to encounter such a question. She stuttered and didn't know how to answer for a while. But, she pursed her lips and said, where can I find a husband now? This is indeed a difficult problem. Pain and struggle appeared on Bruce's face. After a long time, he sighed. Forget it, I'll sacrifice it. He raised his head with a resolute expression, ready to die. Diana, I'll be your husband. Diana immediately shook her head. No, Bruce, I have never had that kind of idea about you, and you are not old enough to get married. That's right. Bruce patted Diana on the shoulder. I'm not old enough to get married, so I can only be a fiancé. In this way, when the war is over, we will cancel the engagement and everything will be as if nothing happened. His words were really a bit inhuman. It was like telling Diana that we are just playing around, don't take it too seriously. But Diana had never seen such a roundabout way, and she felt that it was very unfair to Bruce. Then your sacrifice would be too great. Diana hesitated and said, shouldn't you be engaged to the person you love the most? My lover is this world, Bruce said naturally, and Diana, you also belong to this world. These words were simply to the point. Diana was dumbfounded and had no idea how to refute. And you don't have to worry about damaging my reputation. Bruce thought about it, and comforted Diana. This engagement is only for the two of us, and we will cancel the engagement afterwards. As long as you don't say it, I won't say it. Then, Batboy pointed his finger at Katoom, who was eating melons nearby. If this bastard doesn't say it, no one in the world will know. Everything was arranged, but Diana was still a little hesitant. Bruce could only add a bombshell at the end. Diana, you can't hesitate any longer. Think about the world and peace. We must end this war as soon as possible. This sentence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Finally, Diana nodded. Okay. Diana felt very guilty. Bruce, don't worry. After the war is over, I will immediately cancel the engagement with you, and I will never let you suffer. I know. Bruce didn't care about it. It's not like he really wanted to marry Diana. He just wanted to have a chance to really fight side by side with her. At this time, Katoom's voice sounded in Bruce's heart. Okay, Avenue, I underestimated you before, the owl said. With a stupid person like Diana, if you don't explain clearly, she will really get along with you as a good brother. Bruce ignored Katoom. Only he himself knew how bright his heart was and how upright his actions were. These were all sacrifices made for world peace. Bruce looked at Diana and whispered, Diana, stretch out your hand. What? Diana didn't understand, so she stretched out her right hand and spread it in front of Bruce. Not this hand. Bruce shook his head, took Diana's left hand, and then took out a ring from Katoom's feathers. Speaking of which, when Hephaestus recast Thor's hammer, the alloy left was not much. He could have made it into a ring, and there would not be any waste. But the god of fire didn't do that, but made 2 rings instead. It's hard to say whether he had any other thoughts. Bruce put the ring on the middle finger of Diana's left hand. Okay, he suddenly said, this way you can also use the power of Thor's hammer. Of course, wearing the ring was only for this purpose. Because next, Bruce would make a wish to Diana on behalf of the Amazons. Diana, Bruce looked into Wonder Woman's eyes, sincere and determined. I make a wish now to you. I will join the war against the Adventures and end all chaos. I don't need anyone else's power. I just need you to stand by me, fight alongside me, and protect each other. Can I grant this wish? Diana responded to Bruce's gaze with a serious nod. Yes. At that moment, Bruce and Diana felt a mysterious connection between them. They were bound together by fate. Diana officially became Bruce's sword and shield, the arbiter of this war. They would set this twisted war on right track and make all unwarranted wishes disappear. It was also at this moment that Bruce noticed a change in his patroness. It possessed Wonder Woman's protective power and could create illusions of her. Huh? Bruce suddenly thought, now that my goal has been achieved, can I just leave this world? Chapter 186. As long as it's not Batman. Forget it. Bruce quickly dismissed the thought of leaving. If he left now, Wonder Woman would likely be among those hunting him down. Across countless heavens, they would finally bring him to his doom. Such a tragic love affair was best avoided. After putting the ring on Diana's finger, Bruce placed the other ring on his own left middle finger. A thought occurred to him. How would my mother react to if she knew I was engaged at 13, to an older woman? She'd probably be furious, right? But for some inexplicable reason, Bruce longed to see Martha's expression. Meanwhile, Diana, unaware of Bruce's thoughts, felt a wave of daze the moment the ring was placed on her finger. She was engaged already? It's all fake, she kept telling herself. This is just a temporary fix. The engagement will be broken after the war. Bruce and I can't possibly be together, it truly couldn't be. She was a demigod, with an indefinite lifespan, But Bruce was only human, destined to return to dust in 100 years. There was no way they could have a relationship. But, a voice inside Diana whispered, since her future was destined for solitude, why not seize the joy of the present? The present? Diana couldn't help but glance at Bruce. A child. A ghostly joy. Wait a few more years. When both of them put aside their outlandish thoughts and returned their attention to reality, a strange feeling took over their interactions. Neither was willing to speak first, occasionally making eye contact, then quickly withdrawing, waiting for the other to speak first. Silence fell for a moment. Fortunately, the understanding owl broke the silence. What are you all standing there for? The owl scolded. You two nagging husband and wife, is now the time for flirting? Now that the matter is settled, get back to work. Take care of the Sea Queen first. Katoom was a man who cared about his reputation. Only with the Sea Queen gone could he wield her trident without restraint. Otherwise, he'd be embarrassed to use it. Diana suddenly woke up. The war hadn't stopped yet, and there was no time for anything else. The Sea Queen was still in the trunk, waiting to be sent on her way. Bruce steered the Batmobile, lowered it to the ground, and pulled over. Now they had the power to kill the Advent. Diana, sword in hand, circled around to the back of the Batmobile. Opening the trunk, the Sea Queen's eyes were filled with fear, realizing what awaited her. It's almost time. Diana felt a flicker of reluctance. She didn't want to kill without reason, but something had to be done. And technically, she was only returning the Sea Queen to where she belonged. Goodbye, Sea Queen. The Sea Queen struggled, as if begging for mercy. But the chains of truth were not something she could easily break free of. Diana raised the Vulcan sword and was about to strike, but at that moment, the Sea Queen seemed to have a thought, and tears began to flow unconsciously. Instead of falling, the tears hung in midair, forming letters one after another until they formed a complete sentence. Give me a chance. Her meaning was clear. She was willing to join Diana and help her defeat the other Adventers. But this gesture did not move Diana at all. You are a warrior, Diana murmured, and you represent France. How can you surrender? With that, the Vulcan sword fell. This time, the Sea Queen's wounds did not spurt blood, but instead emitted a faint glow. Her eyes widened, and her entire body began to dissolve. It was as if she had returned to the origin of the world. Finally, the Sea Queen disappeared completely, leaving only the chains of truth that had bound her in the trunk. Diana had successfully retracted her first wish. France was out. Just 6 more, she thought. If she could defeat just 6 more, she could completely reverse her mistakes. But it didn't necessarily have to be 6. After all, there would still be civil war among the Adventers. Bruce had unknowingly reached her side. Let's go, he said, to find our next target. There was no moment to mourn the death of the Sea Queen. Their next target was Black Adam. On the Eastern Front, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, with its unmatched force, had swept across Serbia. Their half-human, half-beast soldiers showed no mercy, leaving no blade of grass in their path. Serbian civilians began fleeing en masse, their fate at the hands of the orcs shuddering at the mere thought of it. This was exactly as Professor Pigface had predicted. Professor, you truly are the goddess's greatest gift to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Crown Prince Karl was thrilled. After all, the lands they occupied would eventually be his heir. That's nothing. Professor Pigface waved his hand and laughed heartily. Emperor Francis II of Austria disapproved of his ideas, but the heir to the empire had become his most loyal supporter. And the stitched soldiers he had created had fully demonstrated their worth. How could he not be proud? The next step is to press on. Crown Prince Karl clenched his fist, seeing the dawn of victory. All they had to do now was join forces with their ally, Germany, to dismember Russia. They would gain a larger population and produce more soldiers. As long as we have orc soldiers, we're invincible. As soon as Crown Prince Karl said this, he heard the pig-faced professor beside him chuckle. Your Highness, please forgive me, the pig-faced professor said, but I have good news to tell you. Orc soldiers are nothing. Through studying those unruly people, I've developed something even better. Crown Prince Karl's eyes lit up. A new weapon. What new weapon? Even more exciting than a new weapon, the pig-faced professor beamed. It can grant ordinary people extraordinary powers. Extraordinary powers. At that moment, Crown Prince Karl was truly captivated. He was about to inherit a vast empire that had won a war. The value of life had almost reached its peak. If there was anything else that interested him, it was to bestow extraordinary power upon himself. The greatest emperor should possess the greatest power. That's right, come and see, and you'll find out. Professor Pig-Faced was filled with indescribable pride, eager to show the Crown Prince his latest discovery. However, at that moment, boom, a tremendous roar echoed outside, the sound of artillery fire from the troops guarding the laboratory. Clearly, an enemy was approaching. What's going on? Crown Prince Carl was instantly horrified. Despite his high position, he clearly lacked the fortitude of the heir to a vast empire. He lacked the composure to remain calm even in the face of a devastating disaster. Professor Pig-Faced, on the other hand, remained much calmer. He summoned the guards and inquired about the incident. The guards ran in from outside the laboratory, their faces etched with panic. He trembled and said, "There's an enemy attack, what are you panicking about?" Professor Pig-Faced shouted, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince is here, and so are my orc soldiers." What enemy attack could have you so panicked? Despite his words, Professor Pig-Faced knew that things might not be that simple. The current war involved adventers, and he had no idea who those adventers were from Russia. Maybe a really scary guy. For example, at this moment, Professor Pig-Face, a Gotham criminal, shuddered inwardly. Could that hateful old bat be among the adventers? No. It couldn't be that coincidental. Professor Pig-Face absolutely refused to believe that the Russian adventure was Batman. If that were the case, the world would be so against him. Absolutely not. How many enemy attackers were there? Professor Pig-Face asked. What was their firepower? Only one man. The guard was practically crying. He didn't have much firepower, he just broke in alone. Breaking in alone? Professor Pig-Face finally got a little impatient. It was like, so much like it. Breaking into the enemy's base alone, that was truly Batman's style. What was that man dressed like? Professor Pig-Face asked quickly. Was he dressed all in black, with a black cape, a ridiculous mask, and two little tufts of hair on his head? Huh? The guard was stunned. No, fortunately. Professor Pig-Face finally breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't Batman. After so long in Gotham, he'd already developed a psychological scar on the old bat. If you were to face him, he'd probably lose by 3 points before the fight even began. But if it wasn't Batman, there was nothing to fear. Professor Pig-Face, with his new research, might be able to fight him. Do you know the identity of the attacker? Dr. Pig-Face asked casually. Did he introduce himself? Every superhero had to have a hero before the battle began. Either he'd introduce himself, saying something like "I'm Batman," or perhaps he'd say something like "You've failed this city." Professor Pig-Face didn't believe the guy hadn't. His questioning prompted the guard, who finally remembered. He seemed to have said something similar, the guard said, but the word was so strange, we don't think it was a name. What was it? Dr. Pig-Face's concerns were gone. As long as it wasn't Batman, everything was fine. The guard thought for a moment and finally revealed the attacker's identity. He said he was Superman. Clark, hands in his pockets, strolled leisurely through the endless artillery fire, his windbreaker swirling behind him. A shell flew in, hitting him squarely in the chest. The explosions erupted, a cloud of smoke billowed, and Clark emerged from the smoke, unharmed. His clothes, however, became even more tattered, revealing his steel gray battle uniform with its bright red S logo. A row of guards, rifles raised, aimed at Clark. "Don't advance," they shouted. Clark's performance under the fire had completely shattered the guards' morale. A body so impenetrable that even a shell couldn't penetrate it. What kind of monster was this? "Leave now, and we'll forgive you and spare your life," the captain of the guards shouted to Clark. "Do you know what's behind us? That's a barracks of orc soldiers. If they move out, they'll tear you to pieces." Orc soldiers? That's what I'm looking for, Clark thought. After leaving Zurich, Clark had originally intended to travel the world and see the sights his mentor had described. Clark remembered the words, "If you don't delve into people's lives, you have no right to speak." He also remembered his mentor's admonition not to join a war. Clark swore he had truly meant so. But all that changed after witnessing the Austro-Hungarian conflict and the refugees of Serbia. Clark had once rescued a group of civilians attacked by orc soldiers, and after easily defeating them, he discovered a horrifying truth: those orc soldiers were once human. He witnessed an orc crying for his mother as he wielded a butcher knife to slaughter civilians. Clearly, it hadn't become an orc willingly. "You're all human. I don't want to kill you." Clark continued walking, his windbreaker crumbling into rags, leaving only the steel-gray uniform of the Red Suns. "I want to see Professor Pigface," he said. If possible, he preferred not to display his abilities too much. That was something his mentor wouldn't want to see. "Then you'll have to kill us," the captain said desperately. "As long as we're alive, we won't let you set foot here, Alice," Clark sighed. What was all this trouble? He wanted to ask the captain, "Do you know what you're fighting for?" but it was too late. With his supervision and clairvoyance, Clark could clearly see Professor Pigface in the distance, preparing to flee. There was nothing he could do. Clark's figure flashed, vanishing from the spot. The guards, bewildered and stunned, lost their target. Magic? Black magic? Why had this man suddenly vanished? Clark knew neither magic nor black magic. He simply used his super speed to appear directly inside the laboratory. Professor Pigface was pulling Crown Prince Carl through the underground passage, preparing to leave. But it was too late. Professor Pigface, right, Clark stood in his way, his expression stern as never before. "Did you create those human-animal hybrids? If it was really him, then such a madman was unforgivable. He could no longer live in this hopeful world." Clark Kent, when he truly faced Superman, Dr. Pigface felt his nerves suddenly ease. Clark frowned. "Do you know me?" "Of course I do." After all, before he could finish his words, Professor Pigface suddenly gritted his teeth, shattering the mechanism hidden within. Then, he transformed into a bomb, exploding into a cloud of purple powder. What a shame, Professor Pigface thought in the moments before his death. He had intended to take the Crown Prince away. Now there was no chance. As an expert in human experimentation, Professor Pigface had prepared for this, creating a backup body for himself. This time, he wouldn't die, but would be reborn elsewhere. As for the purple powder, it was the research results he had intended to show Crown Prince Carl. "Crown Prince Carl, please buy me some time." Dr. Pigface suddenly opened his eyes, waking up in his backup body on the other side of the Empire. He was now nearly 1,000 kilometers away from Superman. Crown Prince Carl remained there, blocking Superman for him. How can Superman come? This is so unfair. Dr. Pigface thought to himself that he must seek the power of an ally. Go find Black Adam. Such a thought flashed through his mind. Black Adam must be safe. Chapter 187 Superman is no worse than Homelander. Professor Pigface was a remarkably decisive man. If the war had a chance of winning, he wouldn't mind contributing his own strength to the Empire. But now that Superman had appeared, the situation had completely derailed his expectations, and the possibility of victory was extremely slim. Given this, survival was paramount. "It's a shame time is so short, I can't prepare more backup bodies," Professor Pigface thought bitterly. "If I die again this time, I'll be dead for real." His biggest regret was not having prepared kryptonite before arriving in this world. Otherwise, he might have stood a chance against Superman. But he couldn't be blamed. Who could have imagined Superman would arrive? Perhaps everyone from Gotham would have the same approach when facing Superman. At this moment, Bruce, en route to Berlin, was driving the Batmobile through the clouds. Although his current target was Black Adam, he had already begun to plan for a future against Superman. Bruce shared his thoughts with Adam, but the Owl quickly shook his head. "Kryptonite might work on Superman, but it might not work on Red Sun," Katoom said. After all, while Red Sun may be mistaken for an alien, even Clark himself might think so, he's ultimately a native of Earth. The story takes place countless years in the future, when Earth's sun is aging and about to engulf the planet. His parents send him back in time, hoping to change the future. Aboard Clark's time machine, Red Sun is mistaken for an alien spaceship by Earthlings, hence the name Alien. Because of their different origins, Superman's original weaknesses are mostly ineffective against Red Sun. Superman has many weaknesses, such as kryptonite, magic, and Lois. But Red Sun isn't a Kryptonian and doesn't have a girlfriend. The only thing that threatens him now is probably magic. Bruce muttered to himself, "I wonder if Avada Kedavra will work on Superman." Katoom nodded. "Maybe, maybe not. You're right on target," Bruce said, mocking Al before collecting his thoughts. Since Superman's resistance to magic isn't that strong, then as a wizard, with the Speed Force and Thor's hammer, I might be able to fight him. And I have Diana as my helper. As Bruce pondered this, Berlin appeared beneath the clouds, right before his eyes. Elsewhere, Katoom rested his chin on his wing, still pondering the question. Would Avada Kedavra have any effect on Superman? Probably. Kryptonite is green, And so is Avada Kedavra. Perhaps Superman has a natural aversion to the color green. Professor Pigface's former laboratory. Roar, a deafening roar echoed throughout the underground passage, and a purple monster slammed to the ground. Clark stood silently, his calm eyes concealing shock and anger. The monster he had just thrown was enormous and hideous, its skin covered in purple and pimples. Not long ago, it had been human. Crown Prince Karl, heir to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. After Professor Pigface's self-detonation, sending a shower of purple dust, the unprepared Crown Prince Karl was immediately infected. Clark witnessed a normal human's body rapidly swell, transforming into a mindless monster. That force must have been at least 20 tons, Clark recalled the battle. Crown Prince Karl's instantaneous outburst was truly astonishing. A young man who hadn't exercised much could transform into such a terrifying monster after inhaling the dust. It's hard to imagine the irreversible consequences such a biological weapon would cause if deployed on a battlefield. Clark whispered, "Professor Pigface, you deserve to die." The purple-skinned monster crumbled to the ground, still panting, trying again and again to rise. He showed no fear, only the instinct to fight. Either it died, or Clark died. Clark's heart sank even deeper as he watched this scene. A good human had been transformed into this monster's form. Well, let's give it a quick death. The next second, Clark's eyes suddenly glowed red, and a ray of heat shot out, piercing the purple-skinned monster's body. As the red light faded, all that remained was the monster's charred corpse. "Alice," Clark sighed again, as if mourning the death of Crown Prince Karl. "I will avenge you," he said, and suddenly soared into the sky, piercing the dome, passing through the clouds, and piercing the atmosphere. Hovering in the vastness of space. Golden sunlight bathed Clark, and he lowered his head to gaze at the azure planet below. Like a mighty god, he lowered his gaze to the human world. With just a few glances, Clark identified his target. "Professor Pigface, I found you," Clark said softly, ready to swoop down and kill the mortal insect. But at that moment, what is that? Clark caught a glimpse and saw something extremely strange. A car, seemingly out of this era, was zipping through the clouds. Inside sat a boy and a woman. They wore matching rings, seemingly wedding bands. The car was heading towards Berlin. For some reason, upon seeing the boy, Clark suddenly felt a strong curiosity about him. This curiosity even outweighed his murderous intent towards Professor Pigface. Even children have been summoned to this war, Clark found it unacceptable and incomprehensible. What extraordinary qualities could a child possess to participate in such an extraordinary war? It just so happened that his destination was Berlin, and Professor Pigface was also heading there. And there, even within Berlin, there was a presence so powerful that even Clark could sense it. Berlin, Clark thought to himself, since you're all going to Berlin, he'll go too. If this boy wants to stop the war, then he can lend a hand. But if he wants to join the war, then Clark wouldn't mind capturing him and bringing him to his mentor to give him a proper makeover. "Someone's spying on us," Katoom suddenly said telepathically to Bruce in the Batmobile. Bruce remained calm and asked, "Do you know who it was? Who else could it be?" "It could only be Superman," the Owl replied. "But my senses didn't detect a threat. He was probably just distracted by the Batmobile, not hostile." Bruce's senses had improved since he first began learning magic. He could occasionally sense hostility, an ability he called Bat Sense. Katoom shared Bruce's ability, but even more powerful. Clark's gaze from beyond the universe was keenly sensed by the Owl. Owl sense isn't completely useless, Katoom thought. It's a pity our opponent is Superman. With his super speed, if he truly harbors hostile intentions, even if he senses them, he won't be able to evade them. This realization suddenly filled the Owl with a strong sense of danger. Could Bruce really stand up to Superman now? Never mind magic. If they were to fight like they did at Hogwarts, Superman would have killed him hundreds of times in the time it took to cast a single spell. Only with a helmet armor, the speed force, and Thor's hammer could Bruce just barely hold his own. But, both putting on the armor and summoning Thor's hammer took time. I need to modify the bat armor, Katoom thought. At least add a protective layer to Bruce's suit, for example, casting a void spell on the helmet armor. During the summoning process, using an illusion to protect him wouldn't take much, a second would be enough. That way, even if Batboy felt like adding some fancy moves, he wouldn't have to worry about being attacked. "Berlin," Bruce said, maneuvering the Batmobile down, preparing to park in a deserted area. Knowing Superman might be watching him, Bruce's movements became a little unnatural. He's coming with bad intentions, he thought. This might be the most powerful enemy he'd ever faced. That's Superman. A Superman without weaknesses wasn't necessarily any less powerful than Homelander. His previous victory over Homelander relied on trickery, so a head-on confrontation would be somewhat suspenseful. And Superman had joined unexpectedly. His original target was Black Adam. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind, Bruce thought again. Perhaps this time, he and Diana would face two enemies simultaneously. Russia, Winter Palace. Tsar Nicholas II once again visited the merciless Iron Fist's meditation chamber. Sir, Nicholas II chose his words carefully. How are you feeling today? A long time had passed since the merciless Iron Fist had last told him, if only he joined the war would end immediately. The Tsar had been thrilled, believing his fortunes had turned, his rule would finally be secure. But he was quickly disappointed. The merciless Iron Fist had done nothing since then, remaining in his meditation chamber every day, never leaving, showing no signs of joining the war. Nicholas II waited anxiously, occasionally using the excuse of concern for the Advent to indirectly urge the merciless Iron Fist to fight. Now, those fighting on the front lines were all the Tsar's troops, ordinary humans. But what they faced was the Austro-Hungarian Orc Legion and Black Adam, who occasionally visited the Eastern Front. Nicholas II saw no chance of victory. Externally, the war was tense. Internally, public discontent was boiling, and riots were breaking out across the country. Nicholas II seemed to foresee the day he would be overthrown. If that ever came, he would probably have to hide in a basement. Meanwhile, the merciless Iron Hand paid no attention to Nicholas II's thoughts. With his back to the Tsar, he was contemplating a painting. It was a painting that the merciless Iron Hand had requested from the Tsar. It depicted Satan's army, charging from hell into the human world. The enemy came from beneath the earth. That was the painting's intended theme. But the merciless Iron Hand had hung the painting upside down, transforming the enemy from beneath the earth into an enemy from above. This heaven could be interpreted in many ways. Aliens? Gods? Or perhaps an enemy from beyond? The Tsar simply couldn't comprehend the merciless Iron Hand's intentions. The only conclusion he could draw was that merciless Iron Hand's artistic skills weren't high enough to even tell the front and back of a painting apart. Your Majesty, finally, after a long wait, merciless Iron Hand slowly turned around. I've kept you waiting. He seemed to be apologizing to the Tsar, but Nicholas couldn't detect any apology in his voice. Nothing. I interrupted your thoughts. By this point, Nicholas II no longer dared to accuse merciless Iron Hand. If he angered him, he'd walk away. And that would be the end of his vast Russia. Sir, Nicholas II coughed softly and asked tentatively, have you been paying attention to the battlefield situation lately? We've suffered another crushing defeat. The Austro-Hungarian Orc soldiers are completely unafraid of rifles and artillery shells, and we've suffered heavy casualties. Of course I've noticed, but so what? Merciless Iron Hand lived up to his name. He had no sympathy for the lives of his soldiers. If we don't prevent the Orc soldiers from committing more evil, how can we lure that guy out? That guy? The Tsar was puzzled. Who was Merciless Iron Hand referring to? Know yourself and your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger, said Merciless Iron Hand. Warfare is an art, and your Majesty, you don't seem to understand it very well. Nicholas II chuckled a few times, mentally cursing Merciless Iron Hand countless times. He didn't understand the art of war? Yes, that's true. But so what? He was the emperor, and all he had to do was be a good emperor. Fighting was the job of the marshals and generals. Merciless Iron Hand sarcastically mocked him, and the Tsar took no offense. Just wait, Nicholas II thought. When the war is over, I'll have countless ways to punish you. Merciless Iron Hand seemed to see through the Tsar's thoughts, but he didn't point it out. He stepped forward and unfolded a map. It was a map of modern-day Europe. A prominent red circle marked the location of Berlin, the capital of Germany. The stage is set, and the actors are taking their places, Merciless Iron Hand said softly, explaining the current battlefield situation to the Tsar. It wasn't that he had done nothing, on the contrary, he had done more than all the other Adventers combined. A skilled warrior need not boast of his achievements. Merciless, possessing the status of a god of war, has taken this trait to its extreme. To my surprise, Bruce Wayne has also arrived in this world. Unfortunately, time is running out, and I can't notify Lord Barbatos, Merciless said. But that's okay. Once we capture him, we can slowly find a way to leave this world, such as winning this war." He glanced at the map, and the entire scene unfolded before his eyes. Batman was already in place. Superman was on his way. So, Batman vs. Superman could finally begin, right? Chapter 188. I can protect others' wishes. In the heart of Berlin, a towering tower looms. Reminiscent of ancient Egyptian architecture from thousands of years ago, it rises from the ground and reaches the sky. Atop a stone throne, Black Adam sits, head propped up by his fists, eyes closed as he takes a nap. He dreams again, of Kandak, his homeland, 1,000 years ago. A land enslaved by ancient Egypt. Hewlett, Black Adam whispers the name that belonged to his son. Hewlett was Kandak's original defender, the one truly chosen by the Wizard Council. But to save his dying father, Hewlett transferred his power to him, giving Black Adam his present-day self. But as Black Adam receives the power, Hewlett is slain before him by the ancient Egyptian army. Black Adam is powerless. I shouldn't be in Germany, Black Adam repeats to himself. He should be in Kandak, guarding the place his son once defended with his life. But no. The war is not over, and he must fulfill the Kaiser's wish. Once this war is over, I'll go back home, Black Adam thought. This boring war should end soon. With that thought, he stood up and gazed toward Kandak. He had built this tower in Berlin so he could gaze upon his homeland. But this time, Black Adam saw something different. Possessing the power of the Aten, his senses surpassed those of mortals. With a single glance, he saw a strange figure approaching the German-Austrian border. It was Professor Pigface. He rode a massive half-man, half-wolf creature, clearly a modified orc soldier. The orc was swift, advancing towards Berlin with unstoppable force. As an adventurer and Black Adam's ally, he had arrived in another nation's capital in such a blatant manner without any prior notice. Clearly, something was amiss. At this rate, I wonder how long it will take you to reach Berlin, Black Adam said, waving his hand toward the sky. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck Professor Pigface's head. Professor Pigface had no chance of evasion and could only allow himself to be struck by the lightning. Lightning flashed before his eyes, and when his vision returned to normal, he was already in Black Adam's tower. Spatial teleportation, a tool of the Egyptian gods. Pigface, Black Adam said coldly, even if we are allies, your unauthorized crossing of the border can be considered an act of aggression. Stop talking about borders. Professor Pigface finally breathed a sigh of relief the moment he saw Black Adam. Fortunately, as long as Black Adam was around, it wouldn't be so easy for Superman to kill him, right? Black Adam raised a brow, feeling that something was amiss with Professor Pigface, as if he were frightened. What happened? He asked gravely. Did you encounter the Russian advent, eh? Professor Pigface opened his mouth, but before he could finish his words, Black Adam suddenly vanished from his sight. An explosion echoed behind him. Professor Pigface turned around, and the sight he saw made him feel as if he had sunk into an icy cellar. At some point, Black Adam had ascended to the sky, his hands unleashing lightning to counter a red beam of light from the heavens. Heat vision. Professor Pigface immediately realized that if Black Adam hadn't shielded him, a hole would have been burned through his chest by now. Superman emerged from the clouds, his back to the sun, his cape fluttering in the wind, like a god on Earth. Superman's heat vision didn't cease, but instead intensified in power. Black Adam countered this force with arcs of electricity. Blue arcs and red lasers intersected, splattering energy like magma, which immediately sizzled as it fell to the ground. Superman, unleashing his heat vision, approached the city from the sky. Meanwhile, Black Adam, constantly strengthening his lightning, struggled to resist, but he was no match for Superman. Can Black Adam do it? Seeing this, Professor Pigface's sense of crisis returned. He had a feeling that despite Black Adam's power, he couldn't truly protect him. No. He had to flee. Where could he possibly go? Professor Pigface gritted his teeth. He'd thought that by constantly producing orc soldiers, he could conceal his true identity. But Superman defied reason and stormed his headquarters. Let's fight. Professor Pigface finally realized there was no turning back. Superman was out to kill him, and he wouldn't stop until he was dead. He pulled a purple crystal from his chest, gritted his teeth, and plunged it into his chest. Now, only death could save him. Below the city, Bruce looked up, watching the godlike battle unfold in the sky. Black Adam finally gave up on a head-on confrontation with Superman, his figure suddenly vanishing. Without the Ark's resistance, The heat rays struck the tower, sending countless rebels crashing down. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from the tower's summit, and a gigantic, purple-skinned, pig-headed monster leaped high, pouncing on Superman. But how could Superman be captured so easily? He rose only a fraction higher in the air, and the pig-headed monster missed its attack. Its massive body plummeted, collapsing several buildings. At that moment, Black Adam appeared behind Superman, lightning in hand, lunging down. Superman then sent a single punch, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. "I never thought I'd actually get to see Superman fight Black Adam," Katoom exclaimed. "If it weren't for Warner Bros.' mismanagement, everyone would have seen this." "What are you talking about?" Bruce shook his head, his eyes fixed on the battle. He saw the crowds fleeing the streets. These people, not long ago, had celebrated the outbreak of war. Now, their city had become a battlefield, and terror had finally fallen equally upon everyone. Diana had already rushed out to help the residents escape. Bruce stood still, watching the movements in the sky. Logically, his best option now was to watch Superman and Black Adam fight, using Black Adam to drain Superman's strength and increase his own chances of victory. Superman might not have bad intentions, but he and Bruce were on different sides. Superman was an Adventure, and Bruce wanted all Adventures gone. The two were destined not to be friends in this world. "What a shame," Bruce muttered softly. He had heard so many stories about Superman from Katoom that he'd love to chat with him in person, but unfortunately, that wasn't possible now. Superman was already losing ground. In reality, Black Adam had already slowly grown accustomed to fighting Superman. After a few initial attempts, Black Adam discovered that Superman wasn't as invincible as he'd initially appeared. When Black Adam unleashed some magical power, Superman had no effective countermeasures. He could only dodge with super speed or resist with his steely body. So that's it, Black Adam realized Superman's weakness. "You're weak to magic. If that's the case, then what's there to wait for? He's a wizard chosen by the gods." With a wave of his hand, countless dark clouds suddenly appeared, enveloping the city. Violent lightning flashed like countless electric snakes, slithering through the clouds. Heavy rain fell. Black Adam had successfully made the city his own. "Come on, Superman," Black Adam laughed wildly amid the torrential rain, his black energy erupting wildly as he unleashed the monsters representing the 7 deadly sins once again. Each bolt of lightning, a magical force, struck down around Superman, forming a massive cage. Clark's eyes grew colder. He had no real solution to magic, but Black Adam's current tactics repelled him even more. Wasn't this the city Black Adam was meant to protect? Yet, Black Adam showed no scruples, unconcerned about the possibility of these people falling victim to his magical power. So, Clark, even with all his magical might, would defeat Black Adam. Hovering in midair, he suddenly charged forward. As thunder roared, lightning pierced the dark clouds, striking Clark in the chest. Hiss! A numbness instantly spread through Clark's body, but he didn't stop, continuing his charge towards Black Adam. Black Adam's bald head was washed by the rain, masking the sweat. Can you even withstand this? He knew his magic lightning was effective, but Superman seemed determined to perish together. He didn't dodge or evade, determined to withstand the blow and overthrow him. No time to wait, Black Adam flicked his finger, and the 7 deadly sins flew towards Superman, blocking him with their bodies. They were immortal, and when Superman swung his fists at them, they could only pass through a puff of black smoke, not touch their physical bodies. Clark's limbs were held in a hug. The 7 deadly sins clung to him, carrying him down until he crashed to the ground. Damn it, Superman gritted his teeth. These 7 monsters had no idea what they were. Although they couldn't hurt him, he couldn't hurt them either. He could only let them entangle him, buying Black Adam time. Meanwhile, Black Adam still hung in the sky, his arms outstretched. Thunderbolts repeatedly struck the glowing symbol on his chest, and the lightning shapes grew brighter and brighter. This is the final blow. Black Adam's hands clenched suddenly, and in that instant, the dark clouds seemed to be pulled behind him. Black clouds rolled in like a vast cape. Superman's eyes widened, his face filled with anxiety. He desperately wanted to warn Black Adam that this punch wouldn't kill him, but it would destroy the city. Did Black Adam realize what he was doing? Superman tried to stop Black Adam's madness, but the 7 deadly sins entangled him, preventing him from moving. Black Adam's punch, gathering strength, was about to unleash. It's over, Clark was now despairing. This city couldn't withstand this blow. Millions of hearts in the city might perish with it. If this tragedy truly happened, it wouldn't just be Black Adam's fault, but Clark's too. At that moment, Clark finally gave up. He roared, unleashing an incredible burst of super strength, flinging the 7 deadly sins from his body. He entered a state of total oblivion, the pain caused by the magic completely forgotten. His only thought was to stop Black Adam. Boom! Clark transformed his body into a cannonball, hurtling towards Black Adam. This speed was beyond Black Adam's imagination. In the blink of an eye, Clark was already in front of him. His fist clenched, colliding with Black Adam's unleashed force. For a moment, the world seemed to be silent. Then, a bright light flashed in the sky, growing ever brighter until it enveloped the entire city. Then, a tremendous roar filled everyone's ears. Like an atomic bomb explosion, Clark and Black Adam transformed into the gods of death. The immense force radiated in all directions, instantly reducing the buildings below to ash. The once bustling city center was now completely reduced to ash. The light in the sky gradually faded, and a figure fell from the sky, his armor torn and bloody. It was Black Adam. The hand he had used to strike the blow had vanished without a trace, blood gushing from his severed wrist until Black Adam fell heavily to the ground. He was defeated. But despite this, Black Adam's glory remained undimmed. After all, he might be one of the few who could survive a head-on, all-out confrontation with Superman. Clark, panting, slowly descended to the ground, stopping in front of Black Adam. "You're powerful," Clark said. "It's a pity you're using your power in the wrong place." His suit was now showing some damage. Clearly Black Adam's power had left some marks on Superman. After Superman finished speaking to Black Adam, he slowly raised his head, as if speaking to a deserted corner. "Thank you, son," he said. "But how long are you going to hide out there?" "Sorry." Suddenly, Bruce emerged from his position, red lightning flashing around him, and Harley, the Sky Comet Dragon, perched on his shoulder. Bruce had entered Speed Force time when the explosion occurred, but not to fight, but to help Diana save the civilians. Using the Speed Force, he had whisked those people to safety in a fraction of a second. "Child, you have justice in your heart," Clark said with a smile, "but I also see hostility in your eyes. You seem to regard me as an enemy? Can you tell me why? What wish are you joining this war to fulfill?" Those who participate in the war must have their own purposes. Even the child in front of him. However, Bruce just shook his head. "In this world, I have no wishes," he said. "If I must have one, I only want to protect Diana's wishes, drive out all the Adventers." "Hellbat, transform," Bruce said softly. Chapter 189 Hellbat Champion God. The dark clouds summoned by Black Adam still loomed above the sky. A torrential downpour threatened to drown the world. The moment Bruce finished speaking, a tidal wave of bats, like a catastrophic cloud, swooped out from behind him. Clark frowned, a sense of foreboding. This child, clearly a child, suddenly possessed a powerful aura, a sense of oppression even surpassing Black Adam's. Perhaps I should do something, Clark thought. Perhaps interrupt Bruce's supposed transformation. But he quickly dismissed the idea. He didn't need to go that far. Since Bruce believed his transformed self was qualified to participate in this war, Clark had an obligation to shatter the confidence and show him what the world of adults truly meant. Children should behave like children. At this moment, the bat-like life form, transformed from the Hellbat armor, had established a connection with Bruce. The bat's sharp fangs gently touched Bruce's skin, and in that instant, it felt as if an electric current coursed through Bruce's body. Bruce felt a ball of energy envelop him, swallowing all light around him like a black hole. Energy converged within his body, and the Hellbat armor took shape, covering his entire body. When the dust settled, a pitch-black warrior appeared before Clark. The blood-red lines of the armor flowed like hellfire, outlining his muscular features with exaggerated power, as if possessing a strength that could rival even gods. Behind the Hellbat, a pair of massive claws spread, emitting a dragon's aura laced with crimson lightning. At that moment, black wings and a red cape faced off against the rain-soaked ruins. "This suit certainly looks extraordinary," Clark smiled. "So that's what gives you the confidence to fight this war?" Bruce didn't answer. The torrential rain washed over his armor, and the world, enveloped by dark clouds, seemed shrouded in darkness. This was the Dark Knight's home turf. A flash of crimson lightning flashed in Bruce's eyes. Speed Force time was activated in an instant. Under the Speed Force, the world seemed to come to a near standstill. In an instant, The rain stopped. The raindrops hovered in midair, no longer flowing liquid, but transformed into countless still, transparent sculptures, suspended in the air. Each drop froze its path, as if the hourglass of time had been turned upside down, its sands no longer flowing. Amidst the ruins, raindrops, large and small, floated like countless transparent pearls, filling the space between heaven and earth. Bruce moved. He became a crimson lightning bolt, roaming freely through the still world. He shattered countless water droplets wherever he passed. The raindrops shattered, bursting into spray, but instead of falling to the ground, they remained suspended in midair. This was Bruce's world. To others, his speed was so fast that it was impossible for humans to grasp it. They saw only a flash of red lightning, and before they could even blink, he was already in front of Clark. Bruce clenched his fist, accumulating the superpower of Queen Maeve and the electrical pulses of starlight. In all martial arts, nothing is invincible except speed. Bruce wondered how much Superman's steel body could withstand such speed and power. That was Bruce's initial thought. However, something unexpected unfolded before his eyes. Bruce's speed was so swift, fueled by the speed force, that no one could catch him. But as he neared Clark, Bruce suddenly realized his opponent's gaze was fixed on him, never losing sight of him. Super speed. Though Bruce had heard from Katoom that Superman's speed rivaled the speed forces, hearsay was always misleading, and Bruce had always been skeptical. His suspicions were not without reason. Since Superman and the Flash were on the same team, if Superman could match the Flash's speed, what would the Flash's purpose be? Wouldn't he be completely outmatched? But the current situation finally forced him to believe it. Bruce's fist had already struck, and in this near-still world, Clark leaned back, dodging the swift blow. Clark smiled, changing his mouth shape. At this point, their speed had surpassed the speed of sound, making communication impossible through words and sounds. Only lip movements were necessary. Bruce understood Clark's meaning. Well done, it was his turn next. Alarm bells rang in Bruce's head. He didn't want to engage in any more fighting, so he retreated at top speed. Then, Superman's sweeping punch ripped through him. The speed of the punch seemed to drain the air from Bruce's path. Boom! Bruce withdrew from the speed force, backing away, keeping his distance from Clark. "Are you okay, Ave?" Katoom flew over from the side. Bruce had transformed earlier, not merging with Owl. Superman is truly powerful, Bruce offered heartfelt praise. Katoom was right. Superman truly could outmaneuver the speedster simply by relying on his speed. It seems the speedster's only advantage over Superman is his ability to reverse time. Katoom was momentarily unsure how to respond. Superman could actually reverse time by pushing the Earth backwards, but Red Sun probably couldn't do that. Next, let's get serious. Without giving it his all, defeating Superman was impossible. Bruce opened his palms, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Bruce grasped the lightning, and as it dissipated, Thor's hammer appeared in his hand. The divine power of Asgard filled Bruce's body. He took a deep breath, his muscles tensed, and all his divine strength concentrated on the hammer. With a deafening roar, Bruce swung Thor's hammer, summoning the first bolt of lightning that pierced the air and struck Superman. The lightning's force was enough to shake mountains and destroy everything, but Superman didn't shy away. He extended his right arm and caught the bolt firmly. The lightning danced between his fingers, but it was like an insulator, unable to damage it at all. "Little Bat, your performance has truly exceeded my expectations," Superman said calmly. "But you can't win with just this. At least you should learn from Black Adam and use magical lightning to deal with me." With that, Clark, using his super speed, was beside Bruce in the blink of an eye. He was a head taller than Bruce now, and stood before Batboy like a wall. "Children shouldn't go to war," Clark said. "You should go home. Your parents must be worried about you." "I don't have any parents," Bruce said calmly. "I'm sorry." This unexpected response made Clark apologize from the bottom of his heart. "Is it because of the war?" he continued. "I will help you stop this war. You don't have to face this misfortune yourself." "Stop it." Bruce didn't intend to talk to Clark anymore. He swung Thor's hammer directly at Clark's chest. "Ah," Clark sighed. It seemed he hadn't hit him hard enough. A child like this really needed a good lesson before he would listen to adults. He struck the ground with a powerful punch, instantly causing the Earth's crust to tremble and trigger a small earthquake, ready to teach Bruce a lesson. Bruce was shaken by the sudden tremor, but he quickly steadied himself, a look of determination in his eyes. Unwilling to be outdone, he gripped Thor's hammer tightly, raised it high, and summoned lightning. And he wasn't fighting alone. Katoom, standing on his shoulder, repeated the same gesture, raising a miniature version of Poseidon's trident and unleashing its weather magic. The sky responded, clouds gathering rapidly, and a storm of thunder, lightning, and raging winds suddenly formed. Despite this devastating force, Clark remained unfazed. Despite the fierce thunderstorm, Superman's superior hearing and anticipation allowed him to dodge it one by one. Then, using his X-vision to penetrate the wind and rain, he discerned Bruce's position. With a gentle breath, a stream of cold air emanated from his mouth, instantly condensing the surrounding air into frost, easily dissipating the storm. Feeling the pressure, Bruce swung his hammer again, unleashing an even more intense storm of lightning. Superman then broke into a sprint, drawing the storm with his body, wrapping the lightning around him in a terrifying arcing pulse. When the energy reached a critical point, Superman swung his hand, and the arcing pulse shot out, striking Bruce directly. "It's over," Katoom thought. Superman has mastered this signature flash move without any instruction. Barry Allen has been completely trounced. Bruce wasn't in Katoom's mood, unable to think. He re-entered Speed Force time, barely dodging the pulse. Then, without giving himself a moment to breathe, he launched a counterattack. He couldn't hold back any longer. Bruce focused all his divine power on his hammer, unleashing a devastating blow. Superman activated his heat vision, attempting to end the fight. The two forces collided in midair, creating a deafening roar that seemed to shake the entire space. Finally, with a dazzling flash of light, both powers dissipated simultaneously. Hellbit's body retreated, and Bruce's hand gripping the hammer within his suit trembled. He was already battered, but the Speed Force had accelerated his metabolism, allowing these minor injuries to heal quickly. But despite his appearance of distress, Bruce's spirits were high. Clark, on the other hand, was facing an unprecedented crisis. A tiny wound suddenly appeared on his face, as angular as a Greek sculpture. A drop of blood slowly trickled down. Clark wiped it away with his thumb, but that couldn't change the fact it had been there. "You're bleeding," Bruce said. "It seems you're not some invincible god after all." Clark didn't reply. Bruce thought to himself, this might be Snape's finest moment. Just now, as Bruce had mobilized Thor's hammer, amidst the mighty thunderstorm, he had also cast the Half-Blood Prince's sharpening curse. After all, Clark had just said he would use magic against him. Batman was always willing to help others. This time, however, the spell was powered by the divine power of Asgard. The end result, Bruce had successfully inflicted a scar on Superman's face. The god had bled. With that, the formula for victory was set. Bruce lifted Thor's hammer, his free hand grasping the head. Countless cracks on the hammer's surface instantly emanated countless lightning bolts, connecting Bruce's 5 fingers. "I didn't want to use this move," Bruce thought to himself, "but something must be done. I must send you back to your original world." He raised the hammer sharply, and the blue lightning flashed green as it danced. Avid chain lightning, the killing curse raged wildly, like a raging serpent of countless time and space, dyeing the world a terrifying avid green. This was Batman's destined death for Superman. The curse surged, hurtling towards Clark. A single strike would cause him to dissolve into thin air like the Queen of the Sea, dispersing from this world. However, Superman, usually fearless, chose not to confront him head-on. His body vanished from its original position, appearing in the blink of an eye high in the sky. Bruce's killing curse, unleashed with his awareness, completely missed. Superman chose to dodge. Such a powerful killing intent, high in the clouds, Superman recalled Bruce's move and felt a vague sense of fear. He could see that move had truly hurt him. At such a young age, yet he possessed such a terrifying killing move. Where on earth had he learned it? Clark's initial disdain for Bruce was finally shattered. Meanwhile, the actual comments Bruce received were far less positive. "Idiot," Owl stamped his foot on Bruce's shoulder. "Do you think it was your fault this time? Even the avidamist, even a few episodes of Ultraman would have taught him not to unleash his ultimate attack. Now, if the attack missed, Superman might be on guard." However, Bruce shook his head. "It's useless," he said. "I'm certain now. The avid lightning chain will not kill Superman. As the saying goes, one knows only when drinking water." The moment Bruce unleashed the avid lightning chain, he knew his killing intent was far from enough. Using the unforgivable curses requires a profoundly dark heart and a resolute murderous intent. Bruce had mastered the Cruciatus curse with ease, untrained and uninstructed. But the killing curse was a different story. Even as he cast the curse, he realized his current murderous intent alone was far from enough to kill Superman. Don't argue, Katoom shook his head. You were just being unreasonable. Bruce didn't argue. He simply closed his eyes and began to call upon another power. A silvery light began to emanate from him, and the appearance of his helmet armor began to change. Owl stopped chattering. He looked at Bruce, suddenly realizing what Batboy was doing. In Bruce's mind palace, the temple suspended in the sky, Katoom II lay slumbering on his throne, surrounded by shadowy illusions. And just then, the lifeless illusion of Wonder Woman blinked. Someone is calling me. As she finished her words, she was enveloped in silver light, transformed into Patronus, and left the Temple of Thought for the real world. She merged with a helmet armor. As the Patronus's power manifested, Diana, who had been evacuating civilians, seemed to sense something and looked up. She looked in the direction where Bruce was. With a thud, Diana and Bruce's hearts, once separate, suddenly began to beat in unison. Bruce summoned the Patronus from Wonder Woman, transforming it into his own power. The helmet armor began to transform into new form. The red lines on the jet-black suit began to turn gold, spreading outward like a golden cape. The ears on Helmet's head also began to transform, becoming a scorched crown. Bruce swung his hammer, and the hammer shattered into countless fragments, connected by golden lightning. Helmet. Champion God form, Bruce whispered. Or rather, Diana form. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Zombie Bruce. It looks a bit odd, Katoom observed sharply, stroking his chin. The colors don't seem to blend. That's because it's lacking some power. Bruce turned to look at the owl. Though he didn't say anything, his meaning was clear. Your behavior is a bit hard to judge, Bruce. This brat wanted Diana's power, and he wanted the owl's power, too. He was simply insatiable. Without you, I would never have met Diana, Bruce said. Besides, Diana and I aren't even 100% synchronized yet. It's probably around 60% right now, more than friends, less than lovers. That's probably the situation. Only by truly trusting Diana with life and death can the champion god form reach full power. So now, I'll have to ask you to fill in the gaps, Bruce said sincerely. However, I'll fill in your egg, Katoom cursed. Do you know that your demands are excessive? But don't you want Diana to be your daughter-in-law? Bruce asked back. You really have that in mind, the owl exclaimed in amazement. I remember someone telling me he only wanted to save Gotham, nothing else mattered. Gotham was Bruce's true love. Time has changed, Bruce didn't even blush. Good Godfather, please, hiss, Katoom couldn't help but gasp. He still remembered how sincerely and heartfelt Bruce had been when he first called him Godfather. But now, he just said it so casually. Where had Batboy learned that trick? Not again. Katoom ultimately chose to help Bruce. Their enemy now was Superman, a man of unwavering will and inner resolve. Bruce might not be able to defeat him alone. The owl's wings spread again behind Bruce. Man and bird merged into one, the form of the god of champions nearing perfection, a qualitative transformation. The helmet armor transformed once more, reaching perfection, its colors harmonizing. From the ferocious demon lord brimming with murderous intent, it transformed into God King protecting hope. Next, it's time for our second battle. He raised his head, gazing at Superman above the clouds. The crimson lightning from the dragon energy emanating from Bruce's wings and claws had now turned golden. The speed force enveloped him once again, and Bruce crushed the compressed capsule he had been holding in his mouth. It served no other purpose than replenishing calories, like a compressed biscuit. The clouds had parted, and sunlight streamed down, bathing Clark. Feeling the sunlight's power, Clark's slight fatigue from the repeated battles vanished. He lowered his head, intending to gaze at Bruce. Instead, he stumbled upon something strange. Where's Black Adam? Clark clearly remembered that after their previous battle, Black Adam hadn't died. He had simply lost his ability to move and fallen to the ground. But now, Clark could no longer find Black Adam, and couldn't even hear his heartbeat. Not only that, Even the monster Professor Pompey had transformed into was gone. Did they escape together? Clark thought, not really thinking it was a big deal. They couldn't escape. After defeating Bruce, he could just recapture them. A minor problem. The biggest problem at hand was that kid named Bruce Wayne. He couldn't afford to be distracted against him. Besides, Hellbot, now in his new form, had transformed into lightning and was charging at him. So, let's fight. Clark lowered his head, ready for another round of battle. Russia, the Winter Palace bunker, an unknown underground laboratory. Professor Pompey collapsed to the ground, clutching his limbs, shaking uncontrollably. This was the price of forcibly using the purple crystal. Not only had he lost a significant amount of his lifespan, but his physical fitness had also plummeted, making it difficult for him to regain his mobility in a short period of time. To Professor Pompey's other side, a bald man in a black battle robe lay slumped to the ground with his eyes closed. Black Adam. He had lost his right hand in a battle with Superman. Though the cut on his wrist had stopped bleeding, it still looked horrifying. Suddenly, the laboratory door swung open, and a tall figure entered. He was clad in heavy armor, the style of a medieval knight, tinted blue and appearing incredibly sturdy. A white bat emblem, slightly different from Batman's symbol, adorned the chest of his armor. The helmet's face resembled a skull, flanked by earrings resembling bat wings. The sheer number of bat elements terrified Professor Pigface. For some reason, he couldn't help but think of Batman. "It seems you're regaining consciousness quickly," said the merciless Iron Fist's voice, deep and raspy, with a faint, almost ageless quality. Professor Pigface trembled, unable to reply for a moment. "I gave you a nutritional supplement I developed myself," said the merciless Iron Fist, sitting on a low stool, his body as imposing as a mountain. "You should be able to speak again in a minute or two. A nutritional supplement he developed himself?" Professor Pigface couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He had researched the purple crystal himself, and he knew better than anyone how harmful it was. That kind of damage was irreversible, and it couldn't be solved by any nutritional supplements. Professor Pigface was so confident in his own judgment until reality slapped him in the face mercilessly. After a few minutes, Professor Pigface's body trembling suddenly began to slow down significantly, and he could even utter a few meaningless syllables. After a while, the involuntary shaking completely disappeared without a trace. Professor Pigface supported himself and was actually able to stand up. "Is it almost there?" Wooman Iron Fist took off his helmet, revealing his true face. "Bruce Wayne," Professor Pigface suddenly shouted, then lowered his voice and said excitedly, "I knew you were so rich, so you must not be a good person. What's the matter? Were you also driven out of Gotham by Batman?" "More or less," merciless Iron Fist said vaguely. "I really will never see my Gotham again." "What do you mean by your Gotham?" Seeing an old friend again, Dr. Pigface was extremely excited. "That's everyone's Gotham, whatever you say. I have something for you to do." Merciless Iron Fist stopped the small talk and got straight to the point. He looked at Black Adam's body. "I want you to help me create two bodies through human experiments, a little boy and an owl." Chapter 191 Let the world feel the pain. Professor Pigface was bewildered by Merciless Ironhound's sudden request. He could understand the idea of a young boy's body. It wasn't the first time he'd heard such a request. Many wealthy individuals, having achieved their life's goals, were drawn solely to immortality. To achieve this, they'd resort to all sorts of horrific practices. The idea of resurrecting a younger body was common. Especially after observing Merciless Ironhound's face, Professor Pigface saw it was covered in scars and fatigue. This Bruce Wayne must have been through a lot. But, the only thing Professor Pigface couldn't understand was why the body of an owl? Was this some kind of ritual he hadn't heard of? Ahem, Dr. Pigface coughed lightly, then said, "I can do the experiment, but I must explain something up front. Remuneration isn't a problem," Woman Tegan said coldly. "For me, anything that can be solved with money is no problem. That's just one aspect." Professor Pigface thought it best to get things straight. "I'm not a formal researcher. The purpose of my previous experiments was to cause social unrest." Woman Tegan frowned. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is that the things I've made before were basically some kind of stitched-together Frankenstein monsters," Professor Pigface said hurriedly. "So, the bodies I'll make this time will be like this too. Whether it's a boy or an owl, there will be obvious stitching marks on their bodies. They'll look like zombies, just like the legendary Frankenstein monster, made up of countless body parts and covered in surgical sutures. This time is no different. It's impossible to say it's realistic. Professor Pigface doesn't follow that path. His previous works have all been horror-themed. That's enough. After hearing this, Merciless Iron Fist felt that this was not a problem. Just focus on creating those two bodies, and I'll take care of the rest. With that, Merciless Iron Fist left the room. Out of the room was a long spiral staircase. Going up the steps, one would reach a quiet garden. This was a bunker in the Winter Palace, used for some shameful missions. Bruce, Owl, Merciless Iron Fist looked at the scenery of the garden and whispered to himself, I hope you will like this gift I have prepared. Superman has a very classic villain named Bizarro. He is a clone created by Lex Luthor using the DNA of Superman and human DNA. He has the opposite abilities of Superman, such as ice vision and fire breath. Moreover, kryptonite will enhance his strength, and the symbol on his chest is also reversed. He was created with the sole purpose of killing and replacing Superman. Now, Merciless Iron Fist will give Batboy Bruce his own Bizarro. I want to make Zombie Bruce truly alive, but my power is not enough to do it. Merciless Iron Fist occupies the godhood of the God of War, representing war and destruction, and does not have the ability to give life to objects. If he had, he would not have embarked on this desperate and dark path. There is still one key condition missing. The spokesperson for the Ashes of Decay, Solomon Grundy. Merciless Iron Fist wants to obtain the power of Grey, to resurrect the dead, and let the dead open their eyes. I know better than anyone that the only one who can completely defeat Batman is another Batman. Merciless Iron Fist raised his head. His tone suddenly became gentle, as if he was talking to the wind. In an attempt to bring his voice to a place he could not go. Diana, can your spirit in heaven see all this? Dark Batman, Merciless, hailed from Earth 12, a dark universe ravaged by war. In that universe, Batman and Wonder Woman fell in love, fighting side by side, facing every battle together until the God of War, Ares, appeared. Ares forged a powerful helmet that amplified his divine power 100-fold. Bruce and Diana grappled with a way to remove the helmet. They ultimately succeeded, but Ares also killed Wonder Woman. Bruce was driven mad in that moment. Desperate to possess the power to battle a god, he picked up and donned Ares' discarded helmet. Wonder Woman had warned Bruce of its corrupting power, but Bruce, convinced he could reshape the principles of war, believed he could do so himself. The moment he donned the helmet, the original Batman ceased to exist. In his place, the face of war, Dark Batman, Merciless, emerged. Since Merciless arrived in this world, he has been observing Batman's movements. So much alike. This Batboy is so much like himself. He's also Bruce Wayne, he's also with Diana, and he also has an enemy in the form of Ares. But the difference is that with just a few words, Bruce has achieved a superficial peace with Ares, and they no longer fight each other. Is this the light universe? Merciless Iron Fist laughed bitterly in his heart. Born in the dark universe, no matter how hard he tries, things will only go dark in the end. But the Batman of the main world only needs a few casual actions to make everything filled with love and peace. Why? Is the gap between different universes so huge? Is being born in the dark universe Merciless Iron Fist's original sin? Impossible. Merciless Iron Fist has decided to destroy everything that the main universe Batman cherishes. Let the main world feel the pain of the dark universe. Bruce Wayne, Merciless Iron Fist whispered, the laughing bat is right. The reason we suffer is because someone is happy for us. All the beauty of the dark universe will flow into the light universe, leaving behind only pain, despair, and darkness. Especially this Batman now. He comes from the Prime Universe and is the source of pain for all Dark Universe Batman. If he could make Batman feel the same pain he has, Merciless thought, even if it meant killing Diana again, he would do it. That's right. Diana of Earth 12 didn't actually die at the hands of Ares, the God of War, but at the hands of her lover, Merciless. Ares had only knocked Diana unconscious, but Bruce didn't know that. After donning the Ares helmet, his mind was corrupted. Diana tried to persuade Merciless to remove the helmet, but Merciless believed she was trying to take what was his. So, he killed his lover. Such pain shouldn't be borne by Merciless alone. Bruce also has the Ares helmet, and he also has Diana. If so, he should suffer the same pain. Berlin. Bruce's battle with Clark has turned the ruins of the entire city upside down. Hellbit's new form no longer represents the power of fear and revenge, but the power of Diana's protection. It's the power of love. Boom! Sonic booms and shockwaves echoed through the sky, the two figures colliding and swiftly separating. Clark's red cape rustled behind him as he transformed into a stream of crimson light. With a roar, he charged at Bruce at a breakneck speed, supersonic. A lightning speed punch pierced the air. The air ripped apart in an instant. A sharp whistling sound like a crack in the sky, shaking every inch of space. Bruce dodged with a speed force, his figure vanishing in the instant the lightning speed punch struck, leaving only a trail of golden afterimages. A sudden counterattack followed, and Bruce swung Mjolnir. The hammer shattered instantly, its fragments connected by countless lightning bolts, forming a long whip that pierced the sky. The whip seemed to have a will of its own, like natural lightning, unpredictable. It attacked Clark from unexpected angles, piercing the air and striking him directly in the chest. Clark reacted quickly, crossing his arms and forming an impenetrable barrier with his body alone, blocking the fatal blow. But the immense force of the impact still knocked him off balance, sending him plummeting into the earth. The ground shook with his fall, sending dust billowing like the smoke of a battlefield. But in the next second, Clark soared again, still determined to fight, showing no sign of falling. The battle intensified, Bruce and Clark fighting from the ruins of the ground to the lofty clouds, and from the clouds to the depths of the ocean. Every collision was like a star exploding, radiating light and illuminating the entire depths of the sea. Every flash of lightning caused the water to churn, stirring up huge waves, as if the entire ocean was boiling with their battle. Their battle made the entire world tremble, and countless creatures held their breath, watching this unimaginable duel. After a fierce collision, both felt unprecedented exhaustion and fell back simultaneously. Whoosh! Bruce was panting heavily. He felt that if this battle continued, the result would not make him optimistic. Why did this freak Superman become stronger with each battle? When he fought with Black Adam before, he looked quite defeated. He couldn't figure it out. On the other side, Clark caught a glimpse of Bruce's flaw while gasping for breath. He quickly adjusted his breathing, and the red light in his eyes instantly condensed, as blazing as the sun, and hot sight burst out from his eyes, like the light of dawn, hitting Bruce directly. Enough. A golden light flashed in Bruce's hand, and the trident of Poseidon appeared in his hand. It was only the height of an owl, like a golden forked wand. Bruce waved his hand, and the ocean currents in the entire sea changed. The huge waves swept the two of them up and threw them into the sky. Clark's thermal vision missed. Just like when Bruce missed the Avatar lightning chain before. After the huge waves rose, they turned into a short rainstorm and fell to the ground. In the rain, Bruce used his last move. Without thinking, he threw Thor's hammer out. The hammer body shattered in the air, like a grenade explosion, splashing countless shrapnel. The grenade-like Thor's hammer has the triple blessing of Asgard, Olympus and Speed Force. Its speed and power finally left Superman with nowhere to escape. He was hit in the face by the exploding fragments. The bad taste of Hephaestus, the god of fire. Bruce continued to fall, thinking about the scene when he asked Vulcan for weapons. At that time, Vulcan spared no effort to make Bruce accept his special Vulcan grenade. After being rejected by Bruce, he said that they were conservatives and did not understand this kind of trendy art. As a result, I don't know if it was because Vulcan really wanted to show this kind of art. In the process of recasting Thor's hammer, he added a little bit of his own. He gave the warhammer a little bit of self-destruct function, and the shape of the hammer happened to be like a grenade. Bruce finally showed a wry smile, and then fell from the sky upside down. Clark is a guy who is a little unreasonable. Every punch he hits on the helmet armor will cause a huge amount of energy loss. The foundation of the helmet is too poor. Bruce thought, the prototype of this suit of armor came from an iron suit from a company called Stark Group. Moreover, it had been worn out for 50 years and was not the most perfect model. Bruce and Katoom made all kinds of magical changes to the suit and finally created this hell suit. However, even within metal and other reinforcements, it still had some inherent deficiencies. Let's modify it later and change to a new style. Katoom now has the 9 metals and the forge of the god of fire in his hands. It is not difficult for him to create a brand new Hellbat armor. Bruce closed his eyes. The wind blew past his ears, and the battle suit gradually disintegrated into a bat. At this moment, he looked like he was facing a crushing defeat and had lost the chance to fight back. In fact, it was not like that. The magic cloak was still on Bruce. He could wear it any time he wanted. It was a simple thing for him to fly again. But there was no need for that now. Sure enough, the moment Bruce closed his eyes, a figure suddenly flashed past him. Then, Bruce felt like he was being held in someone's arms, fragrant and soft. When he opened his eyes, he saw Diana tied the clouds with a truth chain and came to the air. When Bruce was about to fall, she caught him. That was close. Diana looked at Bruce, with a hint of blame in her smile. Yes, that was close, Bruce said softly. He already understood that this must be the first time that Diana had saved someone like this, otherwise she would not have chosen to hug him directly. He was falling at such a fast speed, and being suddenly hugged by Diana was actually no different from falling to the ground. Logically speaking, Bruce's body should have been broken in two. It was because he was careful and cast the armor curse on himself, and left a part of the Hellbat suit on his body to ensure that his body is intact today. Saving people in midair is usually a method that only Superman can use. Because he has a biological force field, he can prevent some tragedies from happening. But no matter what, Diana did save Bruce now, and did not abandon him, and did not give up. Thank you, Diana, Bruce thought to himself. This time he really couldn't repay her, he could only suffer a loss and repay her with his body. Chapter 192 Let's reconcile. Bruce's behavior left Katoom struggling to judge. Is he really a born playboy? He recalled the movies and comics from his past life, where Bruce Wayne's girlfriends changed faster than his clothes. Bruce had never truly fallen for any of them. Instead, he'd deliberately avoid those he truly loved, pushing them further and further away. He felt unhappy if he couldn't get close to the Bat. But Bruce probably hasn't realized that yet. The young new AI adored beauty, and Diana's beauty made him want to be close. He even orchestrated this beauty-saving-a-bear drama. But to say Bruce had ulterior motives wasn't out of the question. Bruce lay on the ground, his head resting in Diana's arms. Wonder Woman looked worried. Even when Bruce assured her he was fine, she kept reassuring him. Seeing this scene, Katoom even considered leaving for a while to give them some space. Unfortunately, the time wasn't right. Just as Diana offered to examine Bruce for the third time, a noise suddenly emanated from the distant ruins. Then, a towering figure rose from within. It was Clark. Hit by Bruce's hammer grenade, he'd fallen almost simultaneously with Batboy. However, with no one to catch him, he plummeted into the rubble. Clark stood up and shook his head. His face was now covered in blood, wounds from the triple power of Thor's hammer. The previous battle had dispersed the dark clouds, and now the sunlight shone on his face. The scars were beginning to heal visibly. Isn't this ridiculous? Bruce almost laughed in anger. Simply by basking in the sun, he could become stronger and heal at the same time. With such powers, why would he stay on Earth? Wouldn't he be able to explore other planets in the solar system? Diana had already reached for the Vulcan sword beside her. If Bruce couldn't fight, then she would finish the rest of the battle. Enough. Clark had barely uttered a word when his facial muscles suddenly began to twitch. That kind of grimace was unbecoming of the Man of Steel. Bruce also sat up from Diana's embrace. He extended his hand, and Thor's hammer flew from afar and landed in his grasp. The hammer was still covered in cracks, but right in the middle, a small fragment was missing. Your name is Bruce Wayne, right? Clark remembered Bruce's name, officially accepting Batboy as his equal. Although he had the upper hand and was easily winning the previous fight, he hadn't expected Bruce to give him a ruthless trick at the last moment. He felt an indescribable pain all over his body. A fragment of Thor's hammer had entered his body and was moving relentlessly. Wherever it passed, it left a numb feeling. Clark nearly fell to the ground several times during the few steps he took through the rubble. I recognize your strength. Clark finally reached Bruce and plopped down across from him. Let's reconcile. You take out that fragment, do you think it's possible? Bruce grinned. This was something Katoom had taught him, from an emoji. Even though he was smiling, the sight of him could send anyone's blood pressure soaring. It's not easy to think of a way to deal with you, and even harder to pull it off, Bruce said. Now that I've finally succeeded, how can I possibly retrieve it? Thor's hammer is forged from Uru alloy, an excellent material for storing magic, not found in the DC universe. The fragment that entered Clark's body contained 3 types of lightning, Asgardian, Olympian, and Speed Force. If triggered. While it wouldn't kill Superman, it could certainly render him a living hell. Clark's expression shifted several times after Bruce's unequivocal refusal. Bruce could confidently guarantee that, at one point, he sensed clear murderous intent. But in the end, Clark simply sighed. Then tell me your terms, he compromised. What exactly do you want in exchange for retrieving that fragment? Even Superman would be troubled by a ticking time bomb within his body. My request is simple, Bruce said. Just leave this world, and everything else will be easy. I can't do that, Clark shook his head. I still have many questions that can only be answered in this world. Unlike other Superman origin stories, Red Sun's spacecraft crash-landed on a Soviet farm. The year was 1938. Clark knew from a young age that he was different. He felt a responsibility to make the world a better place, but he hadn't figured out how. It wasn't until he arrived in this world and met his mentor that the mystery that had plagued him for years began to clear. I will stay in this world, Clark said firmly, until I find the final answer. Then there's nothing to discuss, Bruce sighed. If you won't give in, neither will I. As long as you remain in this world, the fragment will remain within you forever. He was confident that Clark would never be able to remove the fragment on his own, unless he could simultaneously decipher the forging techniques of Asgard and Olympus, and could freely control the speed force. And he would also need to learn a little bit of Hogwarts magic. Otherwise, the hammer fragments would constantly wander through his body, sometimes melting into his blood, sometimes clinging to his bones, and even occasionally wandering into Clark's brain. Does it have to be this extreme? Clark finally tried to persuade him. If possible, I don't want to go to extremes. Don't scare me. Bruce shook his head. In fact, what I can't understand is why you insist on staying here when you clearly don't belong in this world. Because I've seen the light. Clark stood up, his towering frame blocking the sunlight from Bruce's eyes, shadows falling, obscuring his gaze. I've lived my whole life in a dilemma. Am I Earthling or an alien? What mission have I descended from the sky to bring? If I want to help Earth, how can I do it? Clark, the Red Sun, unleashed the turmoil that had been buried in his heart since childhood. Ultimately, he couldn't find his true identity. He wanted to be Earthling, but he couldn't find the evidence to convince himself. If he couldn't be human, he could only become a god. If Bruce Wayne was Batman in disguise, then Clark Kent was Superman's true form. You have no idea how many times you've been on the brink of death, Clark whispered. I've had the thought of killing you so many times. As long as you're gone, that fragment won't be a threat anymore. I know. Bruce nodded nonchalantly at the seemingly threatening words. I also want to see if you'll kill me under these circumstances. Bats are immortal. It would be difficult for Bruce to completely defeat Clark, but it would be incredibly easy to save himself. If Clark had attacked, Bruce would have finally been certain that Clark was humanity's greatest threat, disguised as a savior. But unfortunately, Clark did nothing. He was so close to Bruce, he could have just reached out and strangled Batboy by the throat. It was so easy. Clark could have just reached out, exerted force, and Bruce's life would be his. But in the end, he did nothing. He even tried to negotiate terms with Bruce in a gentle manner. Bruce could only say that Clark was either a born softy or a truly innocent person. If possible, I still hope to resolve our conflict peacefully, Clark concluded. You seem to have given me a choice just now, but besides leaving this world, the only option left is to kill you, and I don't want to take either path. Bruce, I believe there's a third way that will satisfy both of us. I'll go back and think it over carefully, and I hope you'll keep this in mind. If I think of it first, I'll come find you. If you think of it first, you can come find me in Zurich. With that, Clark didn't hesitate. He soared into the sky, leaving traces of sonic booms in the air. He was gone, leaving Bruce feeling both amused and embarrassed. That's nice to say, he said. In the end, didn't you choose to escape? Clark didn't want to leave this world, nor did he want to kill anyone. Caught between a rock and a hard place, he could only hope that Bruce would figure it out on his own. Until then, he could only avoid Bruce's presence. Has he always been like this? Bruce asked Katoom. If it were me, I would have chosen the right answer without hesitation. You should talk less. Katoom shook his head and sneered. What's the most correct answer? If the time really comes, I'm afraid you won't perform much better. The owl discovered that Bruce always liked to give others such dilemmas. No wonder the Joker always appears next to him. After all, birds of a feather flock together, and doesn't the Joker also like to use trolley problems to test human nature? If you don't want to listen, forget it. Bruce shook his head and stood up from the ground. After Clark's interference just now, he had no good excuse to lie in Diana's arms again. Diana was still stuck on the conversation between Bruce and Clark just now. She felt that the two seemed to have the same problem, liking to leave problems to others and let others answer them. Diana really couldn't see where things would go in the end. Don't be dazed, Diana. Bruce turned to look at Miss Wonder Woman, who was still sitting on the ground, and reached out to pull her up. Anyway, we have solved another adventure. Maybe there are two, Bruce thought. For some reason, the purple-skinned pig-headed monster that appeared before always made him suspect that it was the pig-faced professor himself. Let's go check it out. He twisted his arms a few times, and his muscles felt a little sore. The battle with Clark was indeed the most stressful he had ever had. It's a pity that there is no result, Bruce said regretfully in his heart. Nonsense, Katoom clicked his tongue and shook his head. It's obvious that you lost. You can't beat Clark at all. That's not called losing, Bruce said calmly. Although I didn't defeat Clark, I put a noose on him. From another perspective, this is also a win. Indeed, we are always winning, and we have to win more. Owl said this in a sarcastic tone, but when he saw that Bruce didn't seem to pay any attention to his thoughts, he lost interest in continuing. This fight was a fruitless one. If Bruce only relied on his own strength, he still had a long way to go before he could defeat Superman. But Batman's fighting style has never been a head-on confrontation. He has his own style. Using some conspiracy tactics is nothing new to him. The Batman in the comics even hid kryptonite powder in his mouth and then spit in Superman's eyes. Compared to that method, the little Batman now is really open and honest. It was just a magic grenade in the face. Bruce searched the ruins for several times. According to his memory, Black Adam's body should have fallen here. However, he searched many times, but in the end, he couldn't find even a shadow. Gone, not only Black Adam's body, but also the purple-skinned pig-headed monster from before disappeared. Bruce couldn't help but look at Katoom. What the hell is that look in your eyes? Katoom shouted to defend himself. Even if I like to collect other people's things, I won't collect this kind of stuff. Collecting corpses? That's too unlucky. Then where do you say the things went? Bruce said expressionlessly. The intensity of the fight between Clark and I just now, I really can't believe that there is any thief who dares to steal things at such a scene. Then you think too simply, Katoom said. Let me analyze it for you, Bruce. If it were you, would you dare to steal things in this situation? What's there to not dare to do? Bruce didn't care about the word stealing from Katoom's mouth at all. Owl had no right to accuse others of it. Isn't it just taking some things from the war scene? As long as the value is high enough, I can find a way. That's it, Owl said. Since you dare, why do you think another Bruce doesn't dare? Another Bruce. Bruce suddenly realized that Katoom was right. He wasn't the only Batman in the world today. Merciless and iron-fisted. As the Batman of the Dark Universe, no matter how corrupted he became, he was still Batman. He came and went without a trace, unpredictable. It was hard to say what conspiracy was behind it. What does he want with the body? Bruce asked. Is he trying to absorb Black Adam's power? I don't know, Katoom replied naturally, but his enemy is only you. It certainly can't affect me. Chapter 193 Mother's Child. The Batmobile slowly ascended. Bruce clicked a button on the control panel, and the Batmobile's exterior was instantly coated in an optical coating, obscuring its form. It was as if it had vanished from the face of the earth. I'm reminded of Wonder Woman's future invisible plane, Katoom said. It seems the people of Olympus, whether it's Diana or Vulcan, have a particular obsession with these invisible vehicles. The source of this obsession came from Zeus, who had used his divine power to hide the entire island of Thermopylae. The other gods followed suit, each embracing the art of making things invisible. Bruce remained silent, and a strange silence fell upon him and Diana. Looking down from the sky, much of the city lay in ruins, a scene of devastation. This was primarily the work of Black Adam, but Bruce's battle with Clark had also exacerbated the devastation. Not even an hour, Bruce whispered. An hour ago, this was a prosperous city, a showcase of human civilization. London during World War II, even after repeated bombing raids by the Germans, had not suffered this level of destruction. Destruction is always a matter of moments, Katoom sighed, then fell silent. It would probably take Bruce and Diana some time to recover from the devastation of the city. After leaving Berlin, the after effects of the war began to slowly become apparent. A city was instantly destroyed before his eyes. Even if Bruce stood up, he couldn't truly defeat Superman. This made him feel depressed. Diana, sitting next to him, seemed to have her own concerns, staring out a car window in a daze. They were silent all the way. Afterward, Bruce found a hotel in a small town and stayed there with Diana. That night, Batboy took a shower and went to the hotel's rooftop. The night breeze rustled through his hair, leaving it a little damp. Looking at the starry sky, Bruce suddenly felt insignificant. How many beings as powerful as Superman are there in the universe? Bruce seemed to be asking Katoom, but also to be talking to himself. How far do I have to go to defeat them all? You're putting pressure on yourself again. The owl pecked at its wings, preening its feathers. Don't tell me you just fought Superman once and your faith collapsed. It's hard to say. Bruce shook his head slightly. What happened in Berlin had now spread across the world through newspapers. The claim was that it was caused by an airship bombing, but that didn't convince everyone. Firstly, Air Force bombing couldn't cause such extensive damage in this era. Secondly, Germany, with its own Zeppelins, couldn't have remained indifferent. However, judging by Germany's reaction, it seemed they had no plans for retaliation for the air raid, which only made their claims even less credible. How many times in history has humanity used the lame excuse to cover up the serious consequences caused by superhumans? Bruce sat on the rooftop, speechless. The first time he returned to the DC universe, he'd felt his enemies were endless. Now, after his battle with Superman, there was the merciless Iron Fist. Were Black Adam and Professor Pigface really taken down by the merciless Iron Fist? Just as he was thinking this, a noise suddenly came from behind him. Bruce turned around and saw Diana had also arrived on the rooftop. Wonder Woman looked a little stunned upon seeing Bruce. She couldn't help but ask, "Can't you sleep either?" "Something's bothering me," Bruce replied softly. "Me too." Diana naturally sat down beside Bruce, staring at the same starry sky with him. "When I was little, after getting scolded by my mother, I loved climbing up the mountain to stargaze at the stars alone at night," Diana said. "Sometimes I'd stare all night long. By dawn, all my worries were gone." "So what's bothering you this time?" Bruce asked. "When will the war end?" Diana sighed, her brows furrowed. Ever since leaving Paradise Island, she had felt increasingly powerless. The city was destroyed before her eyes in an instant, and she had no time to stop it. Watching civilization reduced to ruins was a scene she would likely never forget. "Actually, I really want to make a wish for myself right now," Diana said with a wry smile. "Just end the war and let everyone live and work in peace. If that could be granted with just one wish, I'd pay any price." Bruce empathized with her. "I've had that wish myself," he said. "But the more I experience, the more elusive it seems. True peace can't be achieved by just one or two people." Diana and Bruce shared the same affliction, but the causes of their distress were quite different. Wonder Woman was heartbroken by the sight of humanity's suffering, while Bruce blamed himself for not being able to immediately stop it. But somehow, under that starry sky, the two of them felt a sense of shared sympathy. Diana, observing Bruce's gloomy expression, suddenly felt that they were the same kind of people. And she didn't want to see Bruce suffer any longer. "Okay," Diana suddenly grabbed Batboy, put her arm around his shoulders, and soothed him. "Don't worry, just watch the stars with me, and tomorrow morning these feelings will naturally disappear." Bruce was caught off guard and fell into Diana's arms. But there was no ambiguous emotion, he simply found the position strange. When watching the stars late at night, isn't it usually the man who holds the woman? Why was it the other way around with him? Perhaps it was because Diana was taller than him, and her aura was more imposing. And there was something hard in Wonder Woman's arms, as if something was holding her. He felt nothing but fear in Diana's embrace, and instead of feeling anything romantic, he was afraid to move. What Bruce didn't know was that Diana was even more nervous than he was. What a weird feeling, Diana thought. It's just stargazing with someone else. She'd watched with Antiope before, and it hadn't felt anything special. But now, with Bruce, especially with him in her arms, she suddenly felt limp, drained of energy. It didn't feel right, Diana thought. She felt more like the one being embraced. "Bruce," she began, wondering if they should switch places. Suddenly, a slightly sarcastic voice echoed from behind them. "Sorry, I didn't expect to bother you." The sudden voice made Bruce and Diana flinch like startled birds. Turning, they saw a figure clad in blue armor and a bat emblem sitting cross-legged in the distance, his head propped up in his hands, looking like he was watching a spectacle. Bruce had never seen this person before, but he instantly recognized their identity. Merciless Iron Fist. But before he could say anything, Diana called out. "Who are you?" She scowled, looking furious. Bruce didn't understand why she was so angry. Could it be that he sensed the aura of a war god in Merciless Iron Fist? Your bluntness is truly innate. Merciless Iron Fist didn't answer Diana's question, instead continuing on his own. His tone was full of emotion, as if he was reminiscing about an old friend. Diana was offended by this attitude. Even though there was a helmet between them, she seemed to be able to see the eyes underneath. Those eyes stared at her face, unable to move away for a long time. Enough. Diana felt uncomfortable. She stretched out her hand and pulled the sword of Vulcan from her chest. Bruce shuddered suddenly. Could it be that the thing that had just hid him was this thing? If he had done anything out of line, Diana would have killed him right then and there. Don't get excited, Diana. Merciless Iron Fist flicked his finger, and with a clang, sparks suddenly erupted from the blade of the sword of Vulcan. Diana felt a little unsteady and took a few steps back before stopping. Stone. Bruce saw clearly that Merciless Iron Fist had not used any special tricks just now. He just flicked out a small stone, which made Diana retreat repeatedly. You can't be called a demigod yet, said Merciless Iron Hand. Your power should only be unleashed under special circumstances, not maintained normally. As expected of Wonder Woman's lover from another world, he understood Diana's situation intimately. He knew better than anyone what kind of power qualifies as demigod-like. Who are you? Diana asked again. The brief encounter had left her with a divine aura from Merciless Iron Hand. Is he also a god of Olympus? Why hadn't she heard of him before? Merciless Iron Hand chuckled softly and removed his helmet, revealing a scarred face. Diana's eyes suddenly widened, her pupils constricting. She looked from Merciless Iron Hand to Bruce, a look of disbelief evident. After racking her brains, the clever Diana finally came to a conclusion. Is this your father? She asked Bruce in surprise. Otherwise, how could you look so alike? My father is dead, Bruce replied expressionlessly. But Diana still had some doubts. She was judging others by her own experience. She had once thought she had no father, but later discovered that her father was Zeus, whom she had never acknowledged. Perhaps Bruce was in the same boat? He thought his father was dead, but in fact he was still alive, and now he had come to visit. Don't overthink it, Diana, Bruce said in a deep voice. This guy is more than you think. He's the Merciless. Diana had certainly heard of the name. Eris had mentioned him when he described the adventures from various nations. However, he hadn't introduced him in detail, so Diana's understanding of the Merciless was limited to just the name. Now, she finally understood something more. The Merciless is your father, Diana said in disbelief. Such an important thing, why didn't you tell me earlier? Bruce felt that Diana had completely lost herself in her own world. No matter how he explained, she probably wouldn't listen. The Merciless was also amused by Diana's unusual train of thought. Let me introduce myself. The Merciless was exceptionally patient with Diana. But this patience and demeanor didn't reflect any compassion. Quite the opposite. Merciless was a typical Sigma man. He loved Wonder Woman, but when Diana and he took different paths, he turned against her faster than anyone else. Just like now, Merciless had killed Wonder Woman himself, yet he couldn't help but bring her up for a while. And he didn't see anything wrong with it. I'm from another world, Merciless said. In that world, you and I were lovers. Diana was stunned. Wait, she reached out to stop Merciless, then lost herself in her own thoughts. Wonder Woman's lover in that parallel world, she pondered. The Merciless is Bruce's father. Doesn't that mean Bruce is my father? Diana's world was about to collapse. She couldn't accept this reality. Was everything destined? Was her special feeling for Bruce a maternal love? Merciless isn't my father. Bruce finally couldn't take it anymore. Wasn't Wonder Woman supposed to be intelligent? How could her thinking be so bizarre? With such a bizarre premise, the conclusions would naturally become increasingly off-kilter. Merciless is me from another world, Diana finally understood, and for some reason, she felt a sense of relief. Then, even stranger thoughts flooded her mind. Is Bruce and I in another world lovers? Diana glanced at Batboy and began to admire her. A child so young could actually do such a thing. But she understood. After all, Diana had thought about waiting a few years until Bruce grew up, and then everything would be easier. Is Bruce and I lovers unique to that world, or is it true in every world? Diana pondered. Bruce could only remind her once more, stop imagining things. This is a dangerous situation. Merciless wasn't here just to say hello. What he planned to do was definitely more horrific than you could imagine. That's right, Merciless Iron Fist smiled. responding to Bruce's previous conclusion about the danger. As expected of his otherworldly self, he really understood what he wanted to do. After this reminder, Diana also realized her own gaffe. It might be because she had too much information that made her lose focus. Sorry, she gripped the Vulcan sword again and entered combat mode. Tell me what you want. Merciless Iron Fist, she shouted angrily, once again using the tone of an Amazon. My reason, Merciless Iron Fist pretended to think for a moment. I don't actually want to do anything, he said, I just want to kill you. Chapter 194 Dark Batman Katoom. Merciless Ironhand addressed Diana. He bluntly stated that he had come to kill Wonder Woman. Why? Diana found it odd, and couldn't help but ask, have you broken up with the other Wonder Woman? Was he driven by love to hate, and so he wanted to kill all the Dianas in the parallel universe? Merciless Ironhand shook his head and laughed. Diana, you're really naive right now, he said. Don't romanticize everything. Many things in this world have nothing to do with love or hate. Meanwhile, Bruce remained calm on the surface, but his inner vigilance was at its highest. Merciless Ironhand, while still joking and chatting, exuded a sense of oppression even greater than Superman's. He was also Batman. Paradox Batman, possessing only the memories of the God of War and the Speed Force, had already caused Bruce considerable distress. Now Merciless Ironhand was the ultimate Goo King, emerging from the dark multiverse. Facing him, Bruce was completely at a loss for words. His only remaining resource was the Speed Force. As Bruce pondered, a flash of red lightning flashed in his eyes, and everything around him froze. Whatever the Merciless Ironhand was up to, it was definitely not good. Against such a man, there was no need to discuss chivalry. Diana and I would simply attack and defeat him utterly. Bruce reached out, intending to drag Diana into speed time as well. But just then, the Merciless Ironhand chuckled. The Speed Force? You've mastered this power. Take my word for it, it's not a good thing. You can't control it. The Merciless Ironhand spoke without a single sluggish pause, as if he too had entered speed time. How is that possible? Bruce was certain that the Merciless Ironhand before him was not the Red Death. He shouldn't have the Speed Force. Is this the extent of Bruce from the main world? The Merciless Ironhand moving through the stagnant world without any hindrance. And it was at that moment that Bruce realized there was no trace of the Speed Force flowing through the Merciless Ironhand. Not only did he not have it, but he also didn't have it on him. Bruce hadn't even entered Speed Force time just now. So why was everything around him so still? Bruce, you need to think about something first. Merciless Ironhand drew the weapon he always carried on his back, a long-handled hammer. It looked ordinary, unremarkable. It wasn't a weapon at all, just a tool Merciless Ironhand had brought with him. Before following Barbatos, I killed everyone who opposed me, Merciless Ironhand said coldly. Without exception, no one survived, whether villain or superhero. If Merciless Ironhand felt guilty, death awaited them. That includes speedsters, naturally. I can kill them, so of course I can break the Speed Force. As he spoke, Merciless Ironhand slowly approached Diana. He seemed to be deliberately slowing down his pace, holding the hammer handle upside down, rubbing it against the ground, dragging it along. The sound of metal scraping against the ground made Bruce feel physically uncomfortable. It was like the sound of wild beasts gnawing on prey, the scraping of teeth on bone, back when humans were still savage. Merciless Ironhand seemed to understand how to psychologically torture others. How could Bruce stand by and watch Merciless Ironhand harm Diana? Stop, he immediately lunged at Merciless Ironhand, constantly trying to activate the Speed Force. However, it was all in vain. Not only did Bruce fail to run in the Speed Force, but his movements became extremely slow, like a slow-motion videotape. Even the word stop sounded deliberately drawn out. It didn't even sound like Bruce's voice anymore. Merciless Ironhand sneered, as if mocking Bruce's antics. You really don't know enough about this world, Merciless Ironhand said. Does the Speed Force mean it's invincible? You've probably never even heard of stasis. Stasis is the exact opposite of the Speed Force, a cosmic force based on entropy and inertia that counteracts motion. Any speedster who enters stasis loses the prized speed. Stasis, a power originally discovered on Earth by the Turtles, was later mastered by the gorilla Grodd. Grodd is a unique gorilla, possessing superhuman intelligence and the ability to telepathically control living things. In short, he's Professor X in gorilla form. Grodd's aspirations mirror those of Magneto, believing humans to be inferior beings, worthy of being replaced by gorillas. Among the enemies slain by the merciless was this gorilla. He removed Ground's brain and fashioned a specialized device that harnessed the stasis within to specifically target speedsters. As for mind control, the merciless didn't need it, he possessed it naturally. Finally, before Bruce's eyes, the merciless reached Diana. He raised his hammer, ready to strike. Diana remained motionless, frozen in time. She couldn't even sense the impending doom, let alone dodge it. But Bruce could. The merciless Iron Fist deliberately preserved his consciousness, allowing him to witness this tragedy firsthand. "It's painful, isn't it?" the merciless Iron Fist suddenly asked. "Even though you've already exerted all your might, you still can't prevent the tragedy before your eyes, and can only allow it to reach its darkest end. Bruce, just watch from there and feel the pain that those of us born in the dark universe have always felt." At the end of his words, merciless Iron Fist's hatred for Bruce was beyond words. The world has never been fair. Why should they, the Dark Batman, have to watch their world being destroyed, while the Batman of the main world can enjoy the love and happiness reaped from the dark universe with peace of mind? Fate should not be like this. Today, merciless Iron Fist is going to break this fate. He can't make himself happy, but he can drag Bruce into the same abyss and feel the same misfortune as him. Boom! The hammer in merciless Iron Fist's hand smashed down. The target was Diana's head. At the same time, Bruce roared, with endless despair in his tone. When the hammer was about to hit Diana's head, merciless Iron Fist suddenly stopped. The distance between the hammer and Diana was probably only a few tenths of a centimeter. "If I really smash it down, it will be a joke," merciless Iron Fist suddenly said. He waved his hand in front of Diana, and his arm actually passed through Diana's body. It was obvious that the Wonder Woman in front of him was not a physical entity. "You can also use this trick." Woman Tegan smiled and exclaimed, "About the magic of illusion? I have to say, you did learn something real during the years you were away from the multiverse." He showed no sign of defeat. Instead, he propped himself up against the long-handled hammer and joked with Bruce with interest. "That's enough." Bruce's heart sank completely. He couldn't understand how the merciless Iron Fist had seen through his illusion. The moment he discovered that the Speed Force was ineffective, Bruce had already cast the illusion spell. He couldn't move quickly in the stasis force, and of course he couldn't take Diana away. So he could only cause the merciless Iron Fist senses to deviate. He thought he was walking towards Diana, but in fact he had inadvertently changed direction. Diana was not there. At this moment, the merciless Iron Fist seemed to see through Bruce's doubts, but he didn't bother to explain. The answer was actually very simple. His brain had long been eroded by the Ares helmet, and there was very little that Bruce could influence. Perhaps at first, the illusion spell would have had some effect. But just like you can never make use of a useless thing, Bruce couldn't keep the merciless Iron Fist immersed in the illusion forever. After merciless Iron Hand shattered Bruce's illusion, Batboy finally felt despair. He had run out of options. In stasis, he couldn't even summon his helmet armor. "It seems you're completely out of options," merciless Iron Hand smiled. "Then please witness what's next." He was determined today to kill Diana in front of Bruce and make Bruce feel the pain he had once felt. After all, this feud was between two men, Bruce and merciless Iron Fist. As for Diana, she was just a tool in the torture game. Merciless Iron Fist raised the hammer again, but this time, he was no longer affected by any illusions. Bruce was frozen in place and could only watch this humiliation. No one could come to help him. No one. Ho-ha-ho-ha! Suddenly, a shrill laughter came from a distance, and Katoom, who had been missing for a long time, flapped its wings and flew from a distance. Indeed, no one could save Bruce. Because owls are not human. What is strange is that the owl is also in the static force at this time, but it is not affected at all and can still move freely. Not only that, he also looks particularly excited, wearing a mini helmet of the same style as Batman on his head, which looks weird. I finally waited for this day. Katoom flew over and landed on merciless Iron Fist's shoulder very naturally, just like he had landed on Bruce's shoulder countless times before. This scene not only stunned Bruce, but also merciless Iron Fist was stunned for a moment. Is he familiar with this owl? Why can he land on his shoulder so naturally? Bruce Wayne. I never thought that you would have this day. Katoom glared at Batboy and scolded him loudly. He got a mobile phone from somewhere, and the electronic voice in it scolded Bruce for Katoom. I thought you were a good person at the beginning, and I was deceived by you. So I took you away from this world. But I didn't expect that your character is so bad beyond imagination. Not only did you do evil things outside, you went to Hogwarts and bullied the upright and pitiful Professor Quirrell. You went to Vought Company and bullied the noble Deep Sea. The crimes are too numerous to list. I saw all these things with my own eyes and it hurts in my heart. Fortunately, today there is another Batman who is here to punish the evil and kill you, the selfish little bat. What a pleasure. What a pleasure. Bruce was dumbfounded by the owl's strange words. He didn't feel angry at all. When something is abstracted to the extreme, people will not feel disgusted. On the contrary, Bruce really wanted to know what the owl would say next. He didn't think that just a few words like this could really make the merciless Iron Fist and him unite as a team, right? This is indeed the case. The merciless Iron Fist was watching Katoom's performance as if he was having fun. Obviously, these words were meant for him. The merciless Iron Fist, who had seized the power of the Greek gods, also had the ability to talk to animals like Diana, and knew what Katoom was saying. As for the content of the owl's words, he didn't believe it at all. What a joke. No matter how annoying Batboy was, he was still Bruce Wayne and the future Batman. He could never do those things. Mr. Wayne. The owl turned to merciless Iron Fist and said, I know you don't quite believe me right now, but I have my own sincerity. You'll understand my true feelings after you see this. I really hate this little bat. I don't want to breathe the same air with him. Hearing this, merciless Iron Fist said with a smile, then what do you want to do? Of course there's only one answer. The owl looked around, flapped its wings, and a small branch flew from a distance. He grasped it between his wings, and with a push of his claws, broke it in two. Then, pointing to the bat helmet he was wearing, he said, I'm here to join you. I want to be Dark Batman, too. If there's even a single lie, it's like this branch. Dark Batman? Bruce thought, Katoom could say such a thing. No wonder he's wearing a helmet. He's been preparing everything from the beginning. Wait, a helmet? Bruce looked at the helmet Katoom was wearing and sensed a familiar power. It was the traces of magic. That helmet was created by a transfiguration spell. But what was it originally? Bruce thought. Speaking of helmets, the first thing that came to mind was the Hellbat armor helmet. But the Hellbat armor was in his arms, and Katoom couldn't get it. Besides, Katoom had a penchant for wearing things on his head, like the crown of thorns and the gangster hood. Who knew what he'd come up with this time? After hearing Katoom's words, merciless Iron Fist felt incredibly disappointed. Is that all? He'd thought this owl had some clever trick up his sleeve, that he could save Batboy, but it turned out to be just that. Alright, stop acting in front of me, merciless Ironhand said. Don't you think I don't know you've never been any good? For scum like you, I've long wanted to. Before he could finish, Katoom suddenly interrupted. I told you, I'm here to join the Dark Knights. New here, so of course I bring a gift. I'm sure you'll like it, really? I don't believe it. The sneer on merciless Ironhand's face never faded. I don't know what kind of gift could make you so confident. I'm sure I'll like it, of course you would, Katoom said calmly. Don't you want to know how to leave this world? This was the owl's gift, or bait, the ability to travel through the heavens. Merciless Ironhand suddenly felt controlled. He had been keeping track of every development in the war, but the closer he got to victory, the more anxious he became. Even if he captured Bruce, how would he bring him to Lord Barbatos? Merciless Ironhand couldn't travel through the heavens at will. Interesting, he suddenly restrained his expression and said to the owl, then welcome to the Dark Knights. From today on, you are our 8th member. I will call you Old 8 from now on, okay? Katoom nodded vigorously. Then now, can we have fun with the little bat? Of course, said the merciless Iron Fist. Just don't kill it. Lord Barbatos must live. With his permission, the owl flew towards Bruce with a strange smile. He said to Bruce in a strange tone. Batboy, there's an old saying on Earth that he who knows the times is a hero. Chapter 195 Batman Classic 2 Choices. What the hell are you doing? Bruce asked Katoom telepathically. He knew Owl's behavior was usually somewhat abstract, but he hadn't expected it to be this abstract. What he'd done now was completely incomprehensible. Just a little fun, a distraction for the merciless, Katoom said casually. If you weren't so incompetent and couldn't defeat the merciless, I wouldn't have to do this. The merciless was also Batman, possessing all his qualities. He was resolute and determined, yet he had no boundaries. If he wanted to kill Diana, he would kill her, and he couldn't be easily stopped. However, The merciless possessed Batman's intense curiosity. When Owl acted extremely strangely in his presence, he couldn't help but stop and try to understand Katoom's purpose. The more abstract the behavior, the more suspicious he became. After all, Batman was someone who, even the sight of a glass of water, could easily lead him to believe it was a crime. "But how do you move in stasis?" Bruce asked. "And since you can move, why don't you just take us away?" "Sorry, I can't," Katoom said. "I've pushed the speed force to its limit so I can move like a normal person. If I were to take you and Diana with me, my speed would inevitably slow down." When Bruce uses the speed force, Katoom's speed increases tenfold. It sounds terrifying, but in the face of stasis, it's barely enough to maintain his movement. After all, this power's suppression of the speed force is too significant. Katoom explained his plan to Bruce. "Right now, the only thing I can do is apprehend you to safety. You're alone, and I'll stay here to protect Diana." This apprehend technique, a Ravenclaw technique, doesn't affect the person, but rather transports others. But Batboy didn't have the time to learn it, so only Katoom could do it. "Can't you take Diana with you?" Bruce asked. "It's hard to do," Katoom sighed. "You can only teleport together if you and Diana hold hands, but you're too far away." This time, the merciless Iron Hand came prepared, while Bruce was forced into a confrontation, naturally at a huge disadvantage. Teleporting the Batman away would give him time to prepare his plan, potentially giving him a chance to win. Katoom had made his decision and ignored Bruce's protests. The small talk ended there. Katoom resumed his performance, angrily denouncing Bruce's past actions. He described the Batman as abhorrent, and unforgivable. "Bruce, you used me to travel across the universe, committing all sorts of evil, sworn brothers with a red skull, beating Professor McGonagall with nunchucks, and even having sex with poor Deep." "I absolutely did not have sex with Deep," Bruce protested telepathically. Even if it was all nonsense, accusing him of having sex with Deep was too much. The merciless Iron Hand observed from the sidelines. He wanted to understand what the Owl was up to, but the more he observed, the more confused he became. Why did it feel like this guy was simply cursing Bruce for fun? If that was the case, his patience was almost exhausted. "Enough." Merciless Iron Fist had just begun to speak when Bruce's entire form suddenly began to twist. After a strange noise, Batboy vanished. Only he was gone, Katoom and Diana remained. "Oh no," Katoom suddenly shouted. "This is how I travel through the universe." When did Bruce learn it? Another journey through the universe. Merciless Iron Fist's brows twitched wildly. His biggest disadvantage against Bruce was that he couldn't leave the outer world. If Bruce wanted to escape, he couldn't stop him. So Merciless Iron Fist first restrained Diana, hoping to use her as a hostage to prevent Bruce from making the decision to escape. But Bruce escaped anyway. "Are you sure he learned it secretly?" asked the Merciless Iron Fist coldly. "Didn't you teach him? If that's the case, why didn't I escape with him?" Owl asked back. "Why should I stay and endure your wrath? For Bruce? He and I are not that close friends. We just had a few meals together." The Merciless Iron Fist said nothing more. Of course, he didn't believe Katoom's sophistry, but the problem now was that Bruce had already escaped to the outside of the heavens. Did he still have a chance to catch him? This was a misunderstanding caused by the Merciless Iron Fist's lack of understanding of the mechanism of time travel. If it was really time travel through the heavens, Katoom and Bruce would not be able to be separated. The scene fell into a brief silence, and after a moment, the Merciless Iron Fist suddenly spoke. "No," he turned to look at Katoom. "Bruce can't truly escape. He'll definitely come back." Katoom looked puzzled. "Why would he walk into this trap?" "Because he's Bruce Wayne," Merciless declared. "Until he sees true despair, he'll keep trying to defeat me, not run." Bruce's departure this time was merely a strategic shift. He would come back. Merciless felt relieved. He gently raised his hand, and a chill wind blew around him. A strange howling sound echoed, and countless undead spirits materialized. This was Merciless's ability. Those Islu would have their souls enslaved by Merciless for eternity. The spirits wandered the air, slowly materializing, grabbing Diana and Katoom and dragging them into the air. "What are you doing?" Katoom screamed. "I'm a member of the Dark Batman, too. You can't touch me. I'm not interested in playing these games with you anymore." Merciless approached and ripped off Katoom's bat cowl. He looked at Owl's face and whispered, "Just now, an idea suddenly occurred to me, and I'd like to test it out." "What idea?" Katoom asked. Who's more important to Bruce, you or Diana? Merciless Siren Hunt turned his head and glanced at Diana, who had fallen into a state of stillness. If Bruce could only choose to save one of you, who would he save? Excellent idea. Katoom's eyes lit up. Then may I offer a suggestion? Merciless Siren Hunt frowned. Did you hear me? I'm using you as bait, I know, but what does that have to do with my suggestion? Katoom said, his face serious. Your plan actually has a flaw. If you let Bruce choose, he'll definitely save the most important person. The one he gave up won't be that important to him, and his guilt won't last long. How about this? Listen to my advice. Give Bruce two choices, but secretly swap Diana and me. That way, he'll only save the other person. Wouldn't that just make Bruce feel guilty and regretful for the rest of his life? Katoom spoke with such eloquence, leaving Merciless Siren Hunt stunned. This owl spoke of such a sinister plan as if it were a matter of course. Aren't you and Bruce partners? Why are you so intent on tricking him? It seems you don't have the slightest hope that Bruce would choose you. Merciless Siren Hunt thought of a possibility and sneered. Ultimately, you're doing this for your own survival, Owl. You're only thinking about yourself. You're flattered. Katoom, held midair by the undead, showed no sign of nervousness. He urged Merciless Siren Hunt, make a decision. Do you want to adopt my suggestion? Merciless Siren Hunt was speechless, having thoroughly experienced Katoom's audacity. Your suggestion is a good one, he said slowly after a pause, but I refuse. You? Katoom sighed heavily, looking extremely regretful. Merciless Siren Hunt didn't want to waste any more time. With a flick of his finger, the undead dragged Owl and Diana towards Merciless Siren Hunt's bat cave. I don't need any advice, Merciless Siren Hunt thought. I only follow my own ideas. He was a man of his own ideas. At this moment, his idea was to give Bruce the option and then swap Katoom and Diana's positions. This was Merciless Siren Hunt's own plan. It had nothing to do with Owl. A strange sound echoed in the air, and then Bruce's figure fell out of thin air. He twisted in the air and landed safely. Freed from the stasis, he finally regained his normal movements, no longer feeling the strange sensation of his mind transcending his body. Katoom, Bruce's heart still sank at the memory of that moment. Although Owl's attitude at the time seemed to be in control, Bruce knew that Owl had made a huge sacrifice by teleporting him away. Now, Katoom and Diana were in Merciless Siren Hunt's hands. Who knew what kind of torture they would endure? He must be waiting for me to rescue him. Bruce gritted his teeth, feeling Katoom's trust. At this crucial moment, Owl still thought of him. He couldn't let him down. Batboy swore on his parents' graves that he would rescue both Owl and Diana. Determined, Bruce withdrew his thoughts and began to observe his surroundings. First, he looked to see where Katoom had teleported him. Then, a moment later, Katoom, why aren't you dead? Bruce cursed the sky. He already knew where he was. An orphanage in London. It's time, and you're still trying to be clever, Oliver Twist. Bruce Wayne kept scolding Owl. Then, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Fine, you're cursing me behind my back, now I'll catch you. It was Katoom's voice, sounding extremely angry. I've made such a great sacrifice for you, and you're still cursing me behind my back. How despicable, you're not human, Bruce corrected him kindly, unfazed by Katoom's sudden voice. This kind of remote communication wasn't their first experience. How are you doing? Bruce asked with concern. Did the Merciless torture you inhumanely? Like scald you with boiling water and then pluck out all your hair? Not really, Katoom said. He just locked me up. Diana's in the cell next to mine. What a shame, Bruce sighed regretfully. What a shame, Katoom cursed casually, then got back to the point. You better be careful. The Merciless is Batman. He knew you'd return to challenge him, and he's prepared. Bruce asked, where are you now? In the Merciless's Batcave, Katoom said. Bruce was speechless for a moment, then he asked again, where's the Merciless's Batcave? In Moscow. Where in Moscow? The Merciless's Batcave. You're going to die? Based on his long experience with Katoom, Bruce could conclude that Katoom probably didn't know the exact location, which was why he was talking so much nonsense. He thought to himself that the Batcave was either specially restricted or simply a crack in space. Otherwise, Katoom would have apparated away long ago. Looks like I can't count on you and me to work together, Bruce shook his head. Then I'll have to follow my own plan. Defeating the Merciless Iron Fist was difficult, but not impossible. It was the Merciless Iron Fist's sudden arrival that had Bruce at a disadvantage. But now the situation was different. Keep an eye on Diana for me. Don't let the merciless Iron Fist harm her, Bruce said. I'll go find him soon. Without you, the merciless Iron Fist has no intention of harming Diana. Katoom glanced at the cell next door. Diana, eyes closed, collapsed on the ground. Anyway, just hurry up. You made a harsh promise to the Dark Batman back then, and now's the time to carry it out. I know, Bruce said, before ending the call with Katoom. It was still night, the stars twinkling. Bruce thought, an hour ago, he and Diana were stargazing. What a pity the merciless Iron Fist had ruined their plans. For that alone, he couldn't kill merciless Iron Fist 100 times. Bruce opened his palms and raised them to the sky. A moment later, Thor's hammer flew from afar and was firmly grasped by him. Immediately afterwards, from within Thor's hammer, the little silver dragon Harley flew out. Initially in high spirits, it even exhaled a breath of dragon energy upon seeing Bruce as a greeting. But soon, after flying around for a few times without seeing Katoom, the dragon suddenly became restless. AWW, wow, wow, Harley tugged at Bruce's ears with its tiny claws, letting out a pitiful roar, as if asking for the whereabouts of the owl. Don't worry, Katoom hasn't abandoned you. He's just been captured, Bruce explained calmly. And we'll rescue him soon. Captured? Harley was stunned. In that instant, countless horrific images of Katoom's torment flashed through its little mind. It burst into tears. Perhaps no one in the world felt more heartbroken for Katoom than it did. Whoa! Are you awake? Katoom's voice called from the next room. Diana turned and saw the owl hanging upside down in a cell on the other side, separated only by a single iron bar. Katoom? What's wrong with you? Diana was horrified by the owl's current appearance. It looked like it had been tortured. Don't worry, I'm just seeing the world from a different perspective. The owl flapped its wings, flipping the bird in midair. But a white lasso bound to its claws prevented its escape. The lasso of lies, one of the 3 lassos of fate, was not from this world, but from a dark universe decimated by the merciless Iron Fist. Bound by this lasso, one is trapped in lies and illusions, seeing nothing but illusions, unable to reach reality. But this had little effect on Katoom. He was an owl without dreams, and he had witnessed the dreams of countless people at Hogwarts. The illusion of the lasso of lies was nothing new. What's going on now? Where's Bruce? Diana wasn't tied up like Katoom. She stood up and inspected the cell where she was being held. The iron bars seemed to be made of a special material. Diana tried her best but couldn't bend them. You could try the lever theorem. Katoom squeezed his head between the bars. Tie 2 bars together with cloth and twist them with a stick. It'll save a lot of effort. It's not that simple. Diana knocked on the bars. This metal has traces of magic on it. Ordinary brute force shouldn't be able to pry it open. She gave up and brought up the previous topic. What was going on now? We've been captured by the merciless, Katoom said. Bruce made it inside and should be outside figuring out how to rescue us. You don't seem nervous at all, Diana asked, puzzled. Shouldn't the situation be critical? Will being nervous change the situation? Katoom asked. If not, just accept it. Diana was silent for a moment, then nodded. You're right. I should learn from your mindset. My character is indeed worthy of learning. The owl accepted Diana's praise with equanimity, gripping the bars with its wings and pulling its head back. Stay here for a while, he said. I'm going to take a look around and see what's hidden in this bat cave. Huh? Diana was a little confused. Weren't they in prison? Why did Katoom make it sound like he was just visiting? I'm a magical owl. I can do things the merciless couldn't even imagine. Katoom pulled a stuffed owl from his feathers and tossed it into the air. Go, Katoom I. Chapter 196 The Root of Despair in the Dark Universe. As soon as he finished speaking, the owl puppet seemed to come to life, flapping its wings and hovering in midair. My lord, the puppet bowed its head and swore allegiance to Katoom. Now connect your senses with me, Katoom commanded casually, and then go explore this bat cave. Yes, Katoom I respectfully shared his senses with Katoom, then flew through the gap in the railing and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Diana witnessed the owl's entire display of power and was amazed. As expected of my nervous owl, she asked, "Did you create this puppet with magic?" "Just a little trick," Katoom said. "If you go to Hogwarts, you'll find animated props everywhere." Diana wanted to nod immediately. She really wanted to see Bruce's school. But then she remembered Bruce's words. Hogwarts had been destroyed by the god of war. What a pity. Diana's mood was subdued. From what Katoom had said, Hogwarts was a fascinating place, and Bruce must have loved it. Bruce must have been heartbroken when the school was destroyed, right? Katoom noticed Diana's expression change, and while admiring Wonder Woman's quick response, he naturally changed the subject. Merciless Ironhand has a sinister plan, Katoom said. He wants Bruce to choose between you and me. What? Diana's attention was immediately drawn to the plan, and she said in disbelief. Doesn't this put Bruce in a dilemma? It won't be a dilemma, Katoom said, resuming his upside-down position. You're Bruce's fiancé. He'll definitely choose you. Otherwise, it would be unjust, but the engagement was fake, Diana said. That doesn't matter, Katoom said self-awarely. What matters is that Bruce once swore an oath to fight by your side and protect you together. That was the oath Bruce had made when he put the ring on Diana's finger. For a moment, Wonder Woman didn't know how to react. Katoom's judgment made sense, but wouldn't that be too cruel to Owl? No, Diana suddenly declared. In that case, we can't let Merciless succeed. She was no delicate girl, she was an Amazon warrior, capable of self-rescue. I don't want to embarrass Bruce, nor do I want to see you sacrificed, Diana said with a surge of passion. We don't need Bruce to rescue us, we can get out on our own. Before Katoom could speak, Merciless's voice echoed from the other side. You have ambition, heavy footsteps echoed, and Merciless, clad in heavy armor, appeared at the end of the dungeon. He slowly approached, stopping at the cell door. You're awake, Diana. He bent down and passed the tray he held into the cell through the delivery slot. The food on the tray wasn't very substantial, a pickle sandwich, 2 chocolate donuts, and a small espresso. Katoom was immediately displeased. Where's mine? Merciless Ironhand ignored him. Meanwhile, Diana frowned. What are you doing? Do you think I'd eat food with such unknown ingredients? Whether you eat it or not is up to you, Merciless Ironhand said calmly. I just want to re-experience cooking for Diana. Katoom couldn't help but comment, that's rare. Most Batmen can't cook. They blow up the kitchen in order takeout. Having a girlfriend is different. I won't eat that, Diana shook her head. And I have to say, this isn't my cup of tea at all. I know, Merciless Ironhand said, no further. But Katoom mercilessly exposed him. This is Batman's favorite food. Owl had traveled with the Batman for so long, so he was naturally familiar with his tastes. Pickle sandwiches were Batman's favorite of Alfred's creations, along with baked lobster. As for chocolate donuts, they were the only treat Bruce still had left after conquering all his sweet tooths. His willingness to eat chocolate was likely due to its dark color. Finally, there was espresso. As a nocturnal bat monster, he'd struggle to survive without it. Merciless Ironhand cooked for Diana, and ended up cooking all his own favorites, which made sense. Diana paused for a moment, then suddenly looked up. You and your world's Diana are lovers, right? So what? Merciless Ironhand said. Don't expect me to hold you back. My Diana is infinitely better than you, but I don't think you love her, Diana said. From what you've done, it's clear you're imposing your will on her. That's not love. Wonder Woman's words brightened Owl's eyes. Oh? Didn't expect Diana to learn how to kill someone after just a few days with him? It seemed she was really learning from him. Of course, Owl didn't expect these words to actually hurt Merciless Ironhand, but it was a good start. Sure enough, after hearing Diana's words, Merciless Ironhand remained unmoved. You're right, he said. But love is mutual. She loves me, too, so she's willing to eat my cooking. These were the limits of Batman's culinary skills. After finally experiencing cooking for Diana, the Merciless Iron Fist, his wish fulfilled, turned to leave, but Diana stopped him. Why did you betray justice and become like this? She looked at the Merciless Iron Fist's pale hair. He looked only middle-aged, yet prematurely aged. Would she be happy if she saw you like this? Diana, you seem to have made a mistake, the Merciless Iron Fist said coldly, expressionless. I always knew my Diana wouldn't support me, but I continued on this path because it was the right thing to do. I come from the dark universe. There can never be a bright future. The world is like this, and so is my love. Even if Diana and I continue to hold on, it will only make us more miserable, because our happiness will only flow to you. At this point, the Merciless Iron Fist's face darkened as he looked at Diana, his eyes filled with endless hatred. Why do you think my Diana died? Because I killed her? No. That's not right, it's because of our origins. The moment Diana was born in the dark universe, her fate was sealed. She will suffer forever, and then provide for your happiness. All the Wonder Women of the Light Universe are Merciless's enemies. Because they robbed the happiness that should have belonged to their loved ones. Diana Prince, Merciless roared, staring directly at Diana and articulating his truest thoughts. What makes you think you represent justice? Those of us in the Dark Universe have suffered endless despair, seeking revenge against the multiverse. Does that make us unjust? I will kill you in front of Bruce, Merciless said coldly. I will make him feel everything I've felt, until he kneels before me and begs me to kill him. After saying that, he turned around and left the place without any reluctance. Diana stood there in a daze. She had originally wanted to punish women with an iron fist, but now her worldview was almost overturned. She had no idea how to refute. Katoom, she turned her head and looked at the owl who was swinging herself upside down like a swing. Have I really committed so many sins? Diana was at a loss and began to question everything she had experienced in the past. Are her happy memories all built in the pain of Diana in countless dark universes? If so, what is the difference between her and a criminal? Oh, Katoom stopped swinging and sighed deeply. Diana was indeed inexperienced, and her Taoism was shattered by a few words. As expected, she had to rely on herself in the end. He is lying to you, Katoom suddenly said. Think about what he said to you not long ago. What did he say? Diana couldn't think of it for a moment. Merciless Iron Fist had said a lot, so who knew which one it was? Many things in this world have nothing to do with love or hate. Katoom imitated Merciless Iron Fist's tone, repeating his words. He said what he did had nothing to do with love or hate, but think about how he looked just now. The hatred was almost palpable, but so what? Diana shook her head. As long as he hasn't lied about his experiences, I have indeed robbed Diana of countless happiness. What does this have to do with you? Katoom asked. Look at Bruce. He's the Batman of the main universe, arguably the biggest beneficiary, but do you see him showing any guilt? He still eats and drinks as usual, but this is wrong, Diana persisted. We do enjoy the happiness brought by the Dark Universe, so what are you going to do? Die to atone for your sins, Katoom said. Dividing the multiverse into light and dark sides will definitely lead to such a result. If there is a crime, the crime should only be on the person who created the Dark Multiverse. That person is none other than the Lord of the Dark Multiverse, Barbatos. The root of all this is actually very complicated. First of all, we have to mention a person, the goddess of creation of the multiverse, Perpetua. When she created this world, she deliberately divided the world into three parts: the material universe, the antimatter universe and the dark universe. In order to make the DC multiverse a system that is constantly in crisis and can regenerate itself, so that Perpetua can continuously absorb the crisis energy generated in the DC multiverse. To this end, she also gave birth to three high-level life forms to supervise these three areas: monitors, anti-monitors and world forgers. Later, the three filial sons discovered their mother's conspiracy. After a period of maternal love and filial piety, the goddess of creation was imprisoned in the Wall of Origin. The multiverse began to operate normally. In fact, the original The Dark Universe is devoid of life. It's where the World Forger creates worlds, a kind of workshop. The World Forger hammers away in his workshop, creating qualified worlds that are then sent into the material universe to set in motion. Unsatisfactory worlds are simply destroyed. The one responsible for destroying these worlds is his pet, Barbatos. Everything was designed perfectly, and there would be no pain or misfortune. Until Barbatos backstabbed the World Forger and took possession of the Dark Universe. He then proclaimed himself the Lord of the Dark Multiverse, preserving worlds destined for destruction and setting them in motion, cultivating the power to counterattack the main universe. This is how all the pain and misfortune began. If the Dark Batman truly desired vengeance for their world, he should have killed Barbatos. But they didn't. It would be fine if ordinary people couldn't see through it, but these guys are all Batman, said Katoom. Can they not distinguish their enemies, or are they deliberately trying not to? After all, among that group of Dark Batmen, how many pure victims are there? By the time Katoom finished speaking, Diana had fainted. Terms like material universe and antimatter universe made her feel extremely unfamiliar. It would probably take some time to figure out the relationship between them. But no matter what, the owl's words were not without effect. She at least remembered a name. Barbatos. He was the source of all the pain. Not Diana herself. Thank you, Katoom. Diana thanked softly. At least I am not so uncomfortable now. No big deal. Katoom raised his head and was about to brag about himself, but suddenly, His whole bird was stuck in place and no longer moved. Katoom, this sudden change made Diana's heart rise to her throat. She hurried to the edge of the cell and stretched out her hand to make sure what happened to Katoom. "Don't touch me. I'm still alive." Katoom slapped Diana's hand away with his wings. He had recovered. "It's crazy," he muttered. "Diana, you don't know what I just saw through the perspective of the third life? In Merciless Iron Fist's Batcave, there is an unremarkable laboratory." Katoom I accidentally broke into the laboratory while flying around in the Batcave. Everything he saw, heard, and felt, he shared with Katoom. That's why the owl lost consciousness for a moment just now. Inside the laboratory, there are all kinds of old books, mixed with chemicals, a pungent smell. Various scientific instruments of the First World War level are placed in it, and a man wearing a pig-faced mask is busy. The missing pig-faced professor was actually taken away by Merciless Iron Fist. And on the central laboratory table in front of him, a pale-skinned boy was lying on it with his eyes closed. The boy's body was covered with suture marks, and he was obviously a man-made zombie. The boy's face was exactly the same as Bruce's, but there was no sign of life on it. Not only that, next to him, lay a spliced owl, also with its eyes closed, and also lifeless. Katoom had never thought that he would see such a thing in the Batcave. What does Merciless Iron Fist want to do? For a moment, Katoom couldn't guess what Merciless Iron Fist was thinking. Want to use these two bodies to replace them? Or let them do something bad and put the blame on Bruce and Katoom? Impossible. Only a fool can't see the weirdness of these two bodies. They should appear in thrillers, not in the real world. There is no possibility of being confused with real people. After thinking for a long time, Katoom couldn't think of a convincing idea to explain Merciless Iron Fist's motives. Moreover, these two bodies looked curious, but they were not a threat. Even if they could come back to life, what could happen? Forget it, no matter what you want to do, I'll do some damage first. Katoom thought so, commanding the third to approach. The owl puppet had already cast the disillusionment charm, disappearing from view. Professor Pigface had no special abilities, so there was no way he could detect such a subtle movement. The third easily approached the two bodies. Katoom's current idea was to use the same method he had used with the owl transmitter to implant the personalities he had created into these two bodies. This pre-existing concept would provide a safety net even if they woke up later. This was a good idea, but the problem was that Katoom didn't have that many personalities prepared. Right now, besides the third, I only have two personalities I can use, Katoom thought. But they're both in Voldemort's diary, and they're not very controllable. One was Voldemort at 16, and the other was the adult personality of Homelander, captured in the Black Robe world. Neither was a good idea. As for the third's personality, it wasn't suitable for implantation. It was just a tool, not very functional. When the two bodies woke up, they would likely be killed. Forget it, Voldemort is Voldemort, Voldemort and Homelander. Merciless Iron Fist had these two as his assistants, a blessing from his past life, the owl thought for a moment before making the assignments. Voldemort would be implanted in the zombie Bruce's brain, and Homelander in the zombie Katoom. It's a bit hard to say. Katoom shook his head, pulling the long unopened diary from his feathers and directing the third to begin the operation. After a long moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everything needed to be done, and hopefully it had some effect. "Are you done?" Diana asked. She didn't understand what Katoom was doing. It wasn't something a female warrior should be considering. "More or less," Katoom replied. "If those two bodies truly come back to life, my implanted personalities can be activated. If they don't, I'll be at a huge loss." While they weren't usually useful, the thought of losing two personalities for no reason was heartbreaking. "Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore." Katoom took the diary away and asked Diana, "Are you still going to eat the food Merciless Iron Fist sent? Give it to me if you don't want to eat it." "I'm hungry, do you really dare to eat it?" Diana warned. "This was done by the Merciless. The Merciless wouldn't want to hurt us right now," Katoom said. "With Bruce away, we're safer than anyone else. There's nothing wrong with being in jail. It comes with food and shelter, and you can remotely control a Batboy. It's quite comfortable without having to fly around everywhere. Speaking of which, what's Bruce's plan? It better not be looking for allies and then teaming up to fight a boss. Don't go looking for Superman, kid," Katoom muttered to himself. "The Merciless has mind control. Superman is always the first to fall victim to this power, and it works every time, making you wonder if he's doing it on purpose. Wait a minute. Speaking of mind control, Katoom suddenly thought of something. It looked like there was a magneto helmet hidden in his feathers. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 The King's Treasure House. A glass of water sat on the table, bubbles slowly rising from it. Merciless Ironhand lowered his helmet, picked up the sparkling water, and drank it all in one gulp. I've been tricked, he muttered to himself, setting the glass down. Just now, he had felt the surge of the speed force again. In this world today, the only speedster was Bruce Wayne. Bruce had undoubtedly returned to this world, or perhaps, in fact, he had never left. As expected, you're Bruce. When facing an unbeatable foe, you always come back, but so what? No matter how Bruce struggled, he could not defeat himself. Merciless Ironhand possessed the power of a god of war, but there was more to it than that. Before Merciless Ironhand, space suddenly rippled with the golden waves, followed by more waves, and the entrance to Pocket Dimension appeared before Merciless Ironhand. With heavy steps, the clashing sound of armor against armor, Merciless Ironhand entered the Pocket Dimension. Within this dimension lay a vast armory. Countless mythical weapons were displayed, waiting for Merciless Ironhand to utilize. Furthermore, countless illusory souls were locked within the sacred armory. Their expressions were numb, unresponsive to the changes in the outside world. This was the truly terrifying power of the Merciless Ironhand. Once, after donning the helm of Ares and possessing all the power of Ares, he mercilessly slaughtered the remaining gods of his world. From then on, he occupied the gods' realm, possessed their weapons, and even enslaved their souls. From this, he forged this sacred armory. Faced with such overwhelming power, the Merciless Ironhand saw no possibility of failure. Bruce, just struggle slowly, the Merciless Ironhand whispered softly. I hope you'll come to me soon. It would be boring if you weren't there when I execute Diana or the Owl. He glanced again at the mythical weapons in his armory. The celestial chain that captured the bowl of heaven, the indestructible angel's sword, the demonic sword from the Nibelung, the scythe of fate that severed Medusa's head, and there were many more. Even if Bruce possessed Thor's hammer, what would he have been able to do against him? In the end, all he would have done was give Merciless Ironhand another piece to his collection. Just in case, my arsenal is missing a Thor's hammer, Merciless Ironhand thought. Bruce would fill the gap. Bruce raced through the speed force, red lightning circling the earth, again and again. When speed reached this level, time warped and space folded. Bruce had no intention of traveling through time. Past painful lessons had taught him never to toy with timelines again. This time, he was running to enter another dimension. That was Olympus. Bruce's body began vibrating at a high frequency, rendering Olympus's restrictions ineffective. In a flash, he arrived at the abode of the god of fire, beneath the eternally erupting volcano. He had just finished striking a weapon and was resting. He held a wooden cup larger than a barrel, the liquid inside like boiling magma. When he saw Bruce, he was stunned for a moment. Why are you here again? He asked. Where's Diana? Why isn't she with you? It's a long story. Bruce didn't hesitate, unburdening himself with the entire story. The god of fire's expression grew increasingly serious as he listened, especially when he heard that Merciless Ironhand possessed the power of the god of war and had slaughtered the Olympians of another world. He could no longer sit still. Bang! He threw the cup in his hand to the ground, the liquid inside sizzling. No matter which universe, Ares is always causing trouble. The god of fire always had the strongest opinion of Ares because his wife, Aphrodite, had a past with Ares that he couldn't let go of. Bruce didn't try to persuade the god of fire to be strong. He had no intention of judging anyone else's family affairs, not even his brother-in-law's. The most difficult problem right now isn't Merciless Ironhand's power as the god of war, Bruce said, but the souls he has enslaved and the countless mythical weapons. Those mythical weapons were gathered together to form a vast treasury of the king. Bruce felt troubled at the thought. As the wielder of Thor's hammer, he knew better than anyone the transformation a divine weapon could bring about. And Merciless possessed countless such weapons. The god of fire also realized the seriousness of the situation, a look of embarrassment on his face. Bruce, we'll be family sooner or later, so I won't hide it from you. He pointed in the direction of his collection room. If Merciless really slaughtered an entire universe as you say, Then even if you empty my collection room, you can't possibly rival his treasure trove. Since Merciless had slain so many gods, the trophies he possessed must be the most valuable weapons in the hands of a god. Although Hephaestus's collection room contained a wide variety of artifacts, the overall quality was not up to par. It all depends on the materials and the divine power they contain, the fire god said. The weapons I forge are either powered solely by my own strength or simply empty shells, waiting to be cultivated by their future masters. These are the embryos of divine weapons, while the ones in the hands of Merciless Iron Fist are finished products, so they're still incomparable. Of course, I can forge you the most powerful weapon, but that would take at least 200 years, and you probably can't wait. Bruce understood. After thinking it over, he offered his own suggestion. Then is it possible to forge a weapon that can counter other mythical weapons? Bruce formed a circle with his hands and gestured to the fire god. For example, a bracelet or something that can take away all of Merciless Iron Fist's weapons. No way, I've never heard of such a thing. The fire god shook his head frantically. Even if such a weapon exists, it won't be easy to obtain, but it was a good idea, the fire god thought, and he could give it a try later. Even after hearing the fire god's clear statement that it was impossible, Bruce remained undeterred. What he truly wanted from the fire god was news of something else. Brother Vulcan, I want to ask you something, Bruce said. Have you heard of a material called X-metal? X-metal, the 10th metal Katoom had mentioned. In reality, the 10 great metals in the universe aren't ranked in ascending order of strength. The combined extraordinary power of the first 9 metals likely isn't even 1/10 of X-metals. This is because X-metal is the metal used by the forgers of the universe to forge the universe. It's imbued with purest potential, capable of being transformed at the will of its owner to arm others and awaken those lost in darkness. If the 10th metal could be found, defeating the Merciless Iron Fist would be a sure thing. After hearing Bruce's question, Vulcan was silent for a moment. After a long pause, he slowly said, "You're truly audacious. You dare to even dream of this. What's wrong?" Bruce asked. "Is this a topic that shouldn't be touched? You'd better give up on that idea." Vulcan shook his head. "I've never seen X-metal in my life, and you're unlikely to find it on Earth." As he finished speaking, Katoom's voice suddenly echoed in Bruce's mind. "Nonsense," Owl retorted bluntly. "Vulcan has definitely seen the 10th metal, and right here on Earth." "Really?" Bruce asked doubtfully. "But there's no reason for Vulcan to lie to me. Merciless had annihilated the entire Olympian horde with his iron fist. Facing such a formidable foe, and with Diana's safety at stake, there was no way Vulcan would be hiding anything from Bruce. Vulcan certainly wasn't lying to you, because he himself didn't realize he'd seen the 10th metal." Katoom paused, then said, "Ask Vulcan if he's ever seen something called a mother box." Bruce had heard of the term before. It was back when they were still on Paradise Island, when Bruce asked Al if there were any powerful weapons on the island, and Katoom had mentioned it. He didn't say anything more, only advising Bruce that it was a completely uncontrollable force and that it was best not to get involved. Could it be that the mother box was made of the 10th metal? Bruce immediately questioned Vulcan about the mother box, and his expression froze. Yes. He suddenly thought of that war countless years ago, when countless races on Earth united, even with reinforcements from space, to fight a terrifying enemy. What was that guy's name? Vulcan tried to recall. Darkseid? Sysid? Or Darkseid, Bruce said. Yes, Darkseid, Vulcan instantly remembered. That guy was truly terrifying. I heard he was just a child back then, and he nearly destroyed the Earth. Zeus and Ares personally participated in that war, but Vulcan did not. He served in the logistics department, forging weapons. However, Vulcan had seen the spoils of war firsthand, the 3 mother boxes. From what you just said, those mother boxes are indeed a bit strange, Vulcan said seriously. I can't recognize their material, and judging by the abilities they display, they could be forged from the 10th metal. The power of the mother boxes amazed even the old gods. They could reconstruct matter at will according to the user's needs, a power practically reserved for the creator gods. Vulcan had long sought to understand the composition of the mother boxes, enabling their incredible powers. Unfortunately, Zeus denied him the opportunity. After defeating Darkseid, the 3 mother boxes were sealed separately. Now, if the mother boxes were forged from the 10th metal, then everything made sense. Bruce finally saw hope. Now that he had found the 10th metal, what was there to wait for? Could he just use it against the Merciless? Batboy didn't realize the magnitude of his idea. Fortunately, Katoom had been listening to their conversation, and at the slightest sign of Bruce's aversion, he quickly intervened. "Wait," Katoom said quickly. "You're not thinking of using the mother boxes against the merciless, are you?" "What's wrong?" Bruce asked matter-of-factly. "Isn't that a perfectly normal thought?" "Normal?" Katoom nearly cursed. "Bruce, I recommend a book to you," Katoom sighed. "It's a classic Eastern novel called Romance of the Three Kingdoms. You should read it. You'll find a kindred spirit there, to defeat the merciless." "He's using the mother box?" "What a joke. When used, the mother box sends a signal into space, attracting Steppenwolf. If Steppenwolf arrives on Earth, he'll discover the anti-life equation hidden within, and Darkseid's army will undoubtedly descend upon Earth. To defeat the merciless, even at the cost of inviting Darkseid? How is that different from summoning Dongzhou to the capital to deal with the 10 attendants in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? But if you think about it, that's certainly something Batman could do." Katoom didn't keep Bruce in suspense, explaining the stakes. But it was clear that it had no effect. "I'm not going to use the mother box," Batboy said. "I'm going to destroy it and use only its materials." "Then you might as well just use it," Katoom sighed. "Destroying the mother box? Do you know the energy that would erupt in that instant could destroy the entire solar system?" Bruce believed Katoom wasn't exaggerating. This terrifying scenario could really happen. But if this continued, wouldn't he have to give up the mother box? Bruce felt a little reluctant. There had to be another way to use the mother box without being discovered by Steppenwolf. Wait. Bruce's clever little mind suddenly hit on a brilliant idea. Since using the mother box on Earth would attract Steppenwolf, why not just not use it on Earth? Or even in the DCEU? He'd done the same thing with Katoom before, using the time turner in the tunnel of the universe to reverse time throughout the universe. Now, it was just another attempt. With Katoom away, I can't open the portal to the universe, but that's okay. Using the speed force alone, one can travel through space. It's just that one can't leave the DC multiverse. Bruce could easily find a destroyed universe, like the merciless Iron Fist's home, and use the mother box there. At this point, Batboy's thoughts suddenly paused. He felt a complex mix of excitement and heaviness. The mother box can restore things to their original state after they've been destroyed. So, could it repair a destroyed universe? Even if it couldn't repair the entire universe, resurrecting one or two people shouldn't be a problem, right? For example, merciless Iron Fist's beloved Diana from the Dark Universe. Katoom, Bruce hooted, then voiced his thoughts. Do you think that's feasible? Batboy wasn't sure if resurrecting Diana was a good idea. Even if she was kind, she was born in the Dark Universe after all. Even if she were resurrected, she would only continue to experience endless pain. Is it really okay to disturb her sleep? I can't answer that for you. After all, Katoom wasn't some multiverse-level powerhouse. He couldn't possibly foresee the future of the universe. I can only say that your idea is very creative, but if you want to implement it, you have to be mentally prepared. Be prepared to bear the consequences. Bruce pondered for a moment, finally making up his mind. I'm going to do it. Right now, he said. The merciless took my Diana hostage, so I'm going to take his Diana hostage. Now that's fair. Katoom finally sighed and decided to support Bruce's idea. Then do it, said the owl. Just be careful not to get caught by Barbatos. Although the merciless Dark Universe was Barbatos's domain, it was destroyed after all. Barbatos wouldn't pay much attention to a ruined world. And, this guy still believed that Bruce was in the Harry Potter world, eagerly awaiting good news from Salvador. Thanks to the Speed Force, Bruce's entry and exit in the Dark Universe was a matter of seconds. The chances of Barbatos noticing him were minimal. Now that the solution had been decided, all that remained was to obtain the mother box. There were 3 mother boxes, kept separately by the Atlanteans, Amazons, and humans. Bruce had defeated the Sea Queen, was engaged to Diana, and was human. Logically, it shouldn't be difficult for him to obtain any of the mother boxes he wanted. Let's take the human one, Katoom said. Both Atlantis and Themyscira have sworn to protect the mother box with their lives. If you try to take it by force, there's bound to be bloodshed, especially the Amazons. Whether the Amazon Queen would even acknowledge him as her son-in-law was uncertain. Bruce eagerly rushed over, fearing he'd be severely humiliated by the Amazon women. But the human mother box was different. Unlike the Atlanteans and Amazons, who built towers to house their mother boxes, humans simply dug a pit and buried them. Incidentally, Katoom knew the mother box's location. In Italy, Katoom said. The place where the humans buried the mother box is now an Italian monastery. At the end of World War II, it would be unearthed by the Germans, then intercepted by the Allies and transported to the United States in 1944. Bruce could just take it out now, use it, and return it later. You want to return it? Hearing Katoom's words, Bruce suddenly retorted, Are you really Katoom? Are you someone impersonating me? As was Owl's way, he never returned anything he'd gotten. Yes, I'm someone impersonating me, Katoom sneered. My real name is Thomas Wayne. Just wait. Bruce's doubts faded. Only Katoom could say such a beastly thing. I asked you to return the mother box because it's crucial to this universe, Katoom decided to explain. Without the mother box, Cyborg wouldn't exist in this universe, Superman wouldn't be resurrected, and the Justice League wouldn't exist. I still want to see Justice League too, Katoom said. If Warner doesn't make it, I'll travel through time and see it myself. I don't understand what you're talking about, Bruce said, but he accepted Katoom's explanation. Forget about being engaged to Diana, it wasn't a big deal. But simply eliminating two superheroes, one of whom is Superman, would have a massive impact on the universe. The DCEU might even be rebooted. After everything was confirmed, Bruce said goodbye to Vulcan. I've decided to try the mother box, he told Vulcan. If it's truly forged from the 10th metal, it will surely help me defeat the Merciless. Can you find it? Vulcan asked with concern. I've heard the mother boxes are hidden in very secret places, guarded by powerful forces. How can we know if we don't try? Bruce said without revealing too much. Simply, I'm a wizard and I believe in the magic of love. As long as I'm determined enough to save Diana, a miracle will surely happen. Okay, these words touched Vulcan's heart, and he gave a thumbs up, appreciating Bruce's intention. It seemed Diana had good judgment, finding a reliable man. Her vision was as good as her sister-in-law's. After saying goodbye, Bruce left the realm of Olympus. Though he arrived empty-handed and departed empty-handed, his state of mind was completely different. Merciless and iron-fisted no longer signified despair, a small Italian town. Sunlight streamed through narrow, cobblestone streets, lined with ancient buildings that had weathered centuries. Bruce emerged onto the streets, the sound of carriage bells echoing in the distance. The storm of war hadn't yet reached this place, all seemed calm. In the heart of the town stood an ancient monastery. Its walls were built of dark gray stone, its towering spires reaching toward the heavens, like the eternal devotion of a faithful believer. Having seen various gods, Bruce, though not religious, maintained a respect for religion. Who knew God might suddenly appear one day? He concealed himself and entered the monastery. The first thing he saw was a spacious courtyard with an ancient well at its center. According to Katoom, the mother box was buried beneath the monastery. It was buried, not preserved, so even the monastery's clergy were unaware of its existence. It's a pity Katoom was captured. I can't use his private funds, otherwise I would have bought the monastery outright. The monastery was so vast, and it was unknown where the mother box was buried. Bruce extended his hand and whispered, Come here, mother box. There was no response. Bruce shook his head, convinced he'd overestimated it. How could it be that simple? He needed to be more practical. Of course, Bruce could just blindly search. He was a wizard after all, and a little divination and discovery could save him a lot of time. Then, just as he was about to begin, a strange voice suddenly rang out in the distance. Someone was singing a nursery rhyme. Solomon Grundy, born on Monday, baptized on Tuesday, boom, a gigantic figure suddenly landed in front of Bruce, stirring up a cloud of dust. Haha, the giant figure said, I thought I'd find the enemy here, and it turned out to be true. Chapter 198 The hometown of the merciless Iron Fist. Before Bruce appeared a massive, humanoid creature with ashen skin and clear, yet utterly stupid eyes. He wore a tattered jacket, his hands bound with thick chains, each connected to two heavy iron balls. Every movement was accompanied by a metallic clang, like the prelude to death. Solomon Grundy, the undead zombie who had descended upon Italy. In Batman's future classifieds, there was a passage written, When I was a child, my father told me there were no such things as spirits or ghosts, but he was wrong. Solomon Grundy was proof of this, a walking corpse with strength comparable to Superman's. Grundy is not like Superman, but even more so. He is immortal. Even if I die, he will live forever, infinitely strong and immortal. Solomon Grundy was the Incredible Hulk of the DC Universe. You, Bruce frowned, about to speak when a massive fist swung towards him. Solomon didn't care for nonsense. He was an enemy, to be eliminated. The punch came swiftly, slamming into the ground with the sound of a chain swinging. It missed Bruce. In that instant, in Grundy's vision, Bruce's body seemed to have teleported, shifting horizontally to the other side in the blink of an eye. His strike missed. "You're fast," Grundy said in a rather unintelligent tone. "I like that." With that, he swung the chain, sending the iron ball sweeping across with unstoppable force. But once again, Bruce's figure had moved further away. Batboy had been observing. Although he'd heard a brief account of Solomon's origins and abilities from Katoom, this was his first encounter, and he was deeply intrigued by this unique life form. Was Solomon, after his return from the dead, the same person he had been in life? If so, Bruce didn't want to dwell on it. He was afraid he'd become tempted and start some sort of experiment to resurrect the dead. Reason told him that was wrong. Meanwhile, Solomon, frustrated by the repeated misses, was becoming increasingly irritable. He launched into a frenzied attack, his movements crude and brutal, his fists accompanied by the whistling of heavy chains, each strike shaking the ground. However, Bruce's figure was like a phantom, always disappearing from the blind spot at the critical moment, only to reappear in another location. This was how the Speed Force manifested itself to the average person. That's a bit troublesome. Solomon swung another punch, and this time Bruce didn't choose to dodge. He extended his arm, blocking it forcefully. The fist was almost half Bruce's body, yet it couldn't move Batboy's body at all. At Bruce's wrist, black armor emerged from his body, then quickly spread throughout his body. The Hellbolt armor was instantly applied. "My turn." Bruce extended his other hand forward. Solomon was momentarily confused by the meaning of this gesture. But then, a sound of piercing air rang out from behind him, and then, a powerful blow to the back of his head, knocking his entire body off balance. The zombie's massive body was sent flying dozens of meters away, slamming heavily to the ground. Only then did he finally see clearly that the force that had knocked him back was a flying hammer. Bruce reached up, caught Mjolnir, and swung it with all his might, hurling it at Solomon. Bang! Thor's hammer slammed into Solomon's chest, its overwhelming force causing the zombie's chest to collapse. Ugh! Solomon spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, motionless. Is he dead? Bruce had just thought this when he saw Solomon's collapsed chest begin to heal, instantly returning to its original state. However, the pressure of Thor's hammer prevented him from resting. Bruce approached Solomon, unfazed. Such a powerful regenerative ability, Bruce thought. Ordinary means wouldn't be enough to defeat this zombie. After all, you can't kill someone who's already dead. This gave Bruce a headache. Was Solomon Grundy strong? Not necessarily. Bruce could easily defeat him now. But the problem was, even if he could be defeated, he couldn't be killed. Even if his life was temporarily taken, Solomon would be able to resurrect quickly. Let's imprison him first, Bruce thought. Once he obtained the mother box, he should be able to find a way to break Solomon Grundy's immortality. With Thor's hammer bearing down on him, he didn't have to worry about him interfering for the time being. Bruce's plan was beautiful, but in the next moment, the unexpected happened. Boom! A massive impact, from bottom to top, shook the entire courtyard. A green figure burst forth from the ground. It was a half-human, half-plant monster, wrapped in dead branches and green leaves, revealing only a pair of glowing red eyes. A pair of enormous wings spread from its back, woven from withered yellow leaves and dark red maple leaves. Swamp Thing. Solomon Grundy was the spokesperson for the Grey, and his power attracted the Swamp Thing, also a member of the Council of Life. Their encounter was inevitable, but Bruce couldn't have imagined it would happen now, while he was searching for the mother box. What a coincidence. At that moment, Bruce suddenly sensed something amiss, not just because of the coincidence, but also because of what Swamp Thing was holding. Swamp Thing flapped its wings, hovering in midair. He held a black metal cube in one arm. Its surface was constantly twisting and turning, like matter being disrupted and reorganized. The mother box. Bruce's heart sank. Finding the mother box wouldn't be difficult for Swamp Thing. Every plant in the world was his spy. Using his roots to search underground wouldn't be much of a challenge. But how did Swamp Thing even know about the mother box? His search for the mother box was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but upon reaching his destination, Solomon Grundy and Swamp Thing arrived. Something was clearly amiss. It was as if someone had already discovered his whereabouts. Sure enough, Just as Bruce sensed something was amiss, a figure appeared atop the monastery's spire. Merciless Iron Fist. He wore blue armor, his arms folded across his chest, no helmet on, his long white hair flowing in the wind. He looked down from above, observing everything with a cold gaze, like a king looking down on everyone. "You're being careless, Bruce," Merciless Ironhand said. "Do you know how conspicuous you are when you use the Speed Force? You're practically broadcasting your location to the entire world. That owl gave you a chance to survive, but you didn't cherish it at all." Merciless Ironhand's tone sounded as if he lamented Bruce's unwise decision. But the moment he saw him appear, Bruce breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness it's you," Bruce said. "I was actually worried that there was someone behind this war. If it was Merciless Ironhand, then everything would be fine." They were both open enemies, and Bruce had already prepared himself mentally. "You controlled both of them?" Bruce asked. "Using that strange telekinetic ability of yours." Katoom once said that Merciless Iron Fist had a strange shortcoming, which was that he was very particular about pomp and circumstance. During the metal incident, after the main world Batman was transformed into a dollar by 5 kinds of metal, Merciless Iron Fist followed the Dark Knights to the DC main universe. Then, he attacked the headquarters of the AIGOR, the Combat Command Center, paralyzing the military's resistance. After the attack, he destroyed the high-rise building of the command center and created a stone throne in its place. He sat on it, surrounded by the leaders and armed personnel of the command center, kneeling and prostrating themselves before him. In short, Merciless Iron Fist likes to control others with his mind and make them kneel and kowtow to him. Maybe he thinks that this can better reflect his aura as a king. In fact, it is still the same now. Merciless Iron Fist did not appear anywhere else, but instead found the tallest spire now, stood on the top, and showed his superiority. "Controlling them couldn't be simpler," Merciless Iron Fist said coldly. "One has no brains, and the other has a brain full of plants. It's effortless for a creature with such simple thinking to invade." This is also the reason why Merciless Iron Fist did not choose to control Bruce. It is too troublesome to control Batboy's brain. "It's a very effective method," Bruce sighed. "How did you know I was looking for the mother box? I don't need to explain this to you." With a wave of his hand, the Merciless Iron Fist commanded Solomon and the Swamp Thing to carry out his will. Solomon wasn't intimidating, pinned down by Thor's hammer, unable to move. But the Swamp Thing was different. He hovered in midair, motionless, but the unassuming plants at Bruce's feet suddenly erupted in activity. In an instant, they exploded, their low-lying vegetation suddenly growing into towering trees. The monastery's small courtyard had become a primeval forest. The vegetation expanded, seemingly threatening to engulf the entire town. Bruce was lost in the forest, the surrounding plants seemingly coming to life, stretching out branches and vines, attempting to entangle Bruce. This was the power of green. In the presence of the Swamp Thing, all plants became transcendental beings. Bruce's situation was dire. Yet, he remained unfazed. Quite the contrary, he looked up. The sky was now invisible, only the dense forest blocking out the sun. "Thank you, Swamp Thing," he said. "You've bought us precious time." A second later, a flash of red lightning flashed across his pupils. Standing atop the spire, the Merciless Ironhand looked down, but Bruce's figure was no longer visible. The dense forest obscured his vision, leaving only a continuous expanse of green. Bruce, Solomon, and even Swamp Thing were no longer visible. They were fighting in the forest, and the Merciless Ironhand only needed to wait for the final outcome. Wait. Suddenly, a flash of red lightning flashed through the dense forest, and at that moment, the Merciless Ironhand thought of a possibility he had previously overlooked. Granted, these woods were the perfect battlefield for Swamp Thing. But what if Bruce didn't want to fight? The Merciless Ironhand had been confident. Bruce wouldn't run away again and again. It would destroy a person's confidence, making the Merciless Ironhand the person Bruce feared most. To become Batman, one must learn to face his fears. Bruce's constant escape would only destroy his chances of becoming Batman. But what if running was part of the plan from the beginning? Maybe Bruce wasn't even escaping alone. With this thought, Merciless Ironhand didn't hesitate any longer. He leaped from the spire's summit. With a flick of his wrist, a sword appeared in his hand. With a sweep of the sword, all the tall plants were severed, instantly opening up a wider field of vision. Merciless Ironhand was finally certain. Bruce was gone. And not only that, but Solomon and Swamp Thing had vanished as well. Even if merciless Iron Hand used his divine power to scan the entire Earth, he couldn't find Batboy anymore. This was different from the last time Bruce vanished from his sight. That time, Bruce had merely shifted spatially, remaining on Earth. But this time, Bruce had harnessed the Speed Force, opened a dimensional tunnel, and traveled to another world. He was no longer on this Earth. "Is this what you've achieved all these years?" Merciless Ironhand sneered as he stood beside the severed plants. "I don't see you acquiring any great strength, but your escape techniques are truly exceptional. It's okay if it happened once, but you're doing it again now." Bruce no longer looks like Batman, but like a mouse that can't be caught no matter what. Merciless Iron Fist swung the sword in his hand and hit the spire of the monastery, knocking it down. It seemed that this behavior could make him feel better temporarily. There won't be a next time, Merciless Iron Fist thought in his heart. The next time he saw Bruce, he would directly activate the stasis force and trap him in place. He would never be able to escape again. But it doesn't matter, at least Diana is still in my hands. No matter how far Bruce runs, he will always come back. The only question now is, where did Batboy go? He even took Solomon and Swamp Monster with him. Do these two guys still have any use to him? Earth 11, a destroyed world. The surface of the Earth is desolate, without any vitality, only a dead silence. Those broken walls and ruins seem to be saying that this world once had an extremely glorious history, but now it is completely invisible. Suddenly, a red portal opened, and 3 figures fell out from it. Is this the place? Bruce raised his head and looked at this desolate world. Is this the hometown of Merciless Iron Fist? It looks so ugly. Chapter 199, The Merciless and Iron-Fisted City in the Sky. Bruce glanced at Solomon Grundy and Swamp Thing lying beside him. One was immortal, the other coexisting with countless plants. Bruce couldn't completely destroy them with his current strength. So, he had to resort to other means. Bruce decided to take them out of the DCEU universe in Earth 11. Speaking of which, this world is a paradise for you. The green of all things represented plants, while the withered ash of fungi and bacteria represented decay. Coming to this desolate world was like opening up a new hope. Since these two wouldn't die, let them live on this planet. Perhaps in 100 years, Earth 11 would be revitalized. In tens of thousands of years, perhaps new animals would emerge. Everything destroyed could be reborn. This was the best possible outcome Bruce could imagine. Mother Box, Bruce waved his hand and chanted the influx spell again. This time, the spell worked, and the Mother Box in Swamp Thing's arms flew into Bruce's hands. Even the strongest Merciless's iron-fisted mind control couldn't cross a world. When these two awaken, a new life awaits them. Bruce, clutching the Mother Box, departed. Red lightning streaked across the desolate Earth, and soon, Bruce arrived at Paradise Island, part of this Earth. Home of the Amazons, where Diana's soul rests. Atop the cliffs of Paradise Island, a towering tower stood. This was the Tower of Comfort, built by the Merciless, to house Diana's remains. Bruce hadn't known such a place existed before. He simply put himself in Diana's shoes and thought about where he would bury her if he had killed her. The answer was obvious. He would let Diana's soul return home, forever beholding the starry sky she remembered. Batman was so understanding. Bruce, clutching the Mother Box, easily pushed open the partition of the tower and entered. Walking down a dark corridor, he found a deep stone chamber. In its center stood a massive coffin, engraved with the Wonder Woman's WW symbol. "I'm sorry to bother you, I'm sorry to bother you," Bruce said, maintaining a basic respect for the deceased, before pushing the coffin open. Diana's peaceful face appeared before him. It had been who knows how long since the Iron Fist left this world, yet Diana's body hadn't decayed at all. Perhaps it was due to the demigod's special physique, or perhaps it was because she died with her eyes open. Amazonian tradition places 2 coins between the deceased's eyes as a fare for crossing the river Styx, allowing the deceased's soul to reach the other side. Diana's body was similarly covered in these coins. The 2 coins placed between her eyes could only have been a gesture by the Iron Fist. Bruce didn't know if Wonder Woman had reached the other side, but it was clear that now was not the time for her to rest in peace. It seems the Iron Fist was incredibly twisted. Bruce observed the burial objects in the coffin. He even spotted some belonging to Batman, such as an arrowhead-like stone. Bruce had found it as a child, a symbol of his courage, and once his most treasured possession. The Iron Fist placed it in Diana's coffin, suggesting that in burying Diana, the Iron Fist had also buried his past self. Bruce left the other burial objects alone, simply collecting the arrow-shaped stone. Now, it was time to get down to business. Bruce held the mother box in his hands. Katoom had told him that operating it wasn't anything special, just a matter of sheer force. Infusing it with powerful energy would activate it, and it would work wonders. This was no problem for Bruce. He held out his hand and waited a moment, as Thor's hammer flew from Solomon Grundy's chest and landed in his hand. Bruce placed the mother box beside the coffin and raised the hammer. Even if the world were to fall, lightning would still exist. In an instant, lightning pierced the tower and landed on Thor's hammer, a constant stream. Rise. Bruce suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly corrected himself. My merciless and iron-fisted love. Boom. The hammer slammed down on the mother box, causing a humming sound. The mother box's twisting metal surface grew increasingly restless, and then a beam of light shot out, striking the nearest living being. It wasn't Bruce, but the deceased Diana. The light faded, and silence fell within the stone chamber. Bruce swallowed, waiting for what would happen next. The true extent of the mother box would soon be revealed. Suddenly, a subtle noise shattered the stillness of the stone chamber. It came from within the coffin, as something struck the grave goods within. Followed by a soft groan. It was Diana's voice. Alive. Before Bruce could react, Diana in the coffin straightened up. It hurts, she clutched her head. The soul coins covering her eyes fell, clanking against the other grave goods. Diana still looked a little confused, so Bruce decided to wake her. He had just begun to speak when Diana's body trembled within the coffin. She turned sharply and saw Batboy standing nearby. Bruce forced what he considered his most benign smile, attempting to greet this otherworldly Diana. But then, with a whoosh, Diana vanished, reappearing before Bruce. Clad in Amazonian armor, even in her burial, she retained her warrior persona. Boom! Diana launched a punch, aimed straight at Bruce's abdomen, but Batboy was prepared. A swarm of bats suddenly erupted from behind him. They initially blocked Diana's attack, then clung to Bruce's body, transforming into a hellbat suit. Wait, Bruce noticed something was wrong with Diana. She was extremely aggressive. This seemed to be a self-preservation state, a newly resurrected state, with her reactions to everything around her being overly aggressive. She was also confused, still struggling to accept her resurrection. Something had to be done. Bruce had his own way of dealing with Diana. He swung out his secret lasso, entangling Diana's hands. Diana Prince. The last Amazon, he shouted. Remember who you are. However, Diana wasn't buying it. With a sudden flick of her wrist, Bruce stumbled. While the Hellbolt armor possessed superpowers, they came from Queen Maeve. It was obvious who was stronger, Queen Maeve or Wonder Woman. Bruce was also puzzled by the fact that binding her hands had no effect on Diana. Could it be that it's never been effective? Bruce wondered. Is it just that when I tied her up, she was deliberately cooperating? Whatever the case, there was no time to ponder now. Diana swung free her secret lasso and was in front of Bruce in an instant. She grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. You won't let me live, she gritted her teeth, and you won't let me die. Bruce's feet left the ground, but he didn't feel any difficulty breathing. The armor, which could breathe underwater, wouldn't suffocate from being strangled by the neck. Thank goodness for the deep sea, its power had come to Bruce's aid once again. I'm not the one to kill you. Bruce opened the Hellbat's mask, revealing his youthful face. How old has your Bruce looked? Is he as youthful and handsome as me? Diana frowned. Indeed, while the Bruce before her bore a close resemblance to the one in her memory, a closer look revealed significant differences. Age was the biggest difference. You? Diana turned her head, her expression strained. She struggled to comprehend the situation, her clenched hands unconsciously loosening. Bruce plummeted from midair, landing firmly on the ground. Diana remained lost, her memories slowly returning. Who was she? Where did she come from? How did she disappear? Finally, after a long moment, Diana's heavy breathing slowed, and her pupils cleared. I'm Diana Prince, Wonder Woman, she said. I remember that I was dead. Yes, Bruce nodded. But I brought you back to life, huh? Diana was momentarily unconvinced by the younger Bruce's way of speaking. It sounded a little strange. She frowned, thinking for a moment before understanding Bruce's meaning. You resurrected me. Yes, Bruce picked up the mother box and shook it. Use this thing, mother box. Diana immediately recognized what Bruce was holding. It was Darkseid's mother box. Their Themyscira island had once possessed one. Later, after a series of devastating events, the mother box returned to its original state, and this world no longer existed. Diana desperately wanted to know where this boy had obtained the mother box. But now, she had something more important to ask. "Who are you?" Diana frowned, puzzled. "Why, do you look so much like him? Could he be the illegitimate child of the merciless? Did he find another after her death?" "I am Bruce Wayne." Bruce had witnessed Wonder Woman's imagination and didn't give her any chance to misunderstand. In a few words, he explained everything clearly. Batboy had no choice but to resort to some unorthodox tactics regarding the merciless arrival in his world and the capture of his Diana. "So you want to use the mother box against the merciless?" Diana shook her head. "I advise against it. The power of the mother box is beyond your current control, but it's too late," Bruce said. "I used it to resurrect you. That's a different matter." Diana waved her hand. "I can control this power." She looked at her palm, clenching and unclenching it. Indeed, a new power had emerged within her. "It seems I've been transformed by the mother box," she said. "I just don't know what that power is. I need to slowly understand it." "That's good," Bruce nodded. "Hopefully, it's enough to defeat the merciless. Even without this power, I will defeat the merciless," Diana whispered. "It's my duty to save him from his mistakes." At this point, a thought suddenly struck her. Diana's eyes flicked to Bruce's finger. The ring on his hand was undoubtedly an engagement ring. And in Batboy's earlier account, he had always been with Diana from another world. "Could it be that you're engaged?" Diana asked, unsure. "To whom, Diana?" Bruce had nothing to hide. As expected, Diana nodded. Bruce's response had given her a slight misunderstanding of the multiverse. "It seems that no matter which universe Diana is in, she'll be with Bruce," she said. "I hope the endings in other universes won't be as tragic as mine." "No," Bruce assured her. "I won't become merciless." "I hope so." After understanding what had happened, Diana didn't want to stay any longer. She returned to the coffin, searched inside, and retrieved her former equipment. The truth chain, the sword of Vulcan, the Amazon Aegis. Merciless placed them all in the coffin, burying them with Diana. Diana sighed and said, "He was thoughtful. He included everything. Unfortunately, he left out the most crucial burial item. That was Merciless himself." "Let's go." Diana donned her gear, ready to go. "Go back to your world. This time, we'll definitely stop the Merciless." So urgent, Bruce wanted to continue researching the mother box, hoping to gain new abilities. But Diana didn't seem to want to give him that chance. "Don't worry about your mother box. It's not a child's toy," Diana said with the tone of someone who had experienced it. "If you're truly Bruce's alter ego, you'll end up in big trouble with something like this." She had seen through Batman. Bruce wasn't used to Wonder Woman's way of speaking. She spoke so decisively, as if he only knew how to cause trouble. "Trust me, Bruce. If you want to use the mother box to create a miracle, I'll be that miracle," Diana finally reassured Bruce. The new powers she gained during her resurrection gave her renewed confidence. Bruce thought about it and realized that it was true. No matter how much he studied the mother box, he couldn't use it on his own body. The risk was too great. His biggest goal this time had been achieved. Bruce pulled Diana into the Speed Force, transformed into a flash of lightning, and began to run. The barrier of space distorted, slowly opening a passage. Bruce leaped, countless bizarre images flashing before his eyes. When everything subsided, they returned to the DCEU universe. Solomon Grundy and Swamp Thing remained on Earth 11, bringing new hope to that planet. Countless years later, if a new civilization could develop on Earth 11, these two might become gods. If they want to leave, it's easy, Bruce thought. They could just commit suicide and return to their own universe, free from the imprisonment of Earth 11. As for how they kill themselves, that's not Batman's concern. The time between the two worlds is skewed. Although Bruce felt only a moment away, in reality, several days had passed in the DCEU universe. During these few days, the world had undergone shocking changes. Bruce looked up and could see a small black dot on the horizon. With supervision, it could be seen as an island floating in the air. "That was done by the merciless Iron Fist," Diana-11 whispered. "He likes to use this method to show the world how powerful and terrifying he is. If I'm not mistaken, your fiancé should be in prison up there. The merciless Iron Fist will be waiting for you there." Bruce nodded, his face unfazed. "That's enough. I won't run away this time." I'm going to face him head-on. Now Batboy had finally gained his confidence. Diana, wait for me, Bruce said in his heart with a firm gaze. I will definitely rescue you. Only then did Batboy realize that his words were a bit inappropriate. Oh, right, he added. And Katoom. Let's rescue him too. Bruce transformed into Hellbat once again, his cape rustling behind him, and appeared above the floating island. There, two massive crosses stood, but it was unclear who was tied to them. Bruce, I knew you would come. Between the two crosses was the throne of the merciless Iron Fist. He sat on it with his sword in hand, his hands folded across his chest, looking confident and fearless. If you can tolerate even this kind of provocation, then you're unworthy of being Batman. But thank goodness you're here, Merciless Ironhand whispered. Then let this Sky City be an experience you'll never forget. He clapped his hands, and the curtain covering the cross was drawn back. Bruce wasn't surprised to see the figures tied atop. Diana and Katoom. Both were unconscious and comatose. I can give you one choice, just one, Merciless Ironhand said. You can take one and leave the other here. I won't choose, Bruce replied bluntly from above the clouds. I'll save both. How? Merciless Ironhand chuckled. Then it depends on whether he agrees. Him? Bruce immediately realized who Merciless Ironhand was talking about. Sure enough, the next moment, a red cape hovered in the sky between the two crosses. He looked at Bruce coldly, his eyes devoid of emotion. Bruce wasn't surprised by this person's arrival, but he felt a certain amount of regret. I thought you could at least put up a fight, he sighed deeply and said to Superman, who had lost his self-consciousness. It turns out that as long as it's a mind control, it has a significant effect on you, right? Fighting Superman again was definitely not a pleasant experience for Bruce. Fortunately, he came prepared this time. Chapter 200, Anti-God Special Attack, Heaven's Chain. The situation was now 2 against 1. With Superman and the Merciless Iron Fist teaming up, Bruce stood no chance. Is this your honor as a warrior? All you know how to do is manipulate others, Bruce asked calmly. Merciless Iron Fist, I'm here to fight you. Why don't you just face me? Because there's no need, the Merciless Iron Fist replied. All I seek is victory. As he spoke, his gaze flickered behind Bruce, as if searching for something. He knew Batman all too well. The fact that he dared to appear before him openly meant Bruce must have a backup plan. He had used Superman as the lead, for this very reason. Bruce understood this, and didn't dwell on it with the Merciless Iron Fist. He simply began to curse inwardly. Katoom, stop pretending. I know you're not unconscious, he shouted. Get up and get to work. No, I thought I acted pretty well, Katoom's voice echoed in Bruce's mind. Even the Merciless Iron Fist couldn't tell. How did you figure it out? The owl was now eager to know what went wrong with his acting. It's simple, Bruce said mercilessly. Because when you're pretending to be unconscious, you always stick out your tongue, like a drowned man. I see. I'll improve next time. Katoom continued to feign unconsciousness, communicating with Bruce only through telepathy. But you should have figured it out by now, right? What did he find out? Bruce raised his head and looked at the cross that held Katoom. The more he looked, the more something seemed off. Wait, he finally noticed something was wrong. The two crosses were projections. The real Diana and Katoom were not there. Bruce extended his hand, and Thor's hammer flew from the distance, piercing through the illusion of the cross, causing the previously stable projection to briefly tremble. It seems you've noticed, Merciless Ironhand suddenly smiled. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the projection, and the two massive crosses vanished from their original location. He wasn't a fool. Why would he so carelessly place hostages before Bruce? This is just a warning. They're being held in a more secret location, Merciless Ironhand said. If you can defeat Superman, I'll allow you to rescue one of them. As for Diana or Owl, it's your choice. I told you, I won't choose. Bruce gripped Thor's hammer tightly and looked at Clark, who had lost his self-consciousness. And you can't just sit there and watch, Merciless Ironhand. You can't stay out of this. As he finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind rang in Merciless Ironhand's ears. He instinctively opened his hand, a flash of golden light, and a sword appeared in his hand. Merciless Ironhand raised the sword and, with a clang, blocked the long sword that was coming from the side. Sparks flew, and Merciless Ironhand turned around to see the newcomer's face. He fell into a rare moment of trance. Diana, he whispered. I never thought I'd see you again. He knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the person before him was none other than his own Diana. If he couldn't even recognize his lover, There was no point in talking about pure love. It seemed Batboy had been up to quite a bit while he was gone. Long time no see, Bruce. Diana smiled tenderly, then swung her sword backhand, striking merciless Ironhorn's neck. No words were spoken. The encounter was a life-or-death struggle. This was the way Wonder Woman of Earth 11 expressed her love. "You have no idea how much I've missed you," Diana said. "I can only use my sword to answer how much I love you." "I miss you too, Diana." Merciless Ironhorn blocked with his sword, then reached out and strangled Diana's neck. He wanted to replay that scene, Diana suffocating in his arms, slowly fading. "Don't be so hasty," Diana chuckled softly. The Vulcan sword in her hand suddenly radiated a dazzling light, rippling outward like waves, knocking Merciless Ironhorn's sword from his grasp. This was an unprecedented power, beyond Merciless Ironhorn's expectations. "You've become stronger, Diana." Merciless Ironhorn clenched his fists, as if recalling how the sword had been knocked from his hand. Of course, he also didn't forget to interact with his lover. "I'm pleased to see you like this," Merciless Ironhorn said. "Now I can only love you even more, love you so much that I want to kill you." "Same here." Diana swung the Vulcan sword and struck it against the Amazon's shield. This was the Amazon's way of provoking in battle. "My love for you now is unprecedented," Diana said. "So, how do you wish to respond?" "Then respond with your life," Merciless Ironhorn whispered. The next moment, Merciless Ironhorn pounced on Diana with agility. He was unarmed, his massive fists carrying a whirring sound. Diana calmly swung her sword, her fist colliding with the blade. The resulting force overturned the ground of Sky Island. The two remained in a stalemate, the Vulcan sword countering the Merciless Ironhorn's fist. Strangely enough, since Merciless Ironhorn donned the Ares helm, he seemed to have grown considerably in size. Now, facing Diana, the towering Amazon warrior seemed rather small. "It seems I love you more." Merciless Ironhorn's strength gradually increased. Diana gritted her teeth and exerted her strength, but all she could see was the blade's edge drawing closer. In a simple contest of strength, Wonder Woman would already be at a disadvantage. Knowing this wouldn't work, Diana thrust her sword forward, breaking the stalemate. Then, once again, she unleashed her demigod sword skills to engage Merciless Ironhorn. "Have you forgotten, Diana?" Undaunted, Merciless Ironhorn casually drew a sword from thin air and met Diana's attack. "You've already taught me all the Amazon fighting techniques." Merciless Ironhorn suddenly swung his sword aside, deflecting the Vulcan sword and thrusting it towards Diana's snow-white neck. "Of course I know that." Diana raised her hand, blocking the thrust with her protective silver bracelet. The clash of metal transformed into a massive force, propelling Merciless Ironhorn dozens of meters away. "But I haven't had time to teach you my newfound skills yet," Diana suddenly shouted, clashing her arms together, causing the protective silver bracelet to resonate. This time, however, it wasn't her signature impact. Instead, a silver spherical boundary expanded, quickly enveloping both Diana and Merciless Ironhorn. As the light approached, Merciless Ironhorn shielded himself with his hand. When he lowered his hand, the scene before him was completely different. The Sky Island he had meticulously arranged had vanished. In its place lay a desert-like wasteland, yellow sand swirling in the wind, devoid of any sign of life. Only Diana and Merciless Ironhorn remained. Merciless Ironhorn extended a hand, feeling the newly emerged environment, then sneered. He understood the purpose of this opening realm. Here, all divine power was forbidden. And Merciless Ironhorn and Diana had become ordinary people. "Is that all?" he said. "This isolated world is perfect for us to live in a world of our own." "I thought so too." Diana gripped the sword of the God of Fire, ready for a final showdown with Merciless Ironhorn. But then, Merciless Ironhorn experienced a change beyond her imagination. Merciless Ironhorn stood in the middle of the desert, his arms folded across his chest. Then, in the void behind him, golden ripples spread, and countless swords, spears, and halberds emerged from the center of the ripples. "Diana, you died too young," said Merciless Ironhorn. "You don't know much that happened afterward, like my slaughter of Olympus and countless other divine realms. Those weapons that once belonged to the gods are now my collection." As Diana opened the domain, Merciless Ironhorn discovered a flaw. Although the divine power was isolated, the artifacts remained functional. Diana seemed to hope to defeat Merciless Ironhorn, now deprived of the power of the god of war, with the sword of Vulcan and the silver bracelet of protection. Unfortunately, her lack of intelligence led to her failure. Merciless Ironhorn simply beckoned his finger, and countless golden chains materialized from thin air, hurling themselves at Diana. In the blink of an eye, Diana was bound by them, dangling in the air. The sword of Vulcan and the Amazon shield fell to the sand with a dull thud. Diana struggled, but the chains held her captive. The chains of heaven, also known as Katoom, merciless Ironhand said coldly. These are the chains that once captured the bull of heaven. They are specifically designed to bind gods. The stronger your divinity, the harder it will be to break free. He had slain countless gods to obtain this artifact. Those gods had dreamed of using the chains of heaven against him, but they knew that merciless Ironhand possessed no trace of divinity. He was Batman, after all, not a god. But Diana was different. She was the offspring of Zeus, possessing a vast divinity, like Hercules, and was perfectly restrained by the chains of heaven. Diana, you have finally been resurrected, yet you resolutely choose to appear before me, to be slain once more. Merciless Ironhand approached, looking deeply into Diana's eyes. I fully sense your love for me. This time, I will use a love even deeper than mine to send you from this world. Clang. Merciless Ironhand extended his hand, and the eternal angel sword appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he thrust it forward, aiming for Diana's heart. Diana, the blade flashed, piercing Diana's heart squarely. A clang of metal clashed, and Merciless Ironhand's movements paused. It wasn't that he'd suddenly lost his grip, but rather that the angel sword couldn't penetrate him any further. Merciless Ironhand's brow furrowed in a frown. Although Diana was wearing armor, it couldn't stop the angel sword. Clearly, something was hidden beneath her armor. And at that moment, a gaping hole suddenly opened in the sky. A figure descended from the dusty world, suddenly raising its hammer and striking Merciless Ironhand. Merciless Ironhand's battle nerves reacted with pinpoint accuracy, his hand flipping to block the blow. You're stronger than I thought, he frowned, gazing at Bruce, whose face was filled with murderous intent. You've defeated Superman so quickly. 13-year-old Bruce, if he could easily defeat Superman, his future was limitless. Bruce's hammer failed, but he didn't hesitate. He quickly retreated and reached Diana. Then, from the gap between Diana's armor and her chest, a fragment of Thor's hammer floated out and returned to its rightful place. I don't fight pointless battles, Bruce whispered. To deal with Clark, a helmet is enough. Helmet? Merciless was puzzled. Did Bruce put the Ares helmet on Superman? That didn't make sense. Wearing the Ares helmet would only drive Superman even more insane. Bruce didn't explain, and Merciless wouldn't know. He and Katoom had obtained another helmet in another world. Magneto's helmet. Wearing it could block mind control, giving Clark a god-level power-up. Bruce only needed to use the flying spell to summon the helmet and put it on Clark, and a pointless battle would be completely avoided. Since you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Merciless, seeing that Bruce had no intention of explaining, didn't hesitate and once again prepared for battle. You should have discussed this with Diana beforehand, said Merciless Iron Grip with a smile. The realm she opened completely blocks out divine power. Your hammer is probably useless, right? His discerning eyes discerned at a glance that Thor's hammer had been weakened to a point of disrepair. The mere absence of lightning during their earlier clash was telling. It seemed more than just a divine artifact, it possessed a kind of divine status. Lifting the hammer, for example, could transform one into a deity. This inherently powerful attribute, unfortunately, became a weakness in this realm. Bruce didn't deny this fact. You're right, Bruce said. But this time, I don't intend to rely on Thor's hammer against you. He raised Thor's hammer. It was still covered in cracks, but no longer flawed. It seemed as if Bruce had retrieved the fragment from Superman, completing Thor's hammer. But that wasn't the case. After restoring Superman to his original form, Bruce had indeed considered retrieving the fragment. But at that moment, he was surprised to find that the missing fragments of Thor's hammer had been automatically completed at some point. There's only one possibility for this to happen. Bruce couldn't help but think back. When resurrecting Wonder Woman, he seemed to have hit the mother box with Thor's hammer. When he was not paying attention, the mother box automatically completed the missing part of the hammer. Now the question is, what is used to complete the mother box? The coding efficiency is lower than expected, so I will code 2 more chapters in the early morning so that everyone can see it when they wake up tomorrow. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, Subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.